Very good morning, all of you. So we are moving on to the third day. Theme number 3, value addition, quality improvement. Very important session for us today. We have 3 veterans with us here proceedings of the session. We have amongst us Dr. Dalwai, Ashok Dalwai, IAS. Already on green video. Yeah. So the other veteran is Krishna. Also, they will more clear this, especially in renewable energy. So he's a key person, and third is Dr. R.V. Prasad. These 3. So all the 3 are this. Invite all of them. Yes, and Chandrika, yes. Before we start proceedings of the session for presentations, this session is totally packed with 10 presentations. Speakers, Russia, Dubai, maybe Krishna. 8 other presentations, 2 on online, 6 on presentations also. So first, let me introduce this speaker, distinguished alumnus of IAS Dharwad, the entire agriculture fraternity, most respected and honored. It is an honor to have you with us as a chairperson. Not join us, but he has been liberal and kind enough not to miss the session permission to be with us. So we are thankful to you, sir. As I told you, he is the CEO of the National Rainfed Area Authority in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and in the rank of Secretary to the Government of India. All of us know he is a prestigious alumnus of US Dharwad. He had been in the administrative service since 1984, served in the states of Odisha and also Karnataka. Now, for more than 10 years, in the key positions in all these places, has elevated him to be the CEO of the National Rainfed Area Authority of India. Then there are several first things, reforms and policies which have been made by him, both in the states of Odisha and Karnataka. And one among them is the produce and livestock marketing. There are many to read, but you can also watch through his contributions through the projections here. And as a chairman of the Interministerial Committee on Doubling Farms, the 14-volume report is recognized as one of the most comprehensive and evidence-based strategies that Dalwai has steered to. So we are very grateful to you, sir. And the second chairperson is Dr. Y.B. Ramakrishna. Each one of them have their own contributions and their own accolades in their respective fields. Basically, he's an electronical engineer by training. He's an excellent grasp of corporate environment for more than 4 decades, working passionately on environment, renewable energy, and rural development. He has steered as a chairman and chairperson of many committees. Few I'll name them. The rest you will also vouch when he speaks. Chairman Task Force on Biofuels, Karnataka. Chairman Karnataka State Biofuel Development Board. The most notable among them is the instrumental in drafting biofuel policy for the state of Karnataka, Government of India, visualizing and implementing several path-breaking programs. So with 2 key persons as chair for this session, and also Dr. RBN Prasad, former head IICT Hyderabad, is a known figure. He is very closely associated with oilseed crops. He did his PhD from Osmania University in the lipid chemistry, and he has been instrumental in establishing a center for advanced center for lipid chemistry. So there are several accolades for them. Again, we will see when they present. So with this few words, I leave the floor open to the chairman, Dr. Y.B. Ramakrishna, to invite Dr. Dalwai for the presentation.
Very good morning to all of you. And I don't think we have already started a little late. Instead of wasting any more time, I think we will. The first presentation will be from Dr. Ashok Dalwai, and it's over to you, sir. I only wish that we could have met personally here, but I understand that you have been quite busy. I will catch up with you one of these days in Delhi. So can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Kindly go ahead. That music was coming.
Yeah,
good morning to everybody.
Wonderful. I was just saying that, we wish to have you here personally. It could have been a great chance to interact with you. I will catch up with you one of these days in Delhi. So without losing much time, so we are eagerly waiting to listen to you, sir. So over to you.
Thank you. So, you want me to start it now? Start now?
Yes.
Can you all hear me, please? Can you all hear me, please? Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to all the delegates. I am highly grateful to Dr. Mathur and my co-chairman for accommodating me virtually this morning. Wishing every one of you a very happy New Year and a Makara Sankranti, which has just passed by. may we all look forward to a great year ahead. And certainly within the agriculture sector, the oilseed sector deserves our highest attention, given the importance of fats in our nutrition and the huge cost that it has been impinging upon our foreign exchange. The theme that you have chosen for this morning session is value addition and quality improvement. And then you have asked me to speak about the potential of value addition and secondary agriculture in oilseed crops. So I will certainly share some of my thoughts, and I'm sure that you as scientists would be able to drill down to the next level. And so I would be mostly confining to the concepts of secondary agriculture and how the oilseed sector also is amenable to secondary agriculture, and rather is of great relevance in oil seeds and other sources of edible as well as non-edible oils. We are all aware that oils are important, though they're maligned highly. They become a burden at the consumer level when we overuse it. And for that matter, anything which is used irrationally, either overused or underused, it does impact the health of the human being, just as it does at the natural resource management level. To substantiate that, the per capita consumption of the oil in our country has steadily gone up. It was around 3.5 kgs per hectare per capita in the year 1951. And now the average consumption is 19.5 kgs. Of course, this figure is debatable. It's also said that it is not as high as 19.5, it could be a little less. All said and done, the per capita consumption is on the higher side. However, we must also remember that averages do not reveal everything. While a certain section may be consuming very high ratios, a large section which cannot afford is not able to consume as much as even minimum required as per the nutritional recommendations. Now, we have seen that over the last few decades, we have sort of neglected the oilseed sector. In result, we are highly dependent on imports, as against the average annual requirement of about 26 million tons of edible oils. We are now able to produce around 11 million tons. And therefore, the dependency is as high as 14 to 15 million tons. And in the year 2021-22, we spent a staggering amount of 1,12,000 crores in importing edible oils from other countries, a high ratio of that being palm oil. The paradox that we must all remember is that why would we call ourselves as surplus in terms of agriculture produce, we're also faced with deficits in very critical components. And that's how you see surplus of certain grains, which is to the disadvantage of the farmers, and a deficit of large number of commodities, which is to the disadvantage of the consumers. While carbohydrates are surplus, proteins are okay. We have established a better status for the last 5 years, but we are deficit in fats, minerals, vitamins, and amino acids, which means that we need to now reorient our production system, production matrix, in terms of allocation of area, in terms of R&D focus to achieve higher productivity, in terms of price and policy support to incentivize the farmers, and of course, strengthening of the extension system to target particular agri-commodities, including oil seeds. Now, how does the oilseed sector fit in with the secondary agriculture, which is to add value? Now, let me share with you that when we talk about secondary agriculture, we are talking about building another layer on the primary agriculture, which is biologically driven production system, whether it is within the crop segment or the livestock, fisheries and aquaculture or horticulture. These are all biologically driven production systems. And biologically driven production systems will not be able to deliver the total value to the farmers as entrepreneurs unless we are subjecting the primary produce to the secondary agriculture. So the primary agriculture and the secondary agriculture have to be built as a continuum. Today, we are all talking about a more ecosystem-oriented agriculture, such that we are able to generate enough employment opportunities and associated incomes for the farmers, treating them as agricultural entrepreneurs. Secondly, we are looking at agriculture as one that delivers adequate nutrition for the consumers so that they are able to maintain a health and well-being. And that is one of the important goals under the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. And third, which is another very, very critical thing, is ecological sustainability. So nutrition for the consumers, income and employment for the producers, and sustainability of ecology have to be all combined in adopting both production and business management approaches. And that's where the secondary agriculture comes in. The secondary agriculture is based on the principle of creating value, of delivering the value, and third, capturing the value. So when you want to create value, we need to subject the raw material to different kinds of processing so that we are able to bring or impart higher shelf life to the agriculture produce, which essentially is a living organism and therefore is subject to decomposition. Whether before harvesting or after harvesting, the produce continues to live, and the nature of its perishability determines the time of its longevity. And if we want to extend the shelf life, then it calls for proper storage systems, transportation systems, and also processing systems. It is agriculture processing which gives a longer shelf life and therefore enables integration of the agriculture produce from the farm gates with the demand centers across the domestic and global space. Only when we are able to reach to far range markets are we able to capture higher value for the farmers. Otherwise, the farmer's share in the consumer's rupee is always low. Now, how do we actually implement secondary agriculture? That's the issue. Before I come to the oilseed per se, I would like to explain certainly that secondary agriculture comprises different processing stages: primary processing, secondary processing, and high-end processing. Primary processing, of course, as all of us understand, is very simple. It begins with the identification of the right time to harvest the produce, right method of harvesting without causing physical damage. And then once it is harvested, we clean it, declawed it, grade it, and standardize it. So that is a primary processing, so that we are able to reach out our produce as per the demands. That means no physico-chemical transformation of the primary produce happening at the primary produce stage. But moving forward, we subject it to physico-chemical transformation. that means it is now the nature of the agriculture produce has changed. And that is the secondary stage of processing, where we may also include branding and packaging, etc., and including pre-cooling, so that before it goes into the proper cold storage, it gets acclimatized for proper storage system. And going forward is the third stage, where we go into the high-end processing. Now, depending upon the stage at which you want to process or produce, with the intensity of technology, the intensity of capital investment, and the management principles will vary. Obviously, as we go up the stage of processing, we'll require more capital, will need more sophisticated technology, better organization, and therefore better management practices. However, depending upon the stage of our processing, the number of jobs we create, the value we capture, and the ability to integrate with the markets will vary. So secondary processing must be understood as comprising both low-end and high-end processing systems. When we have a low-end processing system, obviously, the nature of organization will be cottage industries, will be village level industries, or at best micro scale industries. And then we move on to small scale industries, medium scale industries, and capital intensive industries, where the management goes into somebody else's hand. The agriculture produce gets aggregated and reaches out there. So secondary agriculture must be understood to mean that it can be small scale as well as medium scale and large scale. Now, what has happened in India is that, first of all, our processing has not reached the maturity that it can reach. We have two types of processing, food processing and non-food processing. While in food processing, we have made some progress and reached about 10% of the processing of the total production of our country. Non-food processing is still at a baby stage. We have reached around 2 to 2.5% alone. But agriculture processing, which is central to secondary agriculture, must progress on both food processing and non-food processing. So research and development, particularly with reference to bioprocessing and bioengineering, will need to get due attention so that we are able to subject our agriculture produce to even high-end processing, deploying sophisticated technology, so that we are able to derive maximum value from the agriculture produce. So why all this is required? This is all required because today agriculture is confined by primary process or primary produce. And because of that, the farmers are not able to gain maximum value on their own produce that is going into the hands of middlemen or others. So if we are able to organize better processing facilities, we'll be able to capture greater value for the farmers and therefore ensure that they get better returns from their farming. We are all aware that today the farmers' incomes are low. The only option to make farming viable is to ensure that farmers get better returns on their investment. Given that 86% of our farmers are small and marginal, despite high productivity that they're able to achieve, their volumes of transaction being low, they are not able to ensure viability of their farming. They're not able to ensure adequate returns as incomes to themselves, to their families. Therefore, secondary agriculture becomes very important. Another very critical thing that I would like to draw your attention to is that when we talk about processing, we should be keeping in mind not only the primary produce, but we should also take into account the co-produce. Our focus at R&D level, as well as at the business management level, has been primarily on capturing value in the primary produce. That means the grains, the fruits and vegetables and milk, meat, for example. But other co-produce that our floral and faunal world in the agriculture sector, in the forest sector produce are not being utilized appropriately. Let's take the concrete example of the food grains. We actually today produce nearly 768 million tons of the biomass. Now, a part of this biomass is used as fodder, but a lot of it is actually going waste, it's not being utilized properly. So, while we have 316 million tons of food grains, 336 million tons of fruits, vegetables, and other horticulture produce, we have a high of 765 million tons of biomass, the crop residues. We are not utilizing that. At the fundamental level, as physiologists, we all must appreciate that whether it is a grain or the fruit or the biomass, they all contain the cellulolignostic compounds. So we should be able to subject this particular produce to derive different commodities. So oilseed sector, it actually offers itself to practice secondary agriculture so that we are able to meet our edible oil requirement, produce employment, and also generate higher value in terms of incomes for the farmers. Now, what has happened to the oilseed sector? We have the primary sources, that is the seasonal oilseeds, 9 in number. And then the secondary sources or supplementary sources we have in terms of rice bran, cottonseed oil, etc. And then we have the tree-borne oil seeds. And then, of course, we have the palm, which is being popularized. These are the 4 important sources that India has got. The first thing, of course, I'm not getting into the production aspect. That is not the topic today. That we all know that we need to improve our productivity so that the source of edible oil or non-edible oil or industrial oil is broad-based, so that we are able to process and generate enough oil, edible and non-edible oil within our country and reduce our dependence on imports. So what this suggests is the conversion ratio is very, very important. So the conversion ratio in India is still not at an appropriate level. So we need to now start focusing on improving our process, our conversion ratios. I want to give you a particular example to substantiate my argument. Now let us take, for example, paddy, because rice bran oil is one of the important sources. If we produce nearly, in fact, now we have reached 209 million tons of paddy in our country. And in the year 2021-22, we had 193 million tons, which converts into a rice of 129 million tons. And the rice bran at the ratio of 8.5% of the total rice comes to around 11.02 million tons. That is a rice bran. And our conversion ratio or our processing ratio is around 16 to 16.5%, which means that we are able to recover around 1.82 million tons of oil from the rice bran. If only we are able to achieve higher ratios of rice bran from the paddy, and then further rice bran oil from the bran, we will be able to go up to buy at least another 0.5 million tons. And given the fact that we are importing 15 million tons of edible oils annually, any small, even incremental changes positively is a positive development for the country. Let us take another case of cotton seed oil. That is another source that we have as a supplementary source in our country. If you take the cotton seed oil, In the year 2021-22, we produced 31.54, around 32 million bales of cotton, and the cotton seed production at the rate of 333 kg per bale, it becomes around 10.50 million tons. And then if you subtract all the seeds, etc., that is retained with the farmers for sowing, consumption, etc., we are left with a marketable surplus of around 10.08 million tons of cotton seeds. And then the production of washed cotton seed oil, if you have the traditional processing, we can have around 1.16 million tons. But if we are able to upgrade these traditional methods to scientific processing, that means more sophisticated processing facilities, we will touch about 1.84 million tons or 2 million tons. So now these are two examples, rice bran and cotton seed oil, that I wanted to share with you to show that from the same raw material that we are producing in our country, if we are only able to improve our processing facilities, get it more sophisticated, then we'll be able to derive greater output. And that is good for the country, and that is good for the farmers, because then the farmers will be offered better prices. So likewise, we take the total seasonal oil seed, the 9 oil seed that we have in our country, our conversion ratios are still very low. We need to improve our conversion ratios. When we want to improve the conversion ratio, first is to, of course, at the research and development level, to ensure higher content of the oil itself. But more important is whatever genetic potential that exists, whether at the processing level, we are able to achieve higher conversion ratio and then produce more domestic oil within our country. So that's the issue. For example, today our conversion ratios vary from oil seed to oil seed, or from palm oil. Also, there are variations. So I will not go into that. But I would now like to focus on the subject of why are we not able to achieve proper conversion. So to talk about post-harvest management, that's where the secondary agriculture will come in. We must look at what is the nature of our industry in our country. The nature of industries today, we have got small-scale expellers, or what are commonly called as cold-pressed ghanis at the village level. We have solvent extraction plants, which use the de-oiled cake, and also they also use oil seeds directly. Then we have oil refineries, which use crude oil to refine and bleach and deodorize. We have got those plants. And we have got the vanaspati manufacturers, which use a crude oil, which is hydrogenated to solidify. So these are the 4 different kinds of industries or processing facilities that describe this system in our country as of now. The point that I want to highlight is that one is that these plants are not being fully utilized for want of building supply chains. That means connecting the produce from the farm gates to the processing facilities in an efficient manner is extremely important. Now, let me give you the figures. These are slightly old figures, but let me give the figures. I'm sure there are more updated figures as on 21-22. But the old figures that I have with me, in our country, we have 15,000 units of oil mills with a capacity of 36 million tons per year, not per day, per year. The annual capacity of processing of the oil mills is 36 million tons. Unfortunately, the capacity utilization is only 20 to 30%. In fact, you will find a large number of these mills have got closed in some states like Uttar Pradesh. So how to ensure that these units that have already been established with a good capacity, the capacity utilization improves? So what is that? Is it at the supply chain level that the problem, or is it the technology that is a problem, or is it the incentives that these plants require to run their machineries is a problem. Second, solvent extraction plant. These are very important because that is a more visible part. Solvent extraction plant. We have 600 in our country, whose capacity is 31 million tons, but their capacity utilization is only 40 to 45%. That means less than 50%. Third one, vegetable oil refineries. We have 465 plants in our country, and the capacity is 20 million tons per year, but their capacity utilization is little better but only 50%. And finally, the Vanaspati units, 250. Capacity 3 million tons per year. Capacity utilization 40%. So what does this show? That these plants, for want of appropriate technology, appropriate incentives, and possibly availability of raw material on a continuous basis, are not able to operate at the full capacity they have been built for. So if we would like to ensure better value capture and quality maintenance, it is very, very critical that we start looking at post-harvest management, including the processing facility. Now, apart from utilizing or improving the capacity, what we need to look at is whether we are able to capture all the value from a particular agriculture produce. When we talk about capturing value, it means that these raw materials have the capacity to give us different nature of outputs. Let's say sorghum or corn, for example, it can give us hundreds of kinds of starches. The soybean, for example, which is an important oilseed crop in our country, which is a leguminous crop, it can give us proteins. It can give us milk. But whether we have the technology to extract these compounds and utilize, and that means capture greater value. So if we would like to go up the value chain, we should be able to deploy more and more sophisticated technology to generate all these things. Now, in our country, what kind of produce are we achieving so far? I mean, what kind of processing is happening in the oilseed sector? If you look at the edible oil and allied products, we have coconut oil, we got cooking fats, cooking oil, cumin seed oil, edible oil, castor oil, celery seed oil, ajawan we have. Then we have a refined oil, refined vegetable oil, rice bran oil, sunflower oil. So different kinds of oils, vanaspati we have. But then these are not the only produce that we can actually have. We have to look at whether we will be able to produce proteins, fats, and various other kinds of enzymes. For example, moving away from chemical-based enzymes to bioresource-based enzymes, or similarly composites. So there are different kinds of outputs that we can actually extract from these oil seeds, the biomass that is generated, and supplementary sources including. So I would say that the focus has to be today on partnering between the ICAR institutes and the CSI institutes, and similarly between the public sector and the private sector. So our NARS, National Agricultural Research and Education System, consisting of state agriculture universities and the ICR institutes, have to now start building partnerships with the CSI institutes, for example, let's say CFTRI Mysore, and there are several other institutes, or those institutes under Department of Biotechnology. And there are many that have also come up today in the private sector. So we now need a consortium approach to improve the processing and capturing the value. And that is what is going to help us enter into the mature secondary agriculture. And that secondary agriculture will lay the basis for the bioeconomy. So I think we all must now look forward to a bioeconomy. To share the thought on that, the industrial economy, which has been which has been moving our civilization over the last 250 years, is all based on fossil resources, whether it is whether it is a fuels, petroleum products, or minerals like iron ore or bauxite or copper, or coal for energy. These are all non-renewable resources. They're non-renewable because they take millions of years to farm. Otherwise, if you give them millions of years, they will again regenerate themselves. But we are talking about renewability in a short period of time. Whereas the agriculture produce, which are biologically produced, they are renewable because we can generate them within a short period of 1 month, 2 months, 4 months, 1 year, or a few years. So it is easier for us to reuse, cycle, and do it efficiently. Therefore, we now need to transition from using fossil resources to the bioresources. And bioresources can be generated, used, and regenerated. And by deploying appropriate technology, we'll be able to produce all the materials that the modern man requires. Biomaterials, bioenzymes, biofuels, and so on and so forth. Therefore, can we therefore now look at our oil sector? I will not say oil seed because oil seed is only one source. But then, as I was saying, the tree-borne oil seeds, the supplementary sources, all these things which have got even a small percentage of oil, if we are able to extract them by deploying sophisticated technology, then we will be able to achieve quality. Now, for the quality purpose, a few words. What is very important is the method of our blending. As you know, today, as per the policy framework, we allow a blending of 80:20. That means 2 different sources of oils can be blended in a ratio of 80:20. While FSSAI has been reporting that not more than 2% of the total oil available in the market is blended, in reality, we all know that the ratio is very high. That means there are violations of the policy and guidelines. Now, we must have a more rigorous system of controlling the blending system. In the absence of that, what we are seeing today is a blending of our very rich oilseed sources, whether from sunflower or from mustard or from soybean, with oil palm, which is imported hugely. And therefore, what is happening is it is disincentivizing the local production because we are blending it with the cheaply available palm oil. And the quality is actually not maintained. And the people who buy it think that it is a sunflower or a safflower or a rapeseed mustard, but actually they may be buying only the palm oil. So the blending regulations, packaging regulations, and the facilities for testing to ensure that the quality that has been displayed on the labels is actually being made available to our consumers is of extreme importance. So when in our national mission on the vegetable oils, whether it is for the palm oil or the seasonal oil seeds, our focus has to be not just on improving the productivity, which is of course very important, but equally important is the post-harvest management, where the secondary agriculture comes in. And that's where different business management principles have to be adopted. I talked to you about only processing, but this processing becomes feasible when we are able to aggregate the produce, when you are able to first deploy proper harvesting technologies. Harvesting methodologies themselves are such that they're resulting in huge loss of the agriculture produce. So what we now need is, given the fact that 86% of our farmers are small marginal, the average holding is coming down to less than 1 hectare now. The volume of produce is disaggregated. It is decentralized. So we need efficient methods to aggregate this decentralized, disaggregated production. And aggregation provides the first point of transaction. And that's how the supply chain gets built up. So we now need to promote farmer producers organization, commodity interest groups, contract farming, wherein these oil mills and others are involved, so that we are able to build supply chains which will result in a more efficient transfer of the agriculture produced from the decentralized production farms to the processing facilities. And as I was saying, that we also need contract farming, because price fluctuation is a very critical factor, particularly in case of edible oils. So if we have a contract system, then the farmers are able to transfer the price risks associated with the production to somebody else. So in the long run, we must be able to promote contract farming. And if this is to become feasible, we certainly need market reforms. Now, market reforms means that we are able to liberalize our trade. The farmers are able to transact their commodities from anywhere to anywhere, seamlessly between one market to another market, not confined to the boundaries of the APMCs. So going forward, ENAM and of course the central trade law which had withdrawn, a facility once again, if it is brought back, we'll be able to have proper seamless transaction of commodities across the country. I would therefore say that these physical markets, whether liberalized trade or contract farming, will also be needed to be supported by commodity exchanges. Commodity exchanges, yes, people still do not appreciate them. They are still thought of as speculative trade platforms. But I believe that if we are able to create greater awareness among the farmers, among the different stakeholders, and promote farmer producers organization, who will be better able to connect themselves with the commodity exchanges, will be able to hedge, will be able to have futures trading. So the risks that are associated with price fluctuations can be actually addressed to the advantage of the farmers. So we have to look at trade, integration of the markets across the country, such that we are able to build one nation, one market, and simultaneously, of course, all is backed by good infrastructure. Without proper infrastructure, that means storage and transportation system, given the fact that oilseeds are highly vulnerable to storage pests and the shelf life is very poor. So we need to rework on all these things, apart from at the R&D level to improve the matter. More important, whatever genetic potential that you have, as scientists, you have given us, we should be able to deploy the post-harvest management principles such that we are able to utilize better. So let me close by saying that we need secondary agriculture. Without secondary agriculture, farmers cannot have viability. We are not able to capture value for our country. When we keep on saying that the GDP, the share of agriculture in the nation's GDP has been declining, it was 63% in 1951, it has now come down to 18 to 19%, or even around even less than that. What we are meaning is that we are not capturing the whole value. If you take the processed value into account, it will go up to 30%. But that what is above that 18% is not being shared with the farmer. We want the farmers to get maximum value. Therefore, we need to now adopt secondary agriculture by right from low sophistication to high sophistication. That means from farm level or cottage level, village level industries to micro scale industries to small scale industries, medium scale industries, and high end industries, so that we are able to capture maximum value from both primary produce and co-produce. And that's how we'll be able to increase the share of agriculture in initial GVA, and simultaneously do all this with a focus on capturing greater value for the farmers. That means farmers' share in the consumer's rupee has to be much higher than what it is today. So the farmers share more than the other stakeholders, while other stakeholders also need to share. So this is where I would end up. There is a really lot that needs to be done. So if our aim under the oilseed mission is to first stage, minimize the imports. Today, it is, I told you, 14 to 15 million tons. Can we bring it down to 10 million tons over the next few years? If that is to be done, the only way forward is to capture every single source. To highlight what I'm trying to say, because I may not have been able to communicate clearly, by giving you a very interesting example that I read as a student, was a visit by some scientists to China in 1970s, where they mentioned how the Chinese focus on resource use efficiency. For example, they said that once the train locomotive that is carrying coal from the coal mine to the power plant passes by, the children in the school are asked, given 1 period break and told them to walk along the railway line, pick up every single piece of coal that may have fallen off the railway bogie, because they don't want to waste even that. And second, after the harvesting is done, the Chinese farmers, they leave their ducks and other kinds of poultry, birds, so that the grains that are splintered at the time of harvest are also utilized. I mean, these are examples to tell you, to highlight how we in India also need to ensure that we are able to capture every grain. And that capturing every grain need not be only physical as happened in China in the 1970s. Today in the technological world, we can deploy technology to capture maximum value. And that's the point I think this whole session should be focusing on. And I'm sure with people from different backgrounds, science, academics, industry, and civil service, civil society, you would be able to bring different thoughts together and make appropriate recommendations to the government, which is very keen on achieving self-sufficiency in the vegetable oil for our country, both for consumption, human consumption, as well as the industries, when industries require the non-edible oils. So thank you very much to all of you. And I'm very, very sorry that I was not able to make it. I really was looking forward to being there with you, but I would certainly look forward to the proceedings and the outcomes of this. And next visit of mine to Hyderabad, I will certainly visit you at the Indian Institute of Oil City site. Thank you very much, and good day to everybody.
Thank you very much, sir. That has been a wonderful presentation and a lot of insights into the kind of improvements that are required in the entire process and increasing the oil productivity. And you also touched upon the co-product processing and value addition there, and then talked about the market linkages. I mean, a whole lot of subjects have been covered and a lot of insights have been given. I think there's a lot of food for thinking. I think the scientists present and as well as the industry leaders who are present will be able to take some lead from what you have got to say, and that would lead to some kind of action on the field. Thank you very much, sir. We would be very happy if you could stay on and be part of this session and listen to other presentations that are there in this session.
Yeah, sure, I'll be there. I'll be there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
The next presentation will be by Dr. Ramakrishna. Now the floor is open to you, sir.
Can I have my presentation now? Yeah. Hardware practice. Forward. Next slide. A very good morning to all of you once again. That has been a very nice presentation from Dr. Dalwai, and that also made my life a lot easy, basically because many of the things that I wanted to bring about has been already said by Dr. Dalwai. Now, my focus of the presentation would be essentially me coming from the energy background. I am really looking at how bio oil as well as the biomass can go a long way in meeting our energy needs of the country. I would touch upon a few of the topics today. As rightly pointed out by Dr. Dalwai, it is time for us to really look into the bioeconomy opportunities that we have at this point of time. We know that in the last 2 decades, there has been a lot of discussion in this country about blending fuels like petrol and diesel with ethanol and biodiesel. And from 2003 onwards, so there have been a program, and we have been talking about blending biodiesel in diesel. And the initial program was started by the Planning Commission of India, and there was a lot of emphasis on Jatropha at that point of time in 2003. But for some reason, the biodiesel mission that was initiated by the Planning Commission did not take off. But again, in 2014, we started re-looking into our biofuel program, both into ethanol as well as biodiesel blending. As we all know that in 2014, I was invited incidentally by the central government to look into what's happening in this sector, and we had a target to achieve about 20% blending of ethanol in petrol and 20% biodiesel in diesel by 2017, as per the 2009 policy on biofuels. Unfortunately, in 2014, when we looked at it, our ethanol blending was somewhere at 1.4% as against the targeted 20% to be achieved by 2017. And the biodiesel blending had not started at all. So there were various different reasons for it. Looking into all those reasons and also keeping in mind some of the ground realities, in 2018 policy, which in fact I was the one who drafted the 2018 policy for Government of India. So we came up with a target of 5% blending of biodiesel by 2030, which requires about 5 million metric tons of biodiesel for achieving that 5% kind of blending. Now, when we talk about ethanol, we also had a target to achieve 10% blending by 2022 and 20% blending by 2030. But the kind of steps that we had taken, or the initiative that we already had for more than 2 or 3 decades in this country, we were able to achieve 10% blending at least 5 months ahead of the target. And the 20% blending has been advanced from 2030 to 2025 now. And in 2025, we require 10 million 10 billion liters of ethanol for achieving 20% blending. But we have a roadmap, and we are very confident that we will be generating something like 15 billion liters of ethanol. So which means that by 2025, we are not only talking about 20% blending, we would have started 100% ethanol sales with flexi engines being introduced by end of this year in the market, and also looking at converting ethanol into sustainable aviation fuel. So, we are doing quite well when it comes to ethanol, but when it comes to biodiesel, we have quite a few challenges. When we are talking about biodiesel, we require 5 million metric tons of, biodiesel for blending, and achieving the 5% target. And we are also looking at sustainable aviation fuel, which will replace ATF, or the aviation transport fuel. And we are really looking at, even to achieve about 25% of blending, we require about 2 million metric tons of it. Currently we are consuming about 7 to 8 million metric tons of ATF year after year. If you really look at, though we have been talking about Jatropha, we have been talking about current, we have been talking about NEEM and various other TBOs for converting them into biodiesel in this country. And the opportunities and potential is quite well known, but the industry is still very much dependent on the imported palm stearin and some small quantities of palm stearin that is locally available. In order to make sure that we reach that 5% target, we looked at what are all the other possibilities. Used cooking oil was one of the opportunities. As Dalwai was talking about, our total consumption having reached about 28 million metric tons, and only 11 million metric tons is being produced where, oil seeds are being, oil is being produced within the country, rest is being imported. But it is also a fact, something like 3 to 4 million metric tons of used cooking oil, it goes back into the market and, which is not really good for our health. So we decided that even UCO can be converted into biodiesel, and a new policy ecosystem has been created to identify what is UCO and to streamline the collection of the UCO. These are some low-hanging fruit. But then, and also we have some animal fat which is being exported out of the country, acid oil which comes as a byproduct from the edible oil industry. These are all can meet maybe 1-2 million metric tons of the requirement of the biodiesel, but still large quantities of biodiesel is only possible if we have a good feedstock program in this country. Well, if you really look at the demand for biodiesel, I have some numbers here for 5% blending, how much it is really required. And the interesting thing is, Dalwai was talking about underutilized capacities as far as the oil industry is concerned. It's same is true in biodiesel industry also. We have an installed capacity to produce about 1,300 million liters of biodiesel, but the capacity utilization probably is around 20 to 25%. And it used to be much lower. It was much lower than 10% until we started the real blending program. With the blending program, the capacity utilization has slightly gone up, but still we have not reached the 100% utilization of this. But when it comes to your demand, there is a big gap when you look at the demand and supply. So after we started the blending program in 2015, we just started it in about 4 or 5 cities from about 15-20 outlets. And, this is how you see the progress, the biodiesel procurement from oil marketing companies have gone up considerably. And during the COVID times, it dropped more than the COVID. I would say that the palm stearin availability, was, the prices went up in the international market, and people could not buy it at that price and supply, convert that into biodiesel here. It went down in 2021, 22. But again, it is picking up. The numbers that you see here in 22-23 is until November last year. But I believe this year we are going to cross the kind of numbers that we reached in 29-20. But still, we're talking about something like 1.1 to 0.2% blending is what is being achieved at this point of time, which is quite low compared to the 5% target that we have. Well, to talk about the feedstock available locally, there is some, I did mention about TBOs earlier. There's going to be detailed presentation going to be made by Diwakar Rao later in the afternoon today on the TBOs and other candidate crops for biodiesel. But, India is, luckily for us, we have so many different types of naturally occurring TBOs. Not all of them may be commercially viable for converting them into biodiesel, but we have a lot of candidate crops such as Fungamia, neem, mahua, jatropha. Some of them, Simaruba, which is an introduced species here, Calophyllum, Inophyllum, Veteria indica. So many different species. The NBRI in Lucknow has done a very detailed study of these TBOs and where they they occur, and most of these species occur, some of them occur all over the country, and some of them are very geography specific. But there is an opportunity for us to reintroduce or promote these species. These are all growing naturally, and except probably one or two of them is not really being cultivated by involving the farming community. There is a need for doing that. And of course, we have quite a bit of land on which it can be done. One is on the wasteland where these tree species can be planted, and it can survive and thrive. And also it can be integrated with our agricultural practices in the form of agroforestry. Now, there are few other feedstocks that are available, like, you have fish oil, animal tallow, etc. We also talk about algae, but we have not made much of a progress at the global level, as far as algae is concerned for our biodiesel program. And of course, there are other crops which can be looked into. I don't want to focus more on those candidate crops, but but coming to TBOs, we have quite a few challenges. One is it has a very long gestation period, takes about 8 to 10 years for it to establish, and it takes another 5-6 years before it starts yielding economically, with the possible exception of a jatropha, which may take about 4 to 5 years. And I don't really want to classify jatropha as a tree. It is still a bush. So there are some issues with each of these species. And then to get a farmer to grow a TBO is a big challenge, because, he cannot wait for more than 4 or 5 months for some income to come. So TBOs, it takes a very long time. And then, of course, harvesting and collection, they're all labor intensive, cost intensive. And again, we have not created the right kind of supply chain for collection of these seeds. Traditional supply chains are there. Say, for example, in Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, in Tamil Nadu, we have a good system of collecting Pongamia, currant seed, and that is being processed, and quite a few oil industries are there. And most of the oil that comes, it goes for leather tanning or for making, paint and varnish, for that industry as the base oil. But then there is hardly anything that is available for the biodiesel program. So there are quite a few issues with regard to TBO. So that really brings us to the potential that we have with short gestation oilseed crops. I mean, there are so many crops. I mean, if you really look at it in Europe or in Canada, their biodiesel program is being based on short gestation oilseed crops, which are being grown by the farming community in those countries. And they have quite a successful program, though they have not been able to go beyond 5 or 10% blending so far. I mean, these are the crops that we are talking about, where we could easily involve the farming community, and where, we are talking about yields of 3 to 4 months or maximum of 5 months. And the farmer can start looking at, additional income. And if correct me if I am wrong, the traditional agricultural practices in this country, especially under the rain-fed condition, we used to grow the food grains during the monsoon, and post-monsoon crop used to be either, these, crops that would give us proteins or oil. I mean, that practice has been given up in this country, because we are all looking at kind of cash-rich crops. And even the debate on something like, the productivity per hectare, etc., has also made the farmers to move away from growing protein-rich crops as well as the oilseed crops. I think there is a opportunity for us to reintroduce some of these crops. And there are certain candidate crops, and I don't think for this August audience, I need not have to talk about the capabilities of each of these candidate crops. Castor, on which ICVO has been focusing and doing a lot of work, could be a very potential crop for our biodiesel program. And then, we have Kenaf, which grows in, or Pundi, which grows in Andhra and parts of Karnataka, which is an excellent nutritional substitute, as well as the oil seed can, the seed can be collected and oil can be extracted, and which can be used for biodiesel program. So there are a lot of other candidate crops that I have mentioned here. There could be many more. That is something that we really need to look into as we move forward. And, one is, short gestation crops. This can be intercropped with other food crops, and it can also be intercropped with TBO plantations. And, we have to also look at different geoclimatic zone and which kind of this crop can perform well in each of these geoclimatic conditions. And there are a lot of such suggestions which are there for us to look at short gestation crops. My focus of my presentation is slightly different. Rather than looking at the potential crops, I am also looking at, in addition to oil seeds, what else can we do when we really push this kind of crops, and what other kind of value additions that we can do. Well, so this is where the next two slides, I would really like to focus on the lot of possibilities. See, when we are really looking at various types of non-edible oil, whether it is ICVO or short gestation oilseed crop, the moment you start removing the seed, you have the shell, which can has a lot of energy value in it, which can go for briquetting, etc. And once you extract the oil, you have the de-oiled cake. There was a mention of the de-oiled cake by Dalwai also. And this cake, one is they very highly nutrient manure they are. This is something that can go back to the soil. In our traditional agricultural practices, we continue to use a whole lot of different types of de-oiled cakes for enriching our soil. And another very important aspect is when we are talking about energy, especially we have a very big biogas program also. In fact, the biogas program is so old in this country. It was started about, the first biogas plant in the world was set up 130 years ago in Mumbai with cow dung as the feedstock. Now we have technologies where you could use very different types of feedstock, not just the cow dung or animal dung, but we can also use agricultural residues, municipal solid waste, sewage water, a lot of industrial waste, like, you have press mud, spent wash. Many such things can be used for regeneration of compressed biogas, and then which can be upgraded to compressed biogas. Now we have created an ecosystem where this is also can be used in our vehicles, apart from using the biogas for heating or electricity needs. So there is a program called Satat, under which we are really looking at setting up something like 5,000 commercial plants and producing about 15 million metric tons of compressed biogas, which would replace something like 35% of the total gaseous fuel coming from fossil fuels going to be replaced. And this we are looking at achieving it by 2025-26. And we already have about 40 plants which have been commissioned. Another 100 plants will be commissioned before end of this year. One important aspect is on all these biogas plants, if you are able to add about 10% of this de-oiled cake, the production of gas goes up by 1.4 to 1.6 times. I mean, because, they are so rich in nutrients, the biogas production also considerably goes up. And a lot of experiments have been done in University of Agricultural Science in Bangalore, as well as in Dharwad on this. Another important aspect, whether you are talking about any kind of non-edible oil, all these oils, in addition to the energy value that it has, it also has certain pesticidal properties. So, for example, Karanj has a compound called Karanjin. We have Dr. Prasad, who has done considerable amount of work, especially on the Karanj oil. We have azadirachtin from neem. You have jetrofin from Jatropha. All of them have wonderful biopesticidal properties. In fact, I am a farmer. On my farm, I have been using azadirachtin as the biopesticide to control the various kinds of pests that I get on my farm. These are some of the opportunities that we have completely missed out. If you really go into the internet and see, there are products based on some of these biopesticides, but then, they have not even touched 0.1% of the potential that is there when it comes to these biopesticides. And Dalwai also mentioned about the biomass. When we talk about oilseed crops, we are only looking at removing the seed and extracting the oil, but the entire biomass is being burnt. He did talk about something like 600 million metric tons of biomass that is available in this country. In fact, I did a study for Department of Science and Technology. I was the chairman of the steering committee. We only took about 11 crops in the country. From the 11 crops, the total biomass that we generate is in the order of 1.1 billion metric tons. And out of that, some of this biomass is being consumed, but what is being burnt or left on the farmer field without any value addition is in the range of 180 to 190 million metric tons. I'm only talking about 10 or 11 crops. But you just imagine the kind of diversity of crop that we have in this country and the kind of biomass that is being wasted. So the numbers have been given by Dalwai, and each of these biomass, if you do the characterization of the biomass, most of this biomass is lignocellulosic in nature. You have lignin, you have cellulose and hemicellulose. Today we have the technology to convert all the cellulose and hemicellulose into ethanol, into other biomaterials. Once you have ethanol, convert that into ethylene, then you can make hundreds of different types of biochemicals and biomaterials. And we have very mature technologies at this point of time. And even in India, we have already commercialized some of these technologies. On 10th of August, Prime Minister inaugurated the dedicated a plant in Panipat, which is being set up by Indian Oil Corporation, where they are going to use the paddy straw to convert that into ethanol. I think in matter of a week or two, the ethanol is going to flow out of this particular plant. And it has been demonstrated at a scale where they will be processing something like 300 to 400 tons of this paddy straw every day and get about 100,000 liters of ethanol every day, and lignin as the byproduct. So once you have ethanol, it can be used for blending it with petrol, can be converted into any other chemicals and into biomaterials, and we have those kind of technologies today and demonstrated at the scales. And lignin, currently, the lignin is being used for its heat value to generate steam or electricity, and it is being used in the same processing industry where the lignin gets generated. But then today we also have technologies which have been developed within the country to convert lignin into lignin sulfonate, which is again an important input for the cement industry. And we have biobitumen, and we might have heard Gadkari ji talking about biobitumen coming from different types of biomass, and which has a much higher value compared to the bitumen that comes from the fossil resources. So there are such opportunities, and when we talk about the biomass, the entire biomass that we generate when we grow the oilseed crops can be utilized, and that fetches more money than the oilseed itself as far as the farming community is concerned. So here is an opportunity that we have to really look into. And then, of course, when this biomass, in addition to being used to produce ethanol, this can also go for biodigestion. You have today fermenters, as I mentioned to you about the Satat program. We already, most of these plants are coming up either with MSW or with biomass, which is being aggregated from the farmer's field. And of course, we also have a lot of plants which are going to be coming up based on pressed mud and things like that. Now, in this, all sorts of biomass which can go for fermentation, and apart from the gas, you also get one important byproduct, which is a biodigestate, and which is an excellent biostimulant, which has to really go back to the soil. When we talk about biodigestate, people normally come back from the fertilizer industry, they come back and say, wow, what is your NPK value? We should not really be looking at NPK value. I mean, there is hardly any nitrogen that is really present in the biodigestate. What is important is the organic carbon. I mean, today we know that for sustainable agriculture, it is very important that our carbon content in the soil goes up. And also, this will be an excellent mitigative activity as far as sequestering the carbon is concerned. So biocarbon, organic carbon is something that comes when you process different types of residues, agricultural residues, and that is which can go back as organic carbon into the soil, or it can go back as biostimulant, or what you call as fermented organic manure, etc. The other important aspect is, we also have the technology to convert any kind of biomass into bio oil. Once you have the bio oil, it can be co-processed with the petroleum crude. A lot of work has been done in this area already by Reliance in Gujarat, and they are already looking at setting up biomass collection centers and converting that into bio oil in different parts of the country, and take all this oil to their refinery and co-process it with petroleum crude. Then what happens is certain percentage of the petrol or diesel that comes out of these refineries will also have a certain green component. This is already happening in Europe, and it is time that we look at these possibilities in India. And it is also possible for us to have, once you have the oil, you can also have standalone distillation columns and produce green diesel, green petrol, and sustainable aviation fuel, etc. Now, continuing with this residue management, see, I did talk about two technologies where we were talking about lignocellulosic conversion. We were talking about fermentation or the biogas process. The other important conversion technology is the gasification. When you take the biomass through the gasification process, you get syngas and biochar as as a byproduct. You know that earlier stages, we were using syngas for heat and generation of electricity. Today we have the technology where you can even ferment these gases and convert that into ethanol. In fact, world's first fermenter, the gas fermentation technology in a refinery is being set up again in Panipat. All the tail end gas, the carbon monoxide, the carbon dioxide, and hydrogen that comes out of that plant is being captured and being converted into ethanol through a fermentation process. So any biomass converted into syngas can also go through the fermentation process, and you can convert that into ethanol. And once you have ethanol, I told you, multiple products can be made out of that. And then syngas can be converted into ethanol, methanol, or sustainable aviation fuel by a thermochemical process or a Fischer-Tropsch process. And we have well-developed technologies for all of them. And syngas to drop-in fuels, it is possible. Shell has already a demonstration in Bangalore. Give them any kind of waste, including biomass. They will, convert that into syngas, and then it is converted into petrol, diesel, sustainable aviation fuel, kerosene. You name it, they will do it. This is a drop-in fuel. And now the other important work is, I took Gadkari ji just the other day to Indian Institute of Sciences in Bangalore on the 5th of December, where we were looking at biomass route for hydrogen. And, for every ton of biomass, you get about 100 kgs of hydrogen. People may ask me, there is so much of hydrogen is not present in biomass. But the process includes, steam gasification. It is called oxysteam gasification, which has been developed in IISc. So it not only removes the hydrogen from the biomass, but also takes the hydrogen from the steam. And for every ton of biomass, you get 100 kgs of hydrogen. And believe me, the world is talking about producing green hydrogen, which is through electrolysis of water. That is going to cost you nothing less than 400 to 450 rupees per kg of hydrogen. Whereas through biomass, it is easily possible for us to produce, 100 at about 125 to 150 rupees a kilo. So this is possible. And in fact, we are working now to really see how this can be scaled up and things like that. Of course, the biochar is something, again, it's organic carbon, which in terms of sequestration, it can go back to the soil. Organic carbon can be used as a biostimulant. And then, yesterday itself, I was having interactions with CIAB in Chandigarh, where with biochar, they have really developed the nanocarbon. They also have developed products which can go into the cement industry. So further biochar valorization to increase the value of this product is possible. And of course, one thing that we already know is any kind of biomass can be converted into pellets or briquette, which can be used as fuel and which can be used through any of the process that I really talked about. And biomass is already being used as a coal substitute. NTPC have been told that 10% of the coal has to be replaced with biomass-based briquettes. Keeping in mind some of the biomass which is being burnt. So there are a whole lot of such opportunities which we really need to look into when it comes to the biomass. So when we are talking about various different types of oil seeds, it is very important that we not only produce the oil seed, but we look at the multiple value addition possibilities with the oil seed, as well as with the biomass that we generate when we grow this oil seed. So people keep on asking me, do we have enough land? You are all fully aware we have 360 million hectares of total land, out of which 50% is arable. But if you really look at how the arable land is being consumed, there's quite a bit of agricultural land which is underutilized. Once again, we are talking about capacity underutilizing in the processing industry, but it is true with our agricultural land also. There is quite a bit of land that is available. There is a way of involving the farming community to see that such crops which is going to really not only address our food security, but also help us achieve the kind of energy security that is really required, and help us move towards the kind of bioeconomy that Dalwai was really talking about. One important aspect here is the role of the community. It is very important that the community is involved in all such kind of activity. That brings me back to the last slide that I have. One is, there is so much of discussion that's been going on for more than 2-3 decades on the potential of TBO, short gestation oilseed crops. We have to do some kind of a mapping of these kind of potential crops for different geoclimatic zones. There is also a need for development of protocols for quality seed or planting material development, agronomic packages. He was also talking a lot about post-harvesting technologies, storage and things like that. These are some of the areas where we need to develop right kind of protocols. Gene banks have to be developed. A lot of research is required towards commercialization of these possibilities, and with also regard to the community participation. And I believe that the community that has been participating in these 5-day deliberations here have the necessary technology wherewithal to take this kind of a program. I think it is important at this point of time as to how we can really dovetail our program with the existing programs and really see that multiple national objectives are fulfilled, and how the we create a kind of a win-win situation for all the stakeholders possible, starting from the farmer to the ultimate end user of various product. So I think this will go a long way in mitigating the environmental challenges that we have, a long way in achieving the energy security that very badly this country needs, and also the economic prosperity, especially in the village areas. I am here today, tomorrow for any kind of interaction, and I would be very glad to be associated with the community here. Thank you very much for having given me an opportunity to come and share some of my views, and also asking me to share this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramakrishna, for really providing your views on both the alternate sources of oils and also on the utilization of the cake. See, as all of us know, Dr. Ramakrishna for last 2 decades is really dreaming for the propagation of particularly the biofuel program in the country. He has a lot of passion, and I was also associating with him for last 2 decades. See, basically, particularly in tree-borne oil seeds, I totally agree with him. Even though we are talking for last 50 years about the tree-borne oils, I think we did not do much. See, I remember when I was young, there were 2 people, Dr. N.V. Bringi and J.J. Khane, particularly N.V. Bringi from Unilever. So he has written a wonderful book on tree-borne oils. It was something like he covered around 60-70 oilseed crops. It was a wonderful book in 80s. Even J.J. Khane also did a lot of work. And after that, even Government of India started Novo Board for propagation of these tree-borne oils, but nothing really much happened. Even in our group, I think during 2012, I think 15, 2012, 13, 14, in those days, we collected around 200 less known and unknown seeds from different parts of the country. It was a CSIR collaborative program. And we found some 20, 30 very good seeds, which has a good oil content and also good fatty acid composition. I think this is the one area I think we should not really neglect, and perhaps whatever Dr. Ashok Dalwai was mentioning in his lecture, I think we need to have a big consortium among ICR institutes, CSR institutes, and state universities, particularly to really look for different types of alternate sources of, in addition to our 9 or 10 oilseed crops. I think now it's time for us to really look for alternate sources. I think perhaps I strongly feel that at the end of this conference, I think we should come out with a strong recommendation to the country to start a very big national mission on this particular aspect. I think with these few words, once again, I thank Dr. Ramakrishna for his wonderful presentation. I think we have two wonderful talks, the keynote lectures now. So now I think I hand over to once again. Thank you.
So we thank both the speakers. It was an excellent review and a forethought for each one of us. Now let's break already. We are running 45 to 50 minutes late. So let us break for the tea as per the wish of the organizers. Let us assemble back within 15 minutes.
Number 9. Smith ICVO. No, this one. You just open, na?
This one or not?
You just open.
First, I just want to copy and then open.
Number 9.
ES09, right?
Number 9. This is another take print. This one.
ये आपका है? हाँ ये मेरा है.
Welcome back to all of you. We are already running late. The first speaker in this session is Dr. Ranjan Ray, who's the director of the CSR Indian Institute of Petroleum in Dehradun. Has been a great friend of mine. We have been working together on the biofuels program. They have developed quite a few different technologies back in CSIR IAP. One of the most important thing is the conversion of these oils into sustainable aviation fuel, which is a very unique and very prestigious program at IAP. So we have Dr. Anjan Ray online. We would have loved to have him physically present, but we understand that he has other engagements back there. Dr. Ray, are you with us?
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Oh, yes, we can hear you and we can see you also. Very nice to have you, Dr. Ray. Without wasting any more time, we would like to hear from you. As you are aware, we are already running late and we would appreciate if you could stick to the time. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity and my apologies for not being there in person. I did very much enjoy the two opening plenary talks by Dr. Dalwai and Mr. Ramakrishna. And building on those, let me talk about how one would actually take these oils in India to scale. It is among our top 10 imports, edible oils particularly. And as you heard from Mr. Ramakrishna, Pangamia oil, which could be used for biofuels, goes off for coatings. So basically, the oil market is not segmented from a user standpoint as, this oil goes for biofuel or this oil goes for food. It is whichever oil gives you the best value for the user in a given application. So there is a clear need to make it more attractive to farmers. And the only way we're going to do that is by doing what both Dr. Dalwai and Mr. Ramakrishna said, is by adding value to the seed cake, to the pruning and cutting biomass, and to other residues that come from the oil supply chain. Now, we import somewhere in the region of 12 to 15 lakh tons of oil. Last year, we imported about 12 billion tons. In the first part of this year, our oil imports are up by 34% by value. Also because the prices are extremely volatile. I have personally been involved in the oleochemicals industry since about 1992. And I've seen times when palm oil prices were glutted down to $200 a ton, and when they've been pushed up close to $2,000 a ton. That's the kind of swing you get in the global oil trade. The point is, though, that we can do a lot more with these oils, and therefore even waste oils like used cooking oil are of great value if we know how to harness them. We can convert them to a large number of products, and many of these products today come otherwise from fossil fuels. Therefore, we have an opportunity to decarbonize as well as make our products more sustainable if we know how to utilize input lipids properly. Obviously, given a choice, if I have an edible lipid, it should go for edible. But if it is non-edible, it should not go for edible. A classic example is cottonseed oil, where depending on the variety, there are limits on how edible it ought to be because it contains certain contaminants. There's a component called gossipol, which is known to induce both male and female sterility. And there are certain peculiar acids called sterculic and malvallic acid, which are present in cottonseed oil that have digestive and liver issues. But in India, it's considered an edible oil. And again, that is only because we've been desperately short of edible oils. But the use of cottonseed oil in biofuels or other applications as shown here would actually be more valuable from a country standpoint. The main uses that we can envisage of all these, I will focus on just three. I'll spend time on fuels, surfactants, and lubricants today. But if you get me started on everything we can do with a oil-bearing plant, we could be here for several hours, and I don't think you want that. So in fuels, I'll take two models. Typically, we have always thought of fuels as something where economy of scale drives an outcome. I'm pleased to say that through the work done at IIP, and I believe my colleagues, Dr. Neeraj Atre and Dr. Anil Sinha, are maybe out there in person, through that effort, today we are able to make biodiesel with unskilled or semi-skilled labor competitively, without subsidy, at 1 barrel a day, 150 liters a day, anywhere in the country. Now, in the Char Dham Yatra this year, we were able to collect and process 4,000 liters. It's a very simple process. You take the oil, you take the methanol and the catalyst, and you add a proprietary solvent. You give it a slight shake. You go away, you come back after 2 hours, and you will find your biodiesel and your glycerine layer have separated. It cannot be simpler. It's the only kind of process in the world, and the only commercially room temperature process that has ever made it to industry. The first plant was put up by our long-term partners, Chhattisgarh Biofuel Development Authority in Raipur last year. 2021, in fact. So it's been on for quite some time. We're expecting to do 4 or 5 more units this year. And we think we can do 50,000 units across India by 2030. That's less than 10% of India's villages, each with one of these biodiesel plants. Why are villages more attractive? Because the farmer has to drive to the nearest petrol pump and drive back. And maybe he will spend 3-4 liters of diesel in going and coming, plus precious time. So most farmers we've talked to are very, very enthusiastic about a model like this, where they can make their own biodiesel and use it in their tractors or their water pumps. On the centralized side, as you heard Mr. Ramakrishna kindly mention, we are working on this project to make a 20,000 liter per day plant for aviation biofuel. We are continuing to fly Air Force planes with biofuel made at IIP on a regular basis. The first flight took place nearly over 4 years ago now. And the plant will be coming at Mangalore Refinery. It has been officially announced. And the engineering partner for the project is Engineers India Limited. Again, the feedstock supply chain is a key success factor. So anyone who is interested, please talk to me. We can actually help generate demand at a ton or 5 tons or 10 tons per day for any location. And we believe that these kinds of projects are what will help the lipid economy in the country scale up. The second possible application that I'm just going to briefly mention, I think others will talk about it in greater length, is surfactants. Actually, oil-based surfactants have been around for a long time, particularly castor oil-based surfactants. Even as far back as the 1970s, when I was still in college, we used to use something called turkey red oil to clean the textile fabrics before they were dyed. And turkey red oil is nothing but castor oil with a good deal of sulfonation and then some washing and cleaning. But today we have much more sophisticated surfactants. The family of methyl ester sulfonates was pioneered by companies like Henkel and Procter & Gamble at least 2 decades ago. And today we can make it very simply. We can make it even in our own lab with used cooking oil, and we can make it by 2-3 different methods, not only the traditional, very hazardous chlorosulfonic acid kind of method. These are some recent publications in the area, and we'd again be very happy to provide some of these surfactants for anybody who wishes to try them in industrial applications for either detergency or foam generation or hard surface cleaning and so on. Another interesting area is aromatic bulk chemicals. India is a significant importer of some of these, not benzene, but certainly toluene and xylene. And we have been able to take both used cooking oil or other triglycerides and convert them to these aromatics through a catalytic process using these in-house catalysts based on the ZSM5 platform with certain metal modifications. And similarly, there's also a lot of glycerin coming out. We're also able to convert the glycerin to aromatics, to benzene, toluene, and xylene. We're now able to convert it fully. That means there is no molecule of glycerin left in the feed to produce a high concentration of alkyl aromatics. The third and most important category of chemicals other than fuels is lubricants. Why lubricants is very important is lubricants is the first line of defense against climate change. Why is that? Because every human endeavor today needs a machine. Every machine takes in energy and produces work, and no machine is able to convert 100% energy to work. Therefore, every machine is wasting some energy. The measure of that waste or the management of that energy wastage is done by the lubricant inside the machine when the machine has moving parts. So every lubricant can actually help improve India's position on climate change. Biolubricant esters are particularly useful because they are biodegradable compared to traditional mineral oil or fossil fuel based lubricants. And most of them in conventional tests, this is work done in our lab by Dr. Nagendramma, is able to achieve the required degradation within a 8 to 10 days time scale. Some go a little bit longer. As you can see, they work better than the mineral oils in general. So you get a lower coefficient of friction, you get lower wear scars. And this I've just taken normal Pangamia oil and esterified it. But when we get to more sophisticated lubricants, including these very novel lubricants that have been pioneered from our lab, they are kind of first in the world structures. By putting cyclic structures in the lubricants, taking our cue from natural lubricants like cottonseed oil, which have these simple triangular structures, we are able to see that not only do they give you very good life cycle analysis footprints, but they're good biodegradable lubricants. In fact, when I start comparing the biodegradable lubricant triangle ester called Sterculia, found abundantly in Telangana and Andhra and North Karnataka, with Karanj ester, which is what was referred to by Mr. Ramakrishna, you see that this is actually again somewhat better than Karanj ester. Karanj ester was already better than mineral ester. Now further, we take other natural oils and we convert them to lubricants through simple epoxidation and thioration. So we put an oxygen or a sulfur into a 3-membered ring, and the results get even better. So compared to my linear ester, which is derived from the oil directly, to my epoxidized, to my thyrane, the wear performance becomes better and better. So your machinery life improves and your machinery performance improves and your energy efficiency improves, all through value addition to natural lipids. But the problem is, as already mentioned by Dr. Dalwai and by Mr. Ramakrishna, that lipids are an underutilized carbon stock opportunity in India. There is so much land around which we could grow lipids on if I can incentivize farmers to grow that lipid. Because the land's already there, nothing's being done with it. But how do we incentivize them? The main thing is that existing cash crops actually have a big gap between what the farmer earns and what is sold in the market. And even though there is a good market for castor and cottonseed, these are not finding their way into the biofuel value chain. On tree-borne oils, we don't have a national map of these species. So although a lot of work has indeed been done, less than 15% of what's out there is being collected. And that's Solvent Extractor Association of India estimates. So both collection and a fair price mechanism for everybody in the value chain is required. We might want to consider models like we see in the Chhattisgarh Minor Forest Producers Cooperative, who have done very well to create transparent collection systems. But I feel the best opportunity will still be short gestation crops, which were mentioned by others. There are some that are exotic, like Camelina sativa and Brassica carinata. But also there is Niger, which is already grown in Dindori district of Madhya Pradesh and is being exported from India. It's hardly used in India, but it's exported at fairly high value and traded by large players in the world for bird seed applications. That would be perfectly good for biodiesel. Another technical point, that some of these short gestation crops are technically edible, but we might want to classify them as non-edible oils so that they're available from a regulatory standpoint, just as bamboo was classified as grass, so that it can be utilized as a biomass. Looking at those 400-odd tree-borne oils beyond Jatropha, a particularly interesting one is the work done at Indian Institute of Himalayan Bioresource Technology, my sister lab at Palampur. And this plant, Sapium saviferum, also called Chinese tallow, is substantially available in Himachal Pradesh. It is, again, technically an invasive species, but it would be fairly easy to harvest and build collection systems. And not only does it give you oil, it also gives you quite a valuable wax. And if I look at the economics of this plant, this work again done at IHBT, per hectare, if we incentivize the plantation, the farmer can have a net income of 125,000 per hectare. So particularly for Dr. Dalwa, if he's still here, because of his work on rain-fed crops, rain-fed oil seeds, this is a crop which requires much more attention. And we should not make it a one-size-fits-all, the mistake we made with Jatropha. There are particular agroclimatic zones where it works well, and it should be incentivized there. In 5 to 6 years, which is the period for which you need to cushion the farmer, it starts producing, and then it will generate income for the farmer and for his descendants for the next 3 to 4 generations. Similarly, for rotation crops, we are doing this ourselves with help from Punjab Agricultural University, Chandigarh, and from other partners like CSIR NBRI and SC Guria IMT Institute, Kashipur, where we have ourselves started planting Brassica carinata, or Ethiopian mustard. And you can see how quickly it has started to grow. It's a 4-month crop. We believe that it can be very easily converted to biodiesel or biojet. And it is this kind of thinking where we treat land as a resource, we enable people to work at distributed scales, and then we create collection and aggregation mechanisms to turn them into biofuels for institutional supplies. I believe that is the way we will go someplace. This will also allow us to provide enough feed into the supply chains for high value applications. And it will also allow us to collect enough of the byproducts, whether it is seed cake or whether it is trimming residues, so that the farm income goes up and people can start planting these freely without having to look for subsidies. So in broad summary, we think that there is a lot we can do to increase oilseeds production in India. The issue is not the technology, it's not even the agronomics, but you need to create an institutional structure so that farmers see steady demand and are incentivized to plant this crop season after season, year after year, or to maintain the tree-borne oil trees over the long term. You need to also work on the demand side, create these supply chains, and do enough farm to fuel seamless integrations. We have an app out there called Kisan Sabha, our own app, which we are now, we have 8 lakh farmers on it, and we're hoping to use that app for this application. This is a CSIR app, which is managed by CSIR, National Institute of Science, Communication, and Policy Research in Delhi. In the meanwhile, unutilized oils, particularly rubber, tobacco, mahua, which are already there. And Bundelkhand alone used to have 100,000 tons of mahua oil collection in the heydays of Vanaspati hydrogenated fats. Today, that supply chain has almost died because those fats are considered bad cholesterol. But certainly, various value addition efforts can be dovetailed with these supply chains, and they will not only bring farm income, but they will accelerate India's decarbonization efforts. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Sir, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation and also presenting various opportunities for different types of non-edible oils. So we hope that you are going to stay back and listen to other speakers. We'll move over to the next speaker.
The second presentation is also of online mode. So in fact, it is a recorded mode by Dr. Selin Sahin from Istanbul University, Sarapsa, Turkey. Basically, she is a chemical engineer and technologist, and now presently holding the whole post of a professor in the Faculty of Engineering. Now over to Dr. Selin.
Hello to everyone. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to speak in this conference. It's a great honor to speak here in front of you. My name is Selin. I work as a professor in Chemical Engineering Department of Istanbul University Cerrahpaşa. And the title of my speech is Valorization of a Biomass, Phytochemicals in Oilseed Byproducts. And I've divided my talk into these 8 sections. I'll start with the background of the study, and finally, I'll have some concluding remarks. First, I want to introduce my city to you. Istanbul is a fascinating city built onto continents divided by the Bosphorus Strait. And it's one of the greatest cities in the world, where you can see a modern Western city combined with a traditional Eastern city. And on the other hand, Istanbul University is the oldest university in Turkey, and it was founded in 1453. And this is my engineering faculty, and this is my research team, including my PhD and Master of Science students and research assistant. And we have a Instagram account as Not Biochem, and we share our studies here, our experimental works. If you are interested, please follow us. And comprehensive information on valorization of agri-food waste with focus laid on bioactive compounds and bioactivity, insights on the present status and future challenges of sustainably utilizing agri-food waste byproducts for value addition will be highlighted. And first, I want to take your attention to, phytochemicals, because there's an explosion of scientific research in the healing power of plants owing to their high added value ingredients. And recycling of plant waste and residues has been an emerging trend owing to the exhaustion of natural resources and raw materials. And from the economic, social, and ecological aspect, conversion of bio-waste to high added value compounds has been getting great attention recently, and valorization of waste byproducts might also be considered from the concept of zero waste economy, where waste is converted into new valuable products and find applications in new areas by also serving great potential in energy savings. And this approach is compatible with European Commission's Horizons programs on circular economy and United Nations aims for sustainable development to reduce food waste. And speaking of agri-food waste, these are the most abundant, fruits and vegetables are the most abundant agri-food waste, and industrial processes such as oil, which is very important now, juice, wine, or sugar production greatly contributed to this amount. The amount of residue with potential utilization after processing has been estimated in millions of tons every year. The common starting materials for those products have been olive and vegetable wastes, fruit pulses, peels, but increasingly seeds have gained popularity in this area. And the seeds of oil crops, particularly those containing high percentage of polyunsaturated fatty acids, and are thought to be predominantly rich in antioxidants. And this includes not only lipophilic antioxidant in the oil, but also polar antioxidant in other seed compartments, which major part consists of phenolic structures. And let's look at waste management strategies. Even though the residue of oilseed crops are extremely significant due to their very valuable ingredients, the concerned biowaste is generally consumed as animal feed or fertilizer in their production areas. Now, I want to take your attention to valorization methods, particularly extraction, and other methods such as chemical conversion, biological conversion, and synthesis are also valorization methods for these waste byproducts. And here you see the summary of valorization of the oilseed byproduct from waste to health. from waste such as seed, cake, wastewater to healthy products. Oilseed processing byproducts comprise approximately 35 million of ton seeds for oil in European Union. And therefore, this remarkable amount of residue should be considered as a resource from waste to health. The purpose of the present research is to introduce the type of oilseed byproducts and their high added value phytochemicals. The high added value substance in this waste products might be employed as anti-aging or free radical scavenging pharmaceutical products or dietary supplements. And recently, utilization of natural additives have been very popular, such as phytochemicals, including carotenoids, tocopherols, phenolic compounds, and as well as for extending the shelf life of fat-containing food products due to the oxidation problems. And furthermore, these enriched products with antioxidants might be accepted as functional foods, since their quality and nutritional value are increased. And let's remember the definition of the phytochemicals. They are compounds of plant origin consisting of polyphenols, apart from macronutrients. They are not macronutrients such as carbohydrates, fats, proteins, or vitamins or minerals. They are consist of phenolic compounds, terpenoid compounds, alkaloid compounds, and other nitrogen-containing substances. And they have beneficial effects to our health, and they're also valuable to plant itself because they give color and flavor to plants, as well as providing natural protection against disease. And due to their physiological and morphological properties, they are seen as an alternative to synthetic antioxidants. And we shouldn't forget that they are known as non-nutrients. Again, I'm emphasizing this. They are chemicals in plant kingdom without having a nutrition category while having health benefits. And oilseed sources such as castor, rapeseed, mustard, olives, sesame, sunflower, flaxseed, soybean, palm, and evening primrose have been investigated here today. I don't want to list the contents in a long way because our time is limited. So this notation indicates biologically active substances of oilseed crops and their oils, particularly phytochemical and fatty acid content. And regarding the valorization of waste byproducts, I wanted to remind you that we can investigate it in two ways. One is obtained during the harvesting time, such as flores, leaves, and some roots. And the other part is taken in after processing, such as pressed cake or olive meal wastewater. And let's start with castor. Castor is generally grown in India, Africa, and southeastern Mediterranean countries. And its residual leaf is rich in terpenes, flavonoids, phenolics, and alkaloids. Evening primrose is generally consumed for its nutraceutical inclusions with its diverse medical effects, and generally grown in USA and China. And the waste of this oil processing rich in various phytoconstituents and antioxidant and antimicrobial activities of the cake extracts were also confirmed by several analyses. Flaxseed, which is also known as linseed, generally grown in Canada, USA, China, India, and Argentina for its fibers and phenolic and flavonoid contents with antioxidant properties. The waste of this seed is rich in carotenoids, and also the cake extract was recommended as additives for some food and cosmetic formulation. Mustard, which is grown in generally Canada, Nepal, Russia, Asian, North African, European, and North American countries. Even though its oil is rich in biological active compounds, its leaf has so many bioactive substances with free radical scavenging activity. And olive, one of the most consumed vegetable oilseed crops due to its high amount of phenolic compounds and tocopherols. And they are generally supplied by Mediterranean countries such as Spain, Italy, Turkey, Greece, and Tunisia. And its byproducts are diverse with high added value substances. And one is leaf, very popular, with a great variety of phenolic compounds, having so many health beneficial effects due to its major compound, oleuropein. And its cake has a great variety of biologically active hydrophilic ingredients, such as oleuropein, hydroxytyrosol, tyrosol, verbascoside, rutin, catechol, caffeic acid, and olemyl waste water as a liquid waste product, another source of polar fine chemicals with anti-inflammatory, antiviral, antifungal, antibacterial, and antioxidant activities. And its major compound is hydroxytyrosol. And palm kernel is efficient seed, very productive seed because it gives approximately 44% of oil yield. And it's generally grown in Latin American countries, Malaysia and Indonesia. And both the crop and its cake include various biophenols. Rapeseed is also known as canola, generally produced in China, India, Canada, USA, Russia, and Europe. And its wastes such as leaf, root, and cake are rich in bioactive compounds. Sesame is mostly consumed for its seeds and oil in India, Myanmar, Sudan, and China. And its cake can be an alternative antioxidant source, and is also generally utilized as a cattle feed if they are not properly valorized. And soybean, generally used for eating reasons because of its high nutritional value, generally in African countries, Brazil, Paraguay, Bolivia, and Argentina. The cake of it would be a better alternative additive comparing to soybean itself, depending on some scientific studies. And different parts of it, leaf, root, stem, and cake, has significant differences regarding antioxidant activity. And sunflower, one of the most consumed oilseed crop in the world, generally is cultivated in Ukraine and Russia. And several byproducts such as floret, leaf, cake, and hull of this crop has been investigated with respect to its biological activity. The antioxidant activity has been highly correlated with the phenolic content of the floret extract, and its leaf could be a natural fungicide due to its 6 major phenolic compounds. And also its cake is rich in carotenoids, depending on HbA1c measurement. And to conclude, phytochemicals derived from the waste of oilseed crops might play a novel role in extending the shelf life of several products such as food, cosmetic, and pharmaceuticals, as well as providing added value properties with their antioxidant and antimicrobial properties. However, the most important issue to be considered is the safety of the concerned product. Health benefits and the non-toxicity of the natural phytochemicals must be provided to compensate for the synthetic materials in the relevant products with respect to safety concerns. Additional studies are necessary to determine whether there is any link between the protective effect and the probable prominent compounds in the concerned product. The last but not the least, care must be taken while developing the extraction methods to obtain phytochemicals from concerned biowaste, since the treatment of the biomass depends on the structure of the waste, if it's liquid such as wastewater or solid such as leaves, sludge, or cake. Thank you very much for listening to me. Before leaving, I want to remind you my special issue, which I'm running at the moment until the 15th of May. The special issue belongs to section Food Engineering and Technology in Foods and Relatively High Impact Factor Journal. And the name of the specialist issue is Green Extraction and Valorization of Byproducts from Food Processing. If you are interested, I'll be very happy taking your submissions Once again, thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Salim. That was a very nice presentation. Are you there? Can we hear your voice? Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have the next speaker, Dr. Samaya Arukali, a scientist from Fair Labs.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm going to present a quality perspective of edible oils and allied products in terms of the MCPD and dioxins. These are the content in my presentation. Edible oils is a major nutritional source for the human health. Due to their micronutrients and then complex mixture of the compounds, we have to evaluate their quality and the safety parameters. In terms of the safety parameter, in terms of the heavy metals, pesticide residues, like crop contaminants, process contaminants, MCPDs and GEs, environmental contaminants like polychlorinated biphenyls, polyaromatic hydrocarbons, and dioxins, PCBs, and furans. Actually, edible oils are majorly produced from the different fruits and seeds and nuts. When we are doing refining in edible oils, 3-MCPDs and glycidials, they are generated during the dehydration at high temperature. Even in food also, it is naturally occurring during the food manufacturing, like cooking or deep frying, in roasting. These are the occurs in free form as well as and bonded form. Bonded form as an ester forms. Here you can see the free forms as an alcohol groups are the free. In ester form, it is binded with different fatty acid esters from C12 to C20 according to the oil composition. The dioxins are a group of unintentionally produced persistent organic pollutants. Polychlorinated dibenzodioxins are 75 isomers. From 75, only 7 isomers of the highly toxic. Polychlorinated dibenzofurans are 135 isomers. In 135, 10 isomers are toxic conjuncts. Polychlorinated biphenyls are the 209 isomers. Out of 209, 12 isomers like dioxin PCBs are highly toxic. Why we are saying here it is a dioxin like PCBs? In their structure, chlorination and 2 and 3 and 7 and 8 position of opposite where, like in this one, opposite position. There it is looks like the chemical structure and their properties is looks like the dioxins. That is the reason we are calling as a dioxin like PCBs. These are the highly persistent and highly lipoic and very toxic, even ultra levels. These are the conjuncts, different PCDDs and the PCBDFs, the 7 and 10, and PCBs are like non-ortho PCBs and mono-ortho PCBs. How they are generating? MCPDs, 3-chloromonopropane diol esters and glycidyl esters. When we are doing the oil refining at higher temperature in deodorization process, about 200 degrees, it will be generated from the either mono or diglyceride or triglyceride by the elimination of the water molecule or the decomposition of the fatty acids. Because it is naturally either chlorines are present in the form of the pesticides or in the from the water or in other sources, then it will react with a mono and di, and then it will form the 3-MCPDs and GEs. Whereas the dioxins are generally, it is formed from the incineration and industrial procedures and the disposals and open burning situation. From this one in emission sources, it will enter to the environmental like atmosphere, soil, water, and sediments. From these sources, it will enter into the food chain. An entire oil food chain, like in harvest, from harvest to either processing, even in the storage condition also, these dioxins are persistent in oils because they are highly fat soluble, and even it is easily accumulated with the fat, even in human and animals. Sorry, in animals and animal fat and edible fat. Why these are the harmful? Because it is very highly toxic natures. In terms of the like MCPDs, it will affect on the kidneys and central nervous systems. Glycidal and glycidal esters are genotoxic carcinogens. Dioxins are dermal toxicity, immunity toxicity, and carcinogenicity. Due to these harmfulness, in standards like European Commission, according to European Commissions, 3 MCPDs, they have given us some maximum residual limits. In case of the coconut oil, rapeseed oil, sunflower oil, soybean, palm oil, and olive oil, they have given the maximum residual limit is on 1250 ppb. In other oils like palm oil, rice bran oil, and the other different oil other than specified one, 2500 ppb. Glycidal in all oils around 1000 ppb. When we are using these oils for the cereal based for the young children and infants, then the residual limits is on 750 ppb. Glycidal esters on 500 ppb. Even in FSI also started the working on the specification. The dioxins like polychlorinated dioxins and the furans, the sum of these, according to European Commission, in edible oils and the fat, 0.75 picogram per the gram. It is very, very low level and are very ultra levels, including with the dioxin like PCBs, it is 1.25 picogram per the gram. Non-dioxin like PCBs, there are the 16 isomers are there. It is on 40 ng per the gram. Due to this importance, we have to do analyze and properly. When we are doing an MCPD and glycidal ester, here I am showing the symmetric diagram of the analysis. First, we have to do the ester cleavage, either in the acidic condition or alkaline condition. Then we have to derivatize with phenyl boronic acid, and then we have to analyze with the GCMS-MSS. Here in Fairlab, we are well established these methods according to standard methods, AOCS 29A, B, C. AOCS 29A is saying an acidic condition, and B and C, it is an alkaline condition. According to the client requirement, we are doing all different protocols. Even we are capable in traces level 0.05 ppm levels. This is one of the example of the quantification of 3 MCPDs. Dioxins is a very, very critical one because of very ultra low level. We have to clean up the oil. For cleanup of oil, just 2 minutes. For cleanup oil, we have a very highly advanced EZ prep columns. For this one, we will get a very clear oil. After that, we have to do micro concentrator. Then we can injecting on the GCMS-MS. It is very specifically for the dioxin analysis. One of the example is 2,3,7,8 tetrachloro dibenzo dioxin. The majorly good agriculture practice and the good manufacturing process and the selection of the oil, it will reduce the contaminants, these particular contaminants. And in Fairlabs, we are well established these process contaminants and environmental contaminants. You can utilize this one for the quality and the safety edible oils. We are ready to conduct any training program and particular these parameters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next speaker will be again from Fairlabs, Dr. Konda Reddy. Once again, request to all the speakers, please make sure that that you stick to the time that has been given to you.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. So today I'm going to talk on trans fats in edible oils in India and their regulations. So trans fats are, these are the contents of my talk. And yes. So trans fats are generally formed during the hydrogenation process of vegetable oils, and they contain trans fatty acids which are with at least one double bond in the trans configuration. And they are also occurring naturally during the rumination process of ruminant animals. And consumption of trans fats have several adverse health risks, including atherosclerosis and cardiac arrest. And in a recent study on the consumption of dietary ruminant and industrial trans fatty acids, they are causing also colon cancer. I mean, compared to dietary ruminant, industrially trans fatty acids are having high risk. And so because of these adverse health risks, World Health Organization has started a program called Replace in 2018, which is to eliminate industrially produced trans fatty acids by the year 2023. So what is Replace? Replace is to review, promote, legislate, assess, create awareness of the negative health impact of trans fatty acids among policymakers, producers, suppliers, and the public, and to enforce compliance with policies and regulations. So in this way, by 2023, industrially produced trans fatty acids have to be taken out. So as we are into 2023, so as of now, the entire global population has fallen into 4 categories of trans fatty acid regulations and amendments. And as of end of the 2022, 43% of world population has covered mandatory trans fatty acid regulations, which is less than 2% in total oils and fats. So India, among 46 nations which are following best practice trans fatty acid policy, and this is possible by the stringent amendments of and regulations of FSSAI India. And what is the scenario in India? So through FSSAI in India, FSSAI made first regulation to cut off trans fatty acids into 10% in oils and fats, and by 2015 they were reduced to 5%, followed by 3% to 2021. So from 2022 January onwards, it was less than 2% of total oils and fats present in the foods. So in this way, FSSAI is trying to help the Indian population not to have much health risks. And also in the recent survey conducted by FSSAI through Pan India across 34 states and union territories among 419 cities with 6 categories of foods. So these are the 6 categories of foods, and these foods first extracted with fat and followed by converting them into fatty acid methyl esters, and further GC analysis with various methods to analyze trans fatty acids present in the foods. So here various official methods shows different kinds of fatty acid estimation. As per WHO global protocol, there are 88 fatty acids analyzed, which includes 28 fatty acids, which includes 28 trans fatty acids. As the same follows AOCS, and AOAC, ISO, and FSSAI PHO methods are having another kinds of trans fatty acid numbers. So this is the overview of analysis of trans fats. And as per that Pan India survey conducted across more than 6,200 samples based on elidate and linoledate, only 196 samples were exceeding 2% of trans fatty acid limit. So and rest of the samples were having under 2% trans fatty acid limit. And in this way, we were much ahead than globally. So we at FAIR Labs, we are the national reference laboratory identified by FSSAI, and we validated a method which was proposed by FSSAI, which is based on global protocol of WHO. And we validated the 61 fatty acids, including 21 trans fatty acids, and rest of the trans fatty acids were not possible due to the CRMs and RMs not available at a commercial level. And these are the 21 trans fatty acids we were analyzing. And these are the trans fatty acids which we have, but not reported in the WHO protocol. And these are the facilities we have. We have multiple GCs with multiple detectors to analyze for various parameters of foods and oils and fats. And these are the categories of foods analyzed as per FSSAI's suggestion. We included 11 trans isomers of fatty acids, 18.1 and 18.2, 18.3. And this is the validated method which is having for the best separation of trans fatty acids following these woven conditions. And this is an example to show as ghee, which is having a maximum number of fatty acids from short chain to longer chain. And here we can see clearly the separated 18.1, 18.2 and 18.3 trans fatty acids. And another example is vanaspati. And here also we can see clearly the separated trans fatty acids. And with this method, we analyzed in 2022 more than 2000 samples, and which with 11 trans isomers, which are proposed by FSSAI, and only 3.49%, I mean 76 samples, which is 3.5%, exceeding 2% of trans fatty acid limit, and more than 96%, they are under less than 2% trans fat. And in summary, World Health Organization has initiated a program to eliminate industrially produced trans fatty acids by 2023, and India is much ahead, a year ahead, I can say. So to eliminate these trans fatty acids, and FAIR Labs validated a method by the proposal of FSSAI, and we have wonderful team of trans fatty acids analysis. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Konda Reddy. So our next speaker would be Kishore Dana, Honorary Secretary of ICVO, overview of export of major oilseeds.
नेक्स्ट स्लाइड क्या है, नीचे जाने का, नहीं नीचे जाने का नेक्स्ट ये दबाना है।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I represent the Indian Oilseeds Produce and Promotion Council, which is based in Mumbai. I'll be talking on the overview export of major oilseeds. First of all, let me thank the International Conference on Vegetable Oils 2023 and Dr. Sujata and her team for inviting me to talk on the subject, which is overview of export of major oilseeds. Let me tell you a little bit about our Export Promotion Council. We are 6 decades old in terms of servicing the oilseeds and oil industry, and we are designated as a nodal body by the Ministry of Commerce, Government of India, for promotion and development exports of oilseeds and oils. These are a few of our activities that we look after. I'm not going to take much of your time as we are behind schedule, and I will try and skip as many slides as I can. The first is overview of oilseeds. We at IOPEPC look after mainly groundnuts, sesame seed, niger, safflower, sunflower, mustard, rape. That's all actually. Castor oil is looked after by Camexil. I will be speaking mainly on groundnuts and sesame seed that constitute about 80% of India's oilseed exports. What is the production and exports of oilseeds in the year 21-22? Groundnuts, as you can see from the slide, 51,000, I'm sorry, yeah, that's right, 51, no, that's 5.1 million hectares, that's correct. And the production is 7.60, 900 in terms of kernels, and the exports are 514,164. Then comes soya actually, which is 121 and 138, that is 1.38 million production and 43,400 tons of export. But sesame seed, which is 8,57,000 tons of production, and we export 2,42,145. It mainly constitutes the hulled sesame seed, which is the value-added product. We next go to the next slide. Let's talk on groundnuts. What is the global scenario on groundnuts? As you all know, groundnuts is cultivated in 115 countries with a global production, annual production of 34.41 million tons of kernels. As you all know, that there's not been significant change in the global production over the past several years of groundnut. It's a pity, but the fact remains that it's been very stagnant. We all need to do something about this, and I'll speak a little later on it. And as you can see, Asia constitutes 55% of the global production, in which China and India constitute 34% and 16.8%. Lately, Brazil and Argentina have become important countries who are exporting a lot of peanuts to the world. We unfortunately are going down from about 725,000 tons. We are about 500,000 tons. And I'm hoping that this does not continue downwards, but goes upwards. And for that, we all need to work together. We'll come to that later. Who are the 10 top producers of groundnut kernels? China, India, Nigeria, USA, Myanmar, Senegal, Argentina, Sudan, Tanzania. My God, a lot of them. The world production is 344.12. The exporters, the goods, sesame seed, groundnut exported is 31.79, and the importers are 31.67, which almost balances if you see the figures. China and EU are the top importers of groundnut in the world, but our share is minuscule, literally minuscule. And the reason being aflatoxin. I remember when I started exporting groundnuts to Europe, we did about 100,000 tons. And today it's about 5,000 tons. And the reason being aflatoxin. Of course, European Union are strict. Their levels, MRLs are 2 ppb B1, which India has taken the lead to try and make it 10 parts per billion, 10 ppb. If we do that, I'm pretty sure we'll go back to 100,000 tons. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that hopefully in 2023, they increase the aflatoxin levels to 10 ppb. They have changed or they have increased other nuts like cashew nuts, walnuts, almonds, pistachios, etc. So we are pressing them to change it. Of course, very scientifically, there have been studies, and we hope that in 2023 that we succeed. 10 top global producer of groundnuts. You can see China, India, Nigeria again on the map. They are the same as I showed you in the previous slide. Who are the top 5 global players? Again, China, India, Nigeria, USA, and Myanmar. Surprisingly, Myanmar. But it's all up there. Who ranks first in acreage? India ranks first. In production, India ranks second. And yield, India ranks 5th. Just see, the lowest. This is where we need to increase our yields. This is where the problem is. And this can only be done if we all are together, the center, the state, the scientists, the industry, the farmers, all of us, we all need to work together. I know many of you will say it is a state subject. Yes, it is a state subject, but we all need to work together if we want India to produce more groundnuts and at least come to a normal world level of the yields, which is about 3,000 kilograms, and we are at about 1,500. What's the world acreage? 29.36 million hectares. Where is India? 6.20, which is about 21%. Production in terms of kernels, world is 34.41. India is 5.8. That's 16.85% share. And in terms of export, the world is 3.17 million tons, and India is 514,000 tons, which is 16.17. At one time, we used to be the largest exporter of peanuts for many, many years. Now, the areas covered under groundnut, as you can see from the slide, it's Gujarat, topping, Rajasthan, Andhra, Karnataka, MP, and then the others. What are the strengths of Indian groundnuts? First is the acreage, having 5 million hectares. We have 3 major varieties, which is the Spanish, which is called the Java type. Then we got the Bold, which is the Runner type, and the Valencia type, which is the Red Natal. You can see from the slide. What are the strengths? We have all kinds of counts per ounce, which means 35 to 40 counts in an ounce. Then we have the in-shell, which is 18 to 22 counts in an ounce. So we have all kinds of counts. That is our strength. And the biggest is that we grow peanuts all around the year, and we are able to supply all around the year. Diversity of Indian groundnuts in terms of color and size. We have more than 210 varieties which are notified. About 40 varieties in the seed chain. That's the Java, Bold, and Red Natal are grown, as I said in the earlier slide. Now we have 2 high oleic type developed. I'm even told there's a third one coming up by, is it ICR? Yeah, I think it's ICR. That's right. And the beauty is we are non-GMO. What are the exports of groundnut? We nearly constitute 7% of the production, which is processed. In the year 21-22, as I said, it's about 500,000 tons. Look at 2016-17, 725,000 tons. It's the world record, actually, and I hope we hold it and we still succeed exporting more and more. The top destinations that we export to is mainly the Far East, which is Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, and Malaysia. Come to sesame seed. This is one of the world's wonder foods with 50% fat, 23% carbohydrates, 18% protein, 12% dietary fiber, and a host of nutrients. What is the world production? It's estimated at 4.8 million tons. Major producing countries, Myanmar, India, China, Tanzania, Sudan, Ethiopia, Nigeria, all the African countries basically, accounting for 80% of the world production. On the global production, over 2 million tons are exported every year, mainly to China. 1 million tons. China, which used to be an exporting country, has become an importing. And that's exactly what I'm dreading may happen to India. I don't know whether our government will like it or not, but if we do not pay attention to the oilseed sector, God bless us. I'm very worried. I remember reading a book in 1974. It said, "Who will feed China?" It was written by Alistair Brown, if my memory doesn't fail me. And people disregarded the book, and I read it very minutely, and I sent it to our government then. And I said, look, this is going to happen to us if we don't take care. They did start the oilseed mission, etc. after that, but it stopped suddenly. And I'm only hoping that we really look into this oilseed sector very seriously. You all know we import about 15 million tons of edible oil. And what is it? It used to be the second highest foreign exchange bill after crude oil. Now it's gone to fourth because of gold, silver, etc., the other things that we import. But it's sad that we are not able to increase our production. We've all, by earlier speakers, and I'm sure the rest of them, all will talk of increasing the production. But it has to be collectively. Otherwise, I'm a little worried. I'm a worried man, I would say. We all should really work hard together, really work hard. You know, on one hand, we say we are the granary of the world. Yeah, we are in some way. But we are like a Stepney, you know. Our goods are imported by the other nations only when they are falling short. And I don't think we like that word, that we are a Stepney. And we all should really take serious or we should pay serious attention to growing more oilseeds. And I hope the audience here does take this seriously, because I'm in this trade for last 50 years and I don't really see anything really happening. We're all talking about it. Yes, our population is increasing, one Australia every year. I'm not saying no, certainly. But we also have problem of, it's not a problem. I mean, earlier one man used to earn in the family. Now we have 4 earning. So even the consumption is going up. Like in edible oil, I remember when I was growing up, it was 3 kilograms. And now it's 15 kilograms per capita. What is the Western world? 35 kilograms per capita. Imagine if we have to increase 1 kilogram every year. So this is a serious matter, a serious problem, and I hope you all take it seriously. That's all. The area that is under cultivation of sesame is right there on the screen. You can see it. UP is the one that grows the most. Then comes Madhya Pradesh, then Rajasthan. Let's go next. What is India's production? About 700,000 to 800,000 tons per annum. Again, the beauty here is that we have all kinds, the white, the black, the yellow, the brown, you name it, and it's available all around the year. Which other country has? Same goes for peanuts, same goes for sesame seed. We must take advantage of having these two oilseeds all around the year. And I especially think there's a good chance to grow peanuts and sesame during summer crop, when the land is irrigated and we have control over it. We need to move from the Kharif to the Rabi. Anyway, we go ahead. Sesame seed is mainly exported to the countries that I mentioned there. And you can see the highest has been 336,000 tons in 17-18. Which are the major countries? Korea, China, Russia, Malaysia, Israel, Indonesia. Talk a little bit on Niger seed. Niger is mainly used for bird feed. You know, it's mainly grown in the Northeast. It's grown in the tribal areas. And India was one of the largest exporter. Now I think it's number 3. It's taken over by other countries like Ethiopia. Where is the Niger cultivated in India? Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and other few states. What are the export figures? Very low. 6,000, 19,000, 13,000, 9,000, nothing to write about. Safflower seed. This again goes for bird feed. India exports for bird feed mainly. The annual growth rate is 5.7% over the forecast period of 2025. The global safflower oil consumption is growing rapidly, mainly as a result of concerns of rising health issues. I think it's one of the finest oils in terms of health. Technological advances in the safflower seeds market enabling efficient production, expanding product portfolio, etc.
Can you please conclude in a minute?
Yeah, I'll then skip few. Let's see, because these are minor anyway. Sunflower, you just heard previous two speakers talk about it, so I will not repeat much. Except the export figures, again, very low, 1,400, 1,500, etc. Mustard rape also was spoken earlier. Again, the export figures are right there on the screen, 38,827, highest being 55,000 during 2021. Come to linseed, again, that was spoken earlier. I'm not going to repeat. These are the areas covered under linseed cultivation. The export figures, 11,000, 12,000, etc. Nothing to write back. Soybean, again, nothing for really exports. What is the way forward? We at IOP EPC have signed a memorandum of association with ICR to undertake research projects on increasing productivity of quality of oilseeds. That's what I've been saying. We all need to do that. It could be with any organization in India. Council regularly, what do? Conduct farmer melas, pesticide-related awareness programs, audiovisual films. We have already 2 made, one on sesame and one on groundnut. If anybody would like to have it, please let us know. We distribute pamphlets, respective states in their local languages, promotion of good GAP, good agricultural practices for enhanced quality, productivity, production of oil crops. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just making a deviation here. I want you to stay, please. Hello. I want to stay there. There is a question from the audience. We know we have a question answer session later on, but I thought that this was an important question. It is better that it is, we get a response from you on this. The question is, I don't know who this person who asked. Can you raise your hand? Diwakar. What is the rationale of allowing exports of oil seeds when we import huge quantities of edible oil?
Oh, very simple.
Well, I just want to add one more thing to this question. What happens if we just say, for example, in order to meet our national demand, until such time we are comfortable in our own oil seed requirement. If the export is stopped for a few years, maybe let us say 80-90% of our requirement is produced locally and reduce our import. So I would like to hear the views of your organization.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it's a very simple answer. What we are exporting is value added in terms. If I export 1 ton of peanuts, I can import 1.5 ton of edible oil. And what are we exporting? It's hardly even a 1%. And we are able to import 2.5%. That is the rationale, basically. Plus, we are supplying oil mainly, let's say if it's oil or groundnuts or sesame, is for edible purpose. Now, groundnut has become an edible nut. I remember when I started, we were using 300,000 tons in India as edible nuts. Today, we are using 1.8 million tons. in terms of cheeky, peanut butter, whatever in terms of food. So what is it that we are exporting? It's hardly anything. It's really peanuts in terms of what we are importing. And it really doesn't matter because we are getting higher price. We can import more from it.
Yeah, I think
That's the
I would
logic.
suggest Diwakar to have interactions with him.
Yeah.
Quite an important subject.
Absolutely. That's what the government keeps asking us. And we have to keep repeating. I'm sure they know, but they just want to. There are two different things. They all know what is what, but sometimes they need to do it because it's all politics.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we have our next speaker in Dr. Janila from ICVO at Hyderabad. Presentation will be on improving oil quality and stability with specific reference to high oleic acid.
Good afternoon, everyone. And let me first thank the organizing committee for having me here, particularly Dr. Sujata. And it's a delight to speak after Sri Kishore Thana. And he has set the stage for groundnut already in terms of production, global status, exports, and everything. So I will continue this discussion on oil quality specifically, looking at the high oleic oils. But then my talk would be around groundnut. Please note that. And even before I start my talk, I have certain facts and disclaimers. When I'm talking about oil quality, I'm particularly referring it in the fatty acid composition perspective, not in terms of the toxins or other quality parameters like peroxidase value, P-anisotine value, etc., etc. That's not the topic which I would be talking. And just wanted to let you know, I mean, if you just recall what this morning Dr. Ashok Dalwai was speaking, and also in the inaugural session. So more and more focus on oil quality, eating the oils of improved quality rather than oil quantity, more quantity of oil. So that has been focused. Why that has been focused? And morning also we are seeing some presentations from the FAIR labs, the kind of issues we may have with poor quality oils and all that as well. So over the recent years, I think there was a lot of interest with regards to monounsaturated fatty acids because of the health benefits, although they may have similar lipid profiles resulting, but then they have health benefits and all that. And then olive oil has become a kind of an hero among the oils because of the health benefits. And let me just introduce what is oleic acid. It's not an essential fatty acid, but then it is very important for the health and well-being of the humans who consume it. It's an omega-9 fatty acid. And I mean, studies have demonstrated that several studies, I'll come on to the next slide, wherein it has health benefits, including reducing the burden of the cardiovascular diseases, which is a huge burden in India, as well as several developed and also developing countries. And we all know that Mediterranean diets have been considered as to be one of the healthy diets. And one reason to that is extensive use of olive oil in these diets. Olive oil is the one which has almost like 75% of oleic acid in it. And these are various studies which have been reported in the literature talking about the health benefits of high oleic acid in the diets, cardiovascular diseases, suppressing tumorigenesis and inflammatory diseases, and improves insulin sensitivity, gastrointestinal functions, and many more, including the cognitive abilities of the children who are being given peanut oil or peanut-based food products as well. For this reason, USAID considers peanut and peanut-based food products as most accessible, affordable, sustainable option to treat malnutrition in Asia, Africa, as well as in Caribbean. So I would also draw your attention on this one particular platform of industry, academia, and research institutes called Hyolic Congress. 10th edition is going to happen this year in Italy. And this is to bring all the players who are having the role in the hyolic oil industry. And here they talk about hyolic soya, hyolic sunflower, hyolic peanut, hyolic of any other oil. And I mean, they have presentations right from looking at the health benefits to exports and everything. So I just want, I mean, I'm putting this up here to indicate to the audience that the importance, growing importance of hyolic oils in the diet and how industry is responding to that requirement. And we as researchers, how we are responding to it. So now coming to the hyolic groundnut, which was developed here in India, and we have 3 varieties, as Sri Kishore Tana has mentioned. One was released this year. This is how the fatty acid in terms of MUFA and PUFA compares when you have a normal peanut. I don't have a cut. Oh yeah, I can. I'm sorry. So this is the normal groundnut oil, and then this is a hyolic peanut oil. The fatty acid profile, how it matches with olive oil is what I tried to put in this particular slide. And here we have various amounts of omega-9, that is oleic acid, in 100 grams of different of these oils. In the normal, it is only 57, but now in the hyolic groundnut, it goes to as high as 80%. And these are the first set of hyolic lines which were developed at ICRISAT and then were shared with the national program here in India and also outside India, of which the first 2 varieties were released, and Girnar 4 and Girnar 5. I'll come to that, but before that, just want to mention that it is not very difficult to develop a variety with hyolic acid. Let me put it that way. That's because the genetics of it is very simple. 2 single mutations, right, govern this. And I know most of the breeders who are in this room know it's not very difficult to bring in like single gene traits into the breeding pipeline. This is a natural mutant first identified in University of Florida, and they went ahead to develop the first variety, which was commercialized in 1997, that is Sanolic 95R. ICRISAT could access this released commercialized variety and used it in the research. And by the time we came up with a variety, I mean, this is out of the patent, so we don't have any IP issues related to that. And US went ahead using the marker arrested selection as well to develop hyolic varieties. And Australia, there is a company which boasts itself that they are 100% authentic hyolic. They don't grow anything which is non-hyolic. And so also, in addition to USA, Argentina could also harness a lot of potential of this hyolic groundnuts in the export market. Yeah, I mean, this is what it happens for geneticists in this group. When there are mutations, the oleic acid is not getting converted into linoleic. So automatically the oleic acid gets accumulated. It's very simple over there. So, I mean, the first 2 varieties, Girnar 4, ICGV 15083 and Girnar 5, ICGV 15090 were released in 2019 and notified in 2020. And these 2 were dedicated to the nation by the Prime Minister on the FAO Day in October 2020. And how could we achieve this feat in a short span of 9 years? Yes, we did had the germplasm coming from US. We used it as a donor parent. But in addition to that, I would say that long-term committed funding, which we received from NMOOP, that is National Mission on Oilseeds and Oil Palm. Now it's merged with NFSM of Government of India. It's a long-term funding support from this and also from other donors like OPEC Fund for International Development and several others. And then a team of scientists from different institutes, right, working together to achieve a common goal. I think these 2 I would lay upon, I would like to emphasize, which led to the success and release of these varieties in a span of 9 years. And then did we compromise on the yield? The answer is no. I mean, that's where a lot of our energies went in. Bringing in this hyolic trait is not very difficult, but what was definitely difficult is getting the plant growth habit, which would be acceptable within India, and also the yield levels, which match to the current national checks. It was a challenge. It wasn't easy for us. And then, I mean, I should again compliment the All India Coordinated Research Project of Groundnut, which has conducted extensive testing across the growing regions to identify the best bets. And these are the first two which were released, having a good yield as compared to the national checks. This is the data which I have compiled from the AICRP reports, and also has a good shelling percentage. And you can see the oleic acid content, which is like 79 and 78 in them. And all other parameters are also very acceptable. And I mean, these two varieties were released by Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Directorate of Groundnut Research. And then this year, there is one more variety which came in. This one is a Spanish type variety, GG40, which is ICGV. I'm sorry, it is 16, it is 16668. That's my mistake. So, I mean, this has been released. And actually, the CGIR has complemented the work which we have done with the Hyolic groundnut commercialization, wherein it has valued the partnerships, donors, and the teamwork in commercializing these varieties. And this is the feedback which we have received from farmers who have grown Girnar 4 in 2021 in Gujarat. This is the data coming from the FLDs of the DGR and also some of the other private companies who are interested to take up seed production and also contract cultivation with some of the farmers. The yield is really good, what the yield they have realized. So one thing we were very clear when we wanted to commercialize it. Look, Hyolic is a very important trade, but nobody is going to pay premium right away. That would come only the volume swell, and then the industry, like MNCs will come and then buy us from the aggregator. That's when the premium may come in, but not initially. So we cannot compromise on the yield and also the other agronomic features, like for the resistance to foliar fungal diseases and other aspects as well. So, I mean, the results which we got is very encouraging from the farmers' field. And then did we stop there? The answer is no, we didn't, right? We still want to make further improvement. And this is one slide I want to share, how we quickly, by recycling the parents, we were trying to increase the seed size. And this morning you saw the presentation wherein Ms. Sri Kishorji was mentioning of different grades of groundnut. This is very important in groundnut, specific kernel grades from industry perspective. So that's how we were working on increasing the seed size also. And you can if you see this bar graph in 15 and 16, that indicates the year of selection. We had lines which are up to 40 grams with 100 seed mass, and we could increase it to up to 55. And then we could also get away with so many of the negative features of Sanolic 95R, which is actually a runner. And it's not easy to use it as a parent. So we have really stopped using it as a parent and only using the derived lines in the pedigrees. And then what are the other new tools in our journey of improving the genetic gain so that we get the best varieties out, more and more of Hyolic varieties. So speed breeding. So this protocol has been standardized. So for the early maturing group, we are able to do within 65 days seed to seed. We are doing this by harvesting the immature seeds. And then for medium, we could do this cycle end to end by 75 days. For the number of crosses we are able to, at this stage, I'm able to turn over about 20% of the crosses in the speed breeding facility. But then we need to expand this facility to turn over more and more the crosses. And what are the other tools? Yes, we were using genome marker-arrested selection in the breeding pipeline of Hyolic, and then we made a much more advancement. Instead of plant, we started taking the seed chip and then do the genotyping. That reduces lots of logistical issues. Otherwise, what it would mean is tag 20 to 25,000 plants every season in the field, get the leaf sample, send to the lab. When you get the data, you again go back to those 25,000 plants, get the positive plant seed harvested. That's a huge logistic issue. Now we move to do the seed chip and again store the seed in the same 96 well PCR place, and then just go back the seed into the fridge instead of going to the field, and then plant only those positive plants which are carrying both these mutant alleles. And yes, and again, I mean, can we also do away with genotyping? But because it costs about 160 rupees per sample. So we also are now standardized. You can see the R square value is 0.9 using a single seed. Because Hyolic, the concentration is very high, 80%, and the normal is 50. and it's not very difficult to pick up. So we have also standardized using single seed NIRS. In our earlier version, we used to use 60 grams of sample wherein we had a rectangular cup. And this is a small innovation which would really help again in selection. We don't even have to do the genotyping then. And then, as I said, that kernel grades, blanchability is another trait, the easiness with which the seed coat can be removed. So that's what industries are looking at. Groundnut, as it was mentioned, is now more and used as a consumer and a nut in food and confectionery and less as an edible oil. So recently this protocol has been standardized, which uses computed tomography to get 3 traits in one go. We can get shelling out turn, 100 seed mass and kernel grade as well of a particular genotype, and improves a huge efficiency in the breeding program. And I would also like to mention about the Groundnut Network Asia, which we have initiated in 2017. And this is a platform of public and private sector partners, all the value chain actors, so that they are engaged all through the design to the delivery of the products. And we would like to see more and more private sector participation as it happens in Argentina and US and elsewhere as well, to also support the research, right? And so that the products which fit to their industry needs could be developed and commercialized. Yeah, I'm almost done. So I would like to acknowledge the contributors of the lines who have developed the hyolic varieties in India, particularly Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Directorate of Groundnut Research, AICRPG, Junagadh Agriculture University, and other universities as well. And not least, the donors who are very important, and the continued funding support from them. Yes, I would like to stop here and thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Janila. We have 2 more speakers, Dr. Shilpa Vora from Marico, lead. Still have a very long session. Apart from the 2 speakers in this session, we have some oral and poster presentations too. So let's try and stick to the time that has been given to us.
Sure.
But if you can save on some time, nothing really like
We'll
that.
definitely try that.
Yeah, I think there's some technical problem with that presentation. So we will have my co-chair here, Dr. R.B.N. Prasad, who's going to be making the presentation.
Full. Okay, thank you. So good afternoon to all. First of all, let me thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Sujata, for giving me this opportunity. So they asked me to speak on innovations in technology development for meeting consumer and industry demands. So basically, I will try to cover a little bit on consumer wants quality and nutritious oils. All of us we know at affordable price, and industry wants commercially feasible and profit making innovations for producing quality oils with high yields without deviating from existing regulations of the products. So research community has to provide innovative technologies to please both consumer and industry, and also regulatory agencies like FSA. So it's a great task. So definitely it's a challenging responsibility for research community with minimum funding from government and industry. So I'll try to provide some case studies. Basically, whatever the morning the speakers were telling, see what my message is, we need to have a good vertical collaboration. Then only we can do wonders. So I'll try to cover some of the case studies like rice bran oil. There were a lot of processing challenges, and up to 2000, then used to produce very low quality oil, and IICT provided a solution to solve this problem. It was a great example for industry R&D institute collaboration with government intervention. Similarly, castor oil, we know it's the most neglected oil with respect to valuation. 70 to 80% of the oil is being exported. There's a lot of scope, even though some valuation happened in the country. So trans fat regulation, that was also a big challenge, even though Dr. Konda Reddy just now mentioned, I did not repeat everything. See, basically here I want to tell, when we wanted this particular mission, execute this particular mission, there was no limit on the trans fat. See, most of the vanaspati, they used to have 50% plus. Then we came to less than 2% now, equivalent 2% or less than 2% in 9 years. That was an amazing experience. Is innovations from R&D institutes, industry, and also several policy interventions. So coming to this rice bran oil, there are, because I have little time, so I don't explain very seriously. So I'll try to provide the concept, because particularly rice bran oil, it's a different oil. It's not like a seed oil. So it has the moment you remove the bran from the grain, there is an enzyme. So that enzyme goes on cleaving. So finally we get a lot of monoglyceride, diglyceride, free fatty acid. That is the reason there are a lot of issues in the processing. So at the same time, it contains wax. Unlike the other oils, it contains a lot of pharmaceuticals, more than something like 4% of pharmaceuticals like oryzanol, phytosterols like that. So till during 1960s, the rice bran oil journey started in the country. So not more than 5 rice bran solvent extraction plants at that time. So during something like 1964, one chemical refining plant came. In 70s, we used to produce around 50,000 tons per annum. In 80s, Government of India provided incentives in excise duty for using RBO in manufacture of vanaspati. Like that, government has tried to really help the industry to start using this particular one. So in 86, the standards for refined rice bran oil have come. So 1995, around 2 lakh tons of per year was being produced. Out of that, 50% was using vanaspati, because every ton of use, industry used to get 6,000 rupees. And the other 50% it used to go to non-edible applications. So at that time, chemical refining was there, and with the 20%, 30% of free fatty acid, they used to lose a lot of oil. So if you want to really shift to physical refining, the phosphorus content in the DO feed must be less than, phosphorus content less than 5 ppm. A lot of issues were there, still industry was using it. In 2001, the IICT came into picture and introduced enzymatic degamine to achieve less than 5 ppm phosphorus in the feed to the deodorization. So at that time, the Government of India Technology Mission, Oilseeds and Pulses, she provided funding to the industry, and along with the particularly the project engineering companies and industry, the IICT executed. That was a good model actually. TMOP gave 75 lakhs of money to IICT. Then IICT has placed order to project engineering companies for the equipment of something like 25 to 30% of the 50 tons per day project cost. And then PEC has supplied this particular machinery to the industry. And in a similar manner, something like 15 industries IICT executed this particular project. So in this case, the beauty is the research institute, a project engineering company, and industry, and also government of India. It was a great effort of the collaborative this thing. That's what, unless we really do in a collaborative way, see, we cannot achieve anything. That's the reason this is one of the best examples. Today, industry was reluctant at that time. Today, we are producing around 11 lakh tons of oil. Out of that, 60 to 70% people are using enzymatic degumming minimum. So it's the healthiest oil according to ICMR, NI, and WHO. So there are a lot of advantages of enzymatic degumming. Basically, so what industry wants is more profit. So this particular technology provided more profit. See, less water use and more than 1 to 1.5% of better yields and high quality oil. And also the byproducts of like wax and other things, they are good quality. So the enzymatic degumming, I think I skipped this subject also. Basically, there are 3 types of enzymes: PLA1, PLA2, PLC. Initially, when we started using PLA. Now today, the enzyme manufacturers like Novozyme, they are like DSM, they are quite smart, and they came out with PLA1, PLA2, and PLC also. So all 3 enzymes also people started using. There are a lot of advantages, and last few years, and particularly last 4 or 5 years, this enzymatic degumming has taken a different way. And there is one of this particular enzyme, PLC. Even it cannot even produce what you call more of phosphates also. So without even producing gums straight away, it converts the gums into diglyceride. Like that, there are a lot of advantages. See, in this connection, I would like to show you at least one industry experience. He is Mr. A.R. Sharma. They are from AP Solvex Dhuri. So they have AP Organics and AP Solvex. In this particular industry, we have transferred this particular technology first. So he was telling in 1998 in Hyderabad, the first conference happened, organized by Solvent Extraction Association of India. And he was telling that it's impossible to get less than 5 ppm of phosphorus. And so far, there is no technology. And people used to use something like 7 to 8% of bleaching earth and about 1% of active carbon. They used to lose a lot of oil. So September 2005, the same person, like Sharma, he is telling that we could able to achieve zero phosphorus in the feed oil. They're using just 2.5% of bleaching earth. That sort of a sea change has come. Today, Mr. A.R. Sharma is processing 800 tons per day. He has a very big what you call processing plant in the country. They are producing a wonderful rice bran oil, and we feel proud that we are the people who really what you call gave them way. Today they are exporting the oil to around 20 countries. So we have a lot of awards. One particular award I will tell you is a technology development board, that's a DST. So this particular award will be given after 5 years of implementation of the project. So it has to be submitted by the industry along with the R&D institute. So we received from Dr. Abdul Kalam Institute, our team got 10 lakhs cash award. The institute got 10 lakhs cash award. This is one of the memorable whatever occasion for us. We got CSR Technology Award, and also we got a green chemistry award. Like that, we got several awards. And one more thing out of this particular enzymatic degumming, rice bran lysolecithin will come. Again, we worked at this particular project along with the project director of poultry, again ICR Institute, and we proved that this particular lysolecithin is a wonderful product, particularly for the broiler chicken, right? Not only for the growth, for also what you call getting a better what you call quality. And another example for collaboration is orizonol. Again, we worked along with NIN, and this particular, again, AP Solvex, AP Organics, they have taken the BIRAC funding, that is DBT, and today they're producing something like 100 kilos of orizonol every day. They're exporting this particular orizonol, and similarly, rice bran, wax, and tricontinol also we transferred to 10 industries. Again, TMOP funded this particular technology. This particular gamma orizonol, it's being sold as RCM and also gamma orizonol Ricella. These two are being produced by AP Organics in Dhuri. Both they're available on Amazon and Flipkart. Again, rice bran lecithin, it's a totally a neglected product in the country. Today, soybean lecithin is being sold for 550 rupees a kilo. Something like 2 to 3 years back, they were selling for 70 rupees. Today, it has become 550 rupees. Actually, we were telling to the industry that rice bran lecithin is a better lecithin compared to soya lecithin. But somehow nobody really listened. But there are some issues for that. Particularly, the issue is because we extract the oil from the from bran, a lot of particles will seep into the oil. So in the degumming, hexane insolubles will get more. So we need to do some sort of what you call manipulations here. But industry was reluctant because soya lecithin was there and nobody may buy from us like something like that. So today, when soya lecithin has really become 550 rupees a kilo, today crude soya oil is being sold for higher rate than the refined oil. So now industry, rice bran oil industry also is trying to establish this particular one. But of course, here there are some issues. And even ICT very recently transferred the same technology to AP Organics now. They're going to implement this particular project. So castor oil, of course, is really a gold mine, and all of us, we know we are exporting 80% of the oil instead of developing good products. Several times we are importing very good castor oil based products also. So again, in this case also, government has to take initiative. So and industry, government, and R&D institutes, we need to form a big collaborative this thing, and then certainly we can develop some products here. This also, it has taken like a national mission. And innovations in reduction trans fat, actually already we had a lecture. Only thing is, I would like to tell here, again, industry was reluctant in 2009. So at that time, we organized, NIN and ICT, we organized several brainstorming sessions with industry. We convinced them, and also we, from FSSI side also, we have made several changes. Some of the changes are particularly modification of partial hydrogenation process by manipulating the pressure temperature to reduce the trans fat content formation, and also employing palm stearin type of saturated fatty acids. So particularly FSI approved this palm stearin, and physical mix or intensification process. We try to really propagate this to the industry. They get it up now. So FSA removed the melting point specification for Vanspati. At that time, 37 degrees used to be there. When you increase the particularly saturated fat, you cannot get it. But somehow FSSI has come forward and helped the industry. See, finally, modernized edible oil refineries also, because in the refining also we used to get a higher content of what you call trans fat. And because of all these efforts, it's a big collaborative effort between research institutes, industry, and FSSI. So this is also again a great, even though we started in 2013, 2022, actually the WHO has given the mandate to reduce trans fat to less than 2% 1st January 2023. But India, we could able to achieve this by 1st January 2022 only. So this is all because of industry's initiative and FSA's initiative and research organizations, what you call efforts, along with the industry, we could able to really achieve. So out of 4 or 5 countries in the world, we are such a big country achieving this type of thing, because we used to produce 1 million tons of Vanaspati with about 50% of trans fat. So now today we could able to really produce very healthy bakery fat and also Vanaspati like that. And we have a lot of scope at every stage of what you call oil processing, whether it is in a feedstock and crude oil or controlling raw material, appropriate methodology for contaminants. Particularly contaminants is really killing all of us now. And different types of processing steps also. Morning also we heard the lecture that where because everywhere we need to really intervene. So like traditional extraction process, refining, everywhere we need to I think modernize things, and capacity utilization also. Even Dr. Dalai Saab also was telling, see, capacity utilization is very, very bad. So all these things put together, I think, like in a national mission type, we can definitely achieve the scope. And even regulatory agencies also, for the benefit of consumers, they have taken a lot of initiatives like FSA, like fortification of vitamin A and D. and also introduction of fatty acid composition, the regulation, positive claims for edible oils for restricting, exaggerated claims from industry, and also approval of the third oil, flaxseed and chia seed oil in the blended oils up to 5%, and total polar material limit in fresh oils 15%, and fried oils 25%. All these things, they are really what you call, no, made the customer life easy, and also started getting very good quality oil. These are all we can get on FSA website. There, every oil there is a claim now. The approved claims are there. So, but only thing is, I have a couple of concerns I would like to tell before finishing. So it's a definitely neglected area, both academically and professionally. Then oils and fats education start in very few institutes like ICT, Mumbai, SBD, Kanpur, later on Nagpur, Calcutta University, Nagarjuna University, Sirala, and also in Jalgaon, not more than 5 or 6 institutes. And also, I feel that oils and fats must be taught in lower level in diploma and ITI, so that industry may take supervisors and operators for extraction units, refineries, and oleochemical industries. And also, very few research organizations like IICT, CFTRI, NIST, Trivandrum involved in lipid research. And government and industry must take initiative and motivate the research institutes and universities to train skilled manpower and experts to carry out the research in innovative areas in oils and fats. Definitely a dedicated national mission and national laboratory for technology-oriented, particularly post-harvest oils and fats research is really required. And leading industries must take initiative and establish vibrant R&D centers for introducing niche products in the portfolio. So I strongly feel that industry associations and government must take initiative and correct this scenario and provide intellectual research to Indian vegetable oil and allied industries. Such a big industry, more than 2 lakh crores turnover, and we don't have a proper backup from education institutions and research institutions. That's very bad. I think we need to really correct these things. I think with this, I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad. Without wasting any more time, may I request Dr. Shilpa? I hope the problem has been fixed.
All right, sorry for the technical glitch. Let me just get quickly started. Thanks a lot for inviting me over to share some ideas in this space. My talk really is going to revolve around the benefits of edible oil and nutrition. And what we see from India as a country, we really have a massive issue when it comes to nutrition. And it's a very interesting one. We have one sector of undernutrition. We have one sector of overnutrition related cardiovascular diseases. And of course, there's micronutrient deficiency as well. And what is seen is not just globally, but even in India, in 2019, there was a study more than 66% of deaths in India were really due to cardiovascular diseases. There are many factors which are actually factors that you can modify, honestly, when it comes to risk. And one of the key factors, as you can see, is things like unhealthy diet, overweight, obesity, lifestyle changes, etc. So together, if one had to think about these modifiable risks, it is possible to reverse the trend of non-communicable diseases and decrease cardiovascular related diseases. Having said that, what is important is to know it's not to say you should cut down fat in your diet. Fat is extremely important in our diet. It is essential to the structure of the body. It is what gives you energy reserves. It is important from a thermal regulation point of view. In diet, it is a carrier of your fat soluble vitamins. It increases palatability. So what is important is really how do you, in adequate amount, eat the right kind of fats. NIN or the Indian Council of Medical Research, they do recommend 20 to 30% of your energy that you consume has to come through fats. So it is very much part of a balanced diet that is recommended. Within that, there are multiple sources of fat in your diet. Visible, the fat that we consume that we know, these are edible fats and oils that we use during preparation of food. What is also present in our diet are invisible sources of fat like cereals, nuts, dairy, etc., and hidden fats that come through highly processed foods. What's interesting to note really is India is consuming the recommended amount of fat, it's just consuming the wrong type of fat. And it's not consuming in adequate amounts the proportions required. And all of that is really leading to increased burden of disease in the Indian consumers. I don't think I need to tell you what is the composition of fats. What is very important to know once you know the composition of fats is really how do these fatty acids impact health? And what you start to see now is we earlier heard about how we are eliminating trans fats from our diet and for all the right reasons. What you start to see is both MUFAs and PUFAs can actually help decrease the risk of non-communicable diseases, especially cardiovascular health, as well as there's a lot of literature out there that's talking about how consumption of PUFAs is in fact highly, highly beneficial for health. When you look at the Indian dietary guidelines today, I told you earlier there's a certain percentage of fat that we need to have in our diet. There's also a recommendation of how our diet should be low in saturated fats, free from trans fat, and really have balanced MUFA and PUFA in our diet. Now, when you start to look at single seeds, Mr. Tanna actually earlier talked about a lot of these single seeds, but when you now break it down and say, what is really the fat available in these different seeds? There is no single seed available today that has the right balance of MUFAs and PUFAs in them. And that's the reality of where the seeds are today and the edible oils that we procure are at today. In addition to balance of MUFA and PUFA, what is also important is antioxidants. It's very interesting, if you didn't have enough antioxidants in your edible oils, on the shelf, there is a deterioration of your oils. There is rancidity and other associated issues. In India, we do use a lot of oil in our cooking. And as you cook in this oil more and more, if you reuse this oil, you again have a lot of free radical generation. And all of these free radicals that are generated with time in oils do have a very negative impact on health because they can cause cell damage and therefore are responsible for various metabolic disorders. Impact of frying, like I said, one of the biggest use of edible oil in our households and also commercially is really use of oil in frying. The problem is when oil is repeatedly reused in frying, what that leads to really is a huge amount of free radical generation, a lot of oxidation related byproducts, all of which help unfortunately reduce the nutritional value of our product. It deteriorates the food quality and it as I told you, increased metabolic syndrome related issues. The good news is edible oils do have natural antioxidants. However, these natural antioxidants are not necessarily enough in quantity available in our edible oils today to prevent some of these stresses. So the key antioxidants available in oils naturally are tocopherols, other plant sterols, special, if you look at sesame or something, then it has its own reservoir of antioxidants available to them. So what now becomes important is really exogenously addition of antioxidants to really help prevent this degradation of the product on shelf as well as in use. This is a study that we've done with looking at an oil blend with, again, an added antioxidant system, and you start to see even after 2 rounds of refrying of oil, the deterioration that is there is far lesser than use of a single seed oil with no added antioxidants. So now when you think about really marrying the knowledge of what therefore is a balanced recommended nutrition, as I said, NIN recommends a balance of certain MUFAs and PUFAs. NIN and even other global authorities therefore recommend one either rotates oils at home consumption or use a combination of more than one oil. Or ideally we get into therefore blending of 2 or more seeds. And together what this does is really solve for a lot of problems, because at a household, I don't necessarily have the right information to say what is that right oil combination that I need to use, how do I really mix, what is that rotation I need to do, because honestly, I think this room has the most knowledge, but not everybody at home has the right knowledge to really say what is the right thing to do. And therefore, industries are focusing on developing multi-source oils to deliver the maximum benefit to consumers. They are adding antioxidants. They are doing the right, I would say, balance of fatty acids. What's also very interesting is there's a lot of literature out there that talks about health benefits of multi-sourced oils, whether it comes to decrease of, the first study talks about a synergistic blend of safflower and rice bran oil when it comes to reducing plasma LDL cholesterol versus single seed oils. There's other studies subsequently that have talked about how various other heart health associated markers are positively impacted. There's a lot of emerging literature on how the gut microbiome, which is emerging to be a huge area of investigation, and how, again, multi-source oils are really helping increase your gut microbial diversity. It seems to also impact blood sugar levels, etc. So like I said, a lot of emerging science in this space. So, well, we've definitely gained time there. So I would like to conclude that there are multiple benefits on multi-source oils. It provides a good balance of MUFA and PUFA. It has a positive impact on various parameters of heart health, gut microbiome, and blood glucose level. They do deliver the right kind of antioxidants, both that are present endogenously in the oil as well as those that are added exogenously. And obviously one recommends please use the right oils. However, do have the right modification in lifestyle to help decrease burden of cardiovascular health. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, and for saving some 5 minutes for us. So I just want to make a small change in the structure of the program. I was just discussing with the co-chair, Dr. Prasad also. We had some oral presentations and then we had the question and answer session. I thought that, just to break the monotony, we will have a 5-minute question and answer session. If you have any question for any of the speakers so far, please come to the question straight. No prelude is really required for raising a question. Straight the question and to which speaker it is. And I would appreciate the mics are made available to the people asking the question and also the people who will be responding to that question. And then, we will have the oral presentations. Just in order to make up for some time, I think each of the presenter there has been given about 5 minutes. I would rather like to reduce it to about 4 minutes so that, we don't stretch beyond 2 o'clock or so. So try and close it. So I would request Prasad ji to, manage the session. Thank you for bringing that up. The processes that we have been talking about converting the biomass, mainly say, for example, if you're talking about lignocellulosic conversion, it's only the cellulose part which gets converted into ethanol. And the cellulose is of no use going back into the soil. So, we're still talking about the carbon and other nutrients which is still available in the biomass, which can go back into the soil. Once again, on the biogas program, for every ton of biomass that you process, you get only 10% of the gas. We still have about 90% of the biomass with some moisture, which has to go back to the soil. That is the biodigestate that we are talking about. It is only those, the components of the biomass or the ingredient of the biomass, which is not really ideally suited for enriching the soil, which gets converted into energy. And we still have a whole lot of nutrient and the organic carbon which can go back. I think a lot of studies have been done on that. Otherwise, the biomass as such is not really being mulched back into the soil, and a lot of it is being burnt. The typical example of Punjab and Haryana. Instead of burning it and killing all the microbes that are present in the surface soil, it is better to process it, and the biodigestate or the enriched carbon is which goes back into the soil. Any other question, please? I can interact with you later on also. The discussion part, we can have it later on. If you have a question, we will raise it, please.
Actually, whatever we are importing, it's not only for feeding purpose. There are a lot of oleochemicals, almost 20-25% of the oils, they are going for oleochemical purpose also. So that also we need to consider. And also there is some known, we can't really absorb, because every house we use for lighting the lamp every day. So that also we never account it. Because all these things, if you consider, I think we cannot really go with only by per capita consumption. But unfortunately, that's what Dr. Ramakrishna was also telling. No, non-employees were unable to tap it. We have to tap it. We have to tap it. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yes, of course. Any more questions? Yeah, I think we can pause it now. Now I think let us go to the students' presentations.
Now we'll start with the oral presentation. As the chair and co-chair suggested to cut short the time, the presenters can come and take their chair, wait for their presentation as we call the first speaker. Because Dr. Pradyuman, we call on Dr. Pradyuman Yadav, effects of substituting soybean meal with safflower meal on the performance and meat yields in broiler chicken. Dr. Pradyuman, the next speakers from the order 1, 2, 3. Arpana Kuna, Lakshmi Prasanna, and Sophia Devi. They can come and be seated here to avoid wastage of time. Dr. Pradyuman.
Good afternoon, all. Today I will be presenting on the effect of substituting soybean meal with safflower meal on the performance and meat yield in broiler chicken. Actually, myself, Chandrika and Saranti are from IIOR, and this Santosh and Dr. Amulan Raju and Dr. Ramaraj team from Project Directed Poultry. So we have done this work at a Project Directed Poultry ICR Institute. So actually this is poultry is the most nowadays flexible of all livestock sectors, and it is the leading industry in the world. So this people are using soybean meal as the most extensively for this as a protein source, but it is very costly, around 50 to 55 rupees per kg. So industry is looking for the alternatives for as a protein source for soybean meal. So we have used this safflower as an alternative source for protein in the chicken diet. So we have taken this safflower protein concentrates, dehulled and de-oiled cake. So after dehulling and de-oiling, it is having around 45% protein, and it is having all essential amino acids. So this is the experimental setup. So we have used this COB 430 birds from one day. We have taken observations from day 1 to 42 days, 3 treatments. That was treatment 1 was a safflower meal, no, soybean meal, and in treatment 2nd we have taken 50% safflower meal and 50% soybean meal, and treatment 3rd we have taken 100% safflower meal. So we have taken this, we have made this isocaloric and isonitrogenous diet, and apart from this soybean, replacing of soybean meal with safflower, all other things we have taken from the previous diet only. So the 10 replications we have taken, and in each replication 6 birds were there. And we have measured this body weight gain, feed intake, food conversion ratio. Weekly we have done these things up to 6 weeks. And at the age of 42 days, we have taken this slaughter parameters to study the meat yield. So from the results, we can see that there is no significant difference in the body weight gain and food conversion ratio at the 50% level of the safflower protein diet. But when we have gone for this 100% dose, there was a reduction in the performance and that body weight gain and food conversion ratio also. So this might be due to this more high this fiber content in the safflower meal, and the meat yield also reduced up when we have used 100% this safflower meal, but up to 50% it is at par with the soybean meal. And so from this we can conclude that we can replace this soybean meal from safflower meal up to 50% without affecting the food conversion ratio, food intake, and meat yield. Thank you.
Next, I call upon evaluation of cold pressed oil cakes by Aparna Kuna.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Lakshmi Prasanna. I am the presenting author for this topic, evaluation of cold-pressed oilseed cakes, a potential byproduct for valorization. Oilseed cakes are generally considered as agriculture waste or byproducts. There are two types of oilseed cakes. We all know that edible and non-edible oilseed cakes. Today, I am going to give my presentation on edible oilseed cakes. Though they are rich sources of protein, minerals, and crude fiber, they are mostly used for animal feed in our country. So the demand for oilseed cake as animal feed will increase in the future as the demand for the meat and poultry and dairy products is increasing continuously. Hence, the present study was taken up to profile the nutritional content of these oilseed cakes so that they can be better assessed for their actual value. So for this purpose, we have studied 5 cold-pressed oilseed cakes, that is mustard, safflower, sesame, coconut, and groundnut. These oilseed cakes were actually collected from 4 different locations of Hyderabad and Secunderabad, and the samples were homogenized and the analysis was done on the homogenized sample. So these are the standard methods we have used for the analysis. And coming to the result part, when we see the nutritional composition, all the oilseed cakes are very rich sources of crude protein, not only crude protein, but they are also very rich sources of crude fiber. When we consider the sesame seed cake, it also contains a very good amount of ash content, which in turn represents the mineral content of the sample. Here you can see the mineral compositions. Sesame seed cake is really a rich source of iron, zinc, calcium, and magnesium. Not only sesame seed cake, but safflower also contain a good amount of zinc, calcium, and magnesium. So when we see the amino acid composition, they really have a very good amount of essential amino acids. Mustard seed cake has the highest content of essential amino acids. And if we see the fatty acid composition, they also provide a good amount of linoleic acid and oleic acid content. And coming to the anti-nutritional factors like tannins, oxalates, phytates, and saponins, these anti-nutrient factors actually always negatively influences the protein digestibility, macro and micronutrient availability. So before giving oilseed cakes as food or feed, we have to eliminate these anti-nutrient factors by different methods like physical, chemical, enzymatic, or fermentative methods. And coming to the conclusion, a hierarchy should always be followed. The oilseed cakes are first need to be used for human consumption directly for protein isolation also. Then we can use it as use it in the food preparations. If not fit for the human consumption, then we can go for the feed. If not fit for the feed, then we can go for the fertilizers. If not for the fertilizers, then we can go for the energy production. So this hierarchy valuation should be developed to realize the concept of zero waste and circular economy in food industries. Thank you.
Thank you. The next presenter is Lakshmi Prasanna.
Sir,
You will continue. Eh?
Yes, sir. I'll continue. So my next topic is cold pressed cooking oils, an enigma of choice based on omega-6 to omega-3 fatty acid ratio. Earlier speaker, Dr. Shilpa Ora was telling about the balancing of omega-6 and omega-3 fatty acid ratio. So there are endless number of choices on our store shelves for the oils, right from the butter, refined oil, virgin oils, extra virgin oils. Sometimes we are very confused which oil to choose and which has the better fatty acid composition. And moreover, India is a diverse country. Each region of the country uses a different kind of edible oil to cook. So this is the basic classification. In this study, we are concentrating mainly on the omega-6 and omega-3 ratios and the balance between these two ratios, omega-6 and omega-3 ratios. For this study, we have selected 9 cold pressed cooking oils, soybean, corn, sunflower, mostly commonly used cooking oils in India. We have selected these oils from 4 different locations of Hyderabad and Secunderabad, and then we have analyzed them for the fatty acid composition. And from that fatty acid composition, we have calculated the omega-6 to omega-3 ratio. This is the fatty acid composition of different oils. These 9 different oils have unique fatty acid composition of their own. If we group them into 3 categories, that is SFA, MUFA, and PUFA, coconut oil recorded the highest amount of SFA content, but don't get the wrong idea by seeing this number that as it contains the highest saturated fat, this is not suitable for health. No, it is not the case. 58% of saturated fat in the coconut oil is contributed by the medium chain fatty acids. So due to their immediate absorption and quick utilization, they don't contribute to the production and transport of cholesterol. So coconut is very safe to consume and do not show any adverse effects on the cardiac health. When it comes to the MUFA content, mustard oil recorded very high amount of MUFA content, of which 47% is contributed by the uric acid, whereas safflower recorded the higher PUFA content. So when we see the linoleic acid and alpha linoleic acid content in different oils, safflower, sunflower, and soybean are very rich sources of linoleic acid, whereas the mustard oil is very rich source of alpha linolenic acid. So in some of the oils like coconut oil and groundnut oil, the ALA content was not even detected. If we see the LA to ALA ratio, most of the recommendations say that, former recommendations say that 1:1 ratio of omega-6 to 3 is beneficial, but now they are recommending 4:1. There is some debate on this. Mustard oil contain very good ratio of this LA to ALA ratio. And when we consider the oils, we have to consider the smoke point. Cold pressed oils generally have a low smoke point than the refined oils. So they should not be used for deep fryings, roastings, or some other high temperature purposes. So this is the summary of this study. Mustard oil has a very advantageous LA to ALA ratio. However, as ma'am said, there is no single oil which contributes, which provides all the health benefits. So the best way to derive the benefit is to use the combination of oils depending on the food that is consumed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sophia Devi on nutraceutical potentials of traditional fermented soybean.
Yes, 51.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is on nutraceutical potential of traditional fermented soybean hawaiizer. In northeastern state, this traditional fermented soybean, we call in Manipur, it's hawaiizer. And most of the people of this state, they used to consume as a low-cost source of high-protein food. And means it is it's an indigenous traditional fermented soybean having the characteristics flavor and stickiness, and these have the different health benefit. So we are going to study the different nutraceutical potentials of this fermented soybean, and these are the experimental details of this. So I'm using two seed sample JS35 and local small seeded, which is usually used for preparing this fermented soybean. And the treatments we are making is here, in order to produce a traditional fermented soybean, sometimes it's difficult to maintain the consistent quality. So we are using some scientific methods by using different bacillus strain. One is bacillus species strain H and bacillus species strain S. In combination with the two variety, one is the JS25 soybean variety and the local small seeded one. So the complete procedure about this means the experiment we are doing is we are using the raw soybean and soak it overnight and boil in a cooker. These are the different flow chart, and we inoculate with bacillus species. And this is the. So what are the biochemical analysis we did are the anti-diabetic assay, fibrinolytic, thrombolytic, fatty acid profiling, and AC inhibition. So the results of the antibiotic activity is from the aqueous extract of % of inhibition is the fermented soybean prepared from the local one and using the bacillus strain S having the more alpha amylase activity more pronounced in this. And so maybe better for preventing or delaying the progression of type 2 diabetes compared with non-fermented soybean. And this is a fibrinolytic activity. Here also in this, the halo diameter, next slide, this is a halo diameter. It shows the action of the fibrinolytic activity. So here also the bacillus strain H with the local type is more pronounced. And its approximate composition. So after preparing, comparing the raw soybean and this one, Hawaiian, we have seen that the crude protein, it changes. It reaches to 43.8%. And this is the thrombolytic activity of our prepared. So the colony showing the clearing zone on the blood agar plate shows the presence of thrombolytic activity. And this is the fatty acid profile. Here we have seen 5 fatty acids, and among these, the sample, this one, our starter culture A's have shown the maximum fatty acid of this one, oleic, linoleic, and linolenic acid. And this is the AC inhibition. And the maximum is been shown by the sample number 2 and sample number 4, where the starter culture A's we are using. And the conclusion, what the fibrinolytic enzymes from these traditional foods may be explored for novel fibrinolytic therapy. And last, the study reveals that the nutrient composition of the fermented soybean Hawaiian enhance after fermentation process. Thus, Hawaiian can act as a potential diet supplement to overcome malnutrition and degenerative disease. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Harjeevan Kaur, Genome-wide Association Study of Tocopherols in Indian Mustard.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Harjeevan, and I have a keen interest in the quality improvement in Indian mustard. And for that, in my present project, I am working on vitamin E, the chemical form of tocopherols. And there is a scanty information available about the genetics in Indian mustard that what I have, this is a preliminary research. So what is vitamin E? So the chemical form of vitamin E is tocopherol and tocotrienols, and it is an essential nutrient. So we have to eat it from outside. Mainly the plant-based oils are the rich sources of the vitamin E, and it has natural antioxidant properties. So the tocopherols and tocotrienols, these are the two major groups, and these can be further divided into 4 isomers, alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. And for the human nutrition purpose, the most active form is the alpha tocopherol and followed by the gamma one. So it's biosynthesis, so it is a very complicated pathway, and mainly there is a head and there is this side chain, and the head is the product of the tyrosine degradation, and the phytyl is the chlorophyll degradation, and here you can see, so it's a complicated pathway, and here you get the delta, beta, gamma, and alpha forms. So mainly from my research, what I have concluded is the main pathway that is active is this bit where gamma and alpha tocopherols are present, and the delta tocopherols is present in traces, but we don't need it that much because it is not that like active form. So estimation, so how I estimated it's from the seeds of the Indian mustard. So I extracted the tocopherols and measured them with the UPLC. And here you can see in the helic column, I separated the alpha and gamma ones. So I was not able to see the delta because they are present in traces and also because of a detector. And then I estimate them according to the calibration curve. So here are the results. So I found the alpha tocopherol. So I studied them in a panel of 300 accessions across the diversity panel of Indian mustard and over 2 years and with 2 biological reps. So I found 15 to 70 milligram per kg of tocopherol, alpha tocopherol, and 120 to 350 of gamma tocopherols, and the total tocopherols range from 150 to 400 milligram per kg. So this is a association pipeline. I will not explain it. This was developed in the Brassica group at Punjab Agriculture University. So I used their SNP data and conducted my genome-wide association study to illustrate the genetics behind tocopherols. We select the best fit model, and this is just an example of quintile plots. I will not go in detail with that. So this is the Manhattan plot, and here you can see the nice peaks. So the peaks show the association between the phenotype and the genotype, and I am able to mark some of these genes on these nice peaks here on the chromosome A3 and B7. So this is a detail of those candidates, and this will be better in the next slide. If you remember this pathway, so I have found the genes in the circles from my association study. So this is a good step because so I'm still in the study, so I'm on the end of my project, and I'm still analyzing the data, and I will be validating these candidates, and they can be probably used for the marker assisted selection of tocopherols. I will like to thank my mentor, Dr. Banga, and the Brassica group at PAU. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ramya Parakonal, storability, longevity, and rancidity, a genome perspective on evolutionary constraints in major oilseeds. The other speakers can get ready. Pramod Farde, Gandhi Bukia, and Bojan.
Good afternoon, everybody. The topic for today is storability, longevity, and rancidity, a genomic perspective on the evolutionary constraints in major oil seeds. As an oil seed institute, our major concern is seed longevity. So seed longevity is one of the key trait in agriculture, and which directly influences seed germination and the crop productivity. However, in oil seeds, due to the lipid content, during long-term storage, the peroxidation and oxidation results in production of lot of reactive oxygen species, and this will result in reduction in germination and finally the seed longevity. Again, when it is stored as an oil, this result in oil rancidity. We have heard about oil rancidity and stability from multiple speakers, and these are the genes, some of the genes behind the rancidity. And one of the interesting point is these are the family of genes which influence the seed germination as well as abiotic stress tolerance also. So these include oleosins, lipases, triacyl glycerol lipase, phospholipase D, and lipoxygenases. So our study was aimed at identification and classification and the phylogenetics as well as identification of the promoter sequences of all these genes. So we have obtained the protein sequences from different databases and did all the analysis as per the pathway. So one of the important finding is there are a lot of gene copy number variants. So this is lesser in sesame and olive, and this larger number in soybean and sunflower is an indicative of adaptive evolution. So these are the location on the chromosomes where these genes are located. So you can see there are a lot of tandem copies where the genes are located back to back on chromosome 8 and 9, particularly for LOX, and in chromosome 1 and 3 for PLDs, and LOX in chromosome 6. So coming to the evolution of proteins, there are a lot of variants among the homologs. So protein length variation and protein molecular weight variation and exon numbers are also varying. So there was an expansion of multi-intronic lipoxygenase and PLD genes in soybean and sunflower, particularly 7 to 9 intron genes. However, the oleosin genes were more conserved. And in TGL genes, all the genes were 3 intronic. However, there were wide variation among the length and molecular weight. So this is the phylogeny of the LOX genes. You can see that we can classify them into 3 types. And the type 2 LOX are involved in raw scavenging as well as rancidity development, and it is more diverse in soybean. So you can see the purple, blue one. Duplication was more evident in soybean and sunflower. And in oleosin genes, we could detect only 3 classes, which are SL, U, and SH. We couldn't see the mesocarp and tapetum, which are present in other oil seeds. And the PLD genes, we could classify it into 5 classes, and zeta was more conserved and required for phosphate recycling from lipids under phosphate starvation. And gamma was found only in sunflower. And this is the collinearity among soybean sesame and soybean sunflower. So the collinearity percentage was higher for sesame and olive when compared to the other group. And in sunflower, most of them are duplicates, and soybean, it was single copy. And when we can see that their selection was more profuse for oleosin genes, which were under positive selection, the rest all were under negative selection. And these are the cis elements, the promoters in the upstream region, and MYB and MYC are the more common, and these are included in abiotic stress response, hormones, and growth and development. And the oleosins have limited roles. However, the PLD gamma gene, it has more role in lipid synthesis. And so adaptive evolution has a more important role, and quality seed and quality oil are equally important. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Pramod M. Farde. So Dr. Anand Zanwar will present on blending of linseed oil with edible oil to improve nutritional quality of edible oil.
So, good afternoon, everyone. The title is Blending of Linseed Oil with Edible Oil to Improve the Nutritional Quality of Edible Oil Blend. I will skip this introduction because all the aspects are covered by the lead speakers of today's session. So taking all these issues, considering all the issues, none of the fatty acid has appropriate balance of omega 6:3 ratio. We selected coconut oil and rice bran oil, and as per FSSAI guideline, they were blended with linseed oil in 80:20 proportion. And we studied the effect of various antioxidants during long-term storage stability study and thermal stability study during the heating trials. Then coming to the characterization of these blended oils. So here we can see that in case of rice bran blend and coconut blend, there was significant increase in the omega-3 content, PUFA content, and 6:3 ratio was within the acceptable limit, that is less than 3:1 in all the cases. At the same time, the physicochemical parameters such as peroxide value, acid value were not significantly altered with respect to their respective plain oil. Smoke point was also equivalent. In case of coconut oil, smoke point was reduced, but it was more than 180 degrees Celsius, which is the normal frying temperature. Then coming to the storage stability, these oils along with the antioxidant were kept for the period of 15 months, and we studied the effect of these antioxidant on long-term storage stability. So peroxide value at the end of 15 months, you can see that coconut, there was significant increase in the peroxide value, and ascorbyl palmitate, TBHQ, able to control this peroxidation. In case of rice bran oil, the ascorbyl palmitate was effectively controlled the storage stability at the end of 15 months. As far as fatty acid is concerned, there was non-significant reduction, alteration in the fatty acid, indicating the stability of the fatty acid on long-term storage stability. Coming to the thermal stability, here we have taken a set of various antioxidants, and each oil type and its blend was placed into stainless steel electrical deep fryer and heated at 180 degrees Celsius for 8 hours continuously. So initially we carried out the TOTOX value. It is a total antioxidation status indicating the primary oxidation. So here in case of rice bran oil, ginger and black pepper, these antioxidants were effective in controlling the primary oxidation. In case of coconut oil, green tea and AP plus tri were effective in controlling the total antioxidant status. As far as the fatty acid concerned, rice bran oil, there was non-significant alteration in the PUFA content because it naturally contains the gamma orygenol. In case of coconut oil, there was very significant reduction in the PUFA content, almost 40 to 50% reduction in the PUFA content were noted. So it is important to estimate whether this oil can be used for heating conditions. So we estimated the total polar molecule. So total polar molecule in case of rice bran, we could here observe that AP plus tri was more effective among the tested and group of antioxidant. In case of rice bran oil, in case of coconut oil, black pepper was most effective in controlling this total polar molecule content. We also estimated the trans fat and they were within the acceptable limit as per FSSAI guideline. So to conclude, blending of linseed oil with coconut and rice bran oil effectively improved the fatty acid profile, which were less than 3:1. Antioxidant ascorbyl palmitate 500 mg per kg of oil was found to control the lipid peroxidation on long-term storage stability study. So linseed oil can be used effectively to improve the nutritional quality of edible oil blend using blending technology. And with added antioxidant, we can control the long-term stability of these oil. Still, we are working on this and we will be carrying out the frying experiment wherein the recommendation regarding the thermal stability will come up. So to conclude, inclusion of omega-3 fatty acid is strongly recommended in the prevention of control of non-communicable disease, and blending oil is a very cost-effective, acceptable technology to maintain this stability. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Gandhi Bukia. Valorization of castor oil-derived fatty acids for new bioactive compounds via chemoenzymatic reactions.
183. Gandhi. Next one. Mail.
Next speaker is Bojang. Evaluation of DNA extraction methods for molecular traceability in cold pressed, solvent extracted and refined groundnut oils.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Precious Bojang, and on behalf of my co-authors, Dr. Aparna Kuna, Dr. Shrida, Dr. Pushpavali, and Ms. Supta Saka, I'll be giving you a presentation on the findings of our paper entitled The Evaluation of DNA Extraction Methods for Molecular Traceability in Cold-Pressed, Solvent Extracted and Refined Groundnut Oils. Food fraud and food adulteration has been said to be a rising economic concern because of admixing of different, cheaper edible oils with the expensive ones. And like one of the speakers has said in the morning, Dr. Balwai has talked about other practices like deliberate or intentional mislabeling of edible oils. And this actually causes a negative effect on the international trade. With that being said, DNA methods come in handy to prevent the food, to ensure the food authenticity. And with that being said, our research was aimed at evaluating and optimizing a method of DNA isolation from groundnut oil, and also to study the possibility of using this isolated DNA for molecular traceability. With that, in our methodology, we actually worked on four DNA extraction methods, which were CETA-based, but differed in the volume of the oil sample used, as well as the lysis buffer used, and
the DNA carriers used. And of all the three methods that we've evaluated, the fourth method, we did the DNA enrichment with the TE buffer, which we did and repeated for 35 times. And in terms of our results, the first three methods did not yield any, they yielded actually minute DNA amounts in all the three oils. But then the fourth method, which was actually based on the DNA enrichment with the TE buffer, actually had good amounts of DNA recovered in the cold pressed oil, the hexane extracted oil, as well as in the commercial oil. However, there were actually low amounts of DNA recovered in the commercial oil, which may be attributed to like heat treatments of the commercial oil and other things like bleaching, deodorization, or other refining processes of the commercial oil. In terms of the amplification with the PCR, we've seen the DNA recovered being amplified with PCR in the cold pressed oil, hexane pressed oil, and also the commercial pressed oil. And the significance of this work was actually to replicate the use of DNA-based methods over the use of chemical and the spectral and the physical methods, which are actually they give uncertain results because you cannot. Because the chemical composition of the edible oils actually differs among seasons and the growing areas. But in terms of the DNA cannot be degraded by the DNA-based methods have more sensitivity and more specificity, and also they are not influenced by environment. So these protocols for food adulteration detection through DNA methods will be possible on the successful isolation of the amplifiable DNA from a given food matrix. Hence, the study like this one becomes handy, and also there are very few studies on molecular traceability of edible oils. And with that being said, I can say we actually managed to successfully recover a very good amount of DNA from groundnut oil. And also on careful consideration, the presence of trace DNA in oil and DNA degradation have to be dealt with at first to ensure optimum and good quality of the recovered DNA. So we can successfully say our protocol was effective, reliable, and reproducible, and can be also replicated in other edible oils such as rice bran oils, palm oils, and others for edible oil authenticity. And also the DNA markers that we used in our study were the SSR markers, which actually had an added advantage because of their for their great varietal identification, and can also be used in DNA fingerprinting. Thank you.
Mr. Gandhi, are you ready? This is the last presentation. I request all of you to remain for 5 more minutes after the presentation to felicitate our esteemed chair and co-chair and all the guest speakers.
Good afternoon. So my presentation topic is polarization of castor oil derived fatty acids for new bioactive compounds via chemoenzymatic reactions. So it is well known fact that edible oils cannot be India is the largest importer of edible oils, and we cannot use edible oils for biodiesel applications or oleochemical applications. So in this concern, castor oil can be very interesting. So by performing different chemical reactions in castor oil, we can derive different fatty acids, and further which they can be used for they can be used as platform chemicals for different industrial applications. So one of the important castor-derived fatty acid is undecanoic acid, and it is regarded as a non-specific topical antifungal agent, and it finds its major application in polymer industry, as well as it serves as intermediates for different industrial products. So through our literature survey, we have identified a monoacyl glycerol, which has been isolated from which has been isolated from a traditional plant, which is well known for its antifungal and anti-cancer properties. And this monoacyl glycerol has been synthesized in our laboratory, and we have identified that it has shown excellent antioxidant properties, as well as it has exhibited very good biological activities. So with the aim to generate further more number of analogs of phenolic monoacyl glycerols, we designed a synthetic route by choosing a castor-derived fatty acid, that is bromo-undecanoic acid, and by performing different chemical reactions, we generated a monoacyl glycerol, and here we have taken different phenolic acids as phenolic acid, different hydroxycinemic acids, as they are known for their antioxidant properties. And further, the synthesized lipids were evaluated for their antioxidant activity, at the same time antimicrobial activity and cytotoxicity. And we have done two different assays, that is DPPH and TBAS assay, and we have identified that synapic acid derivative has shown excellent antioxidant activity in both the assays, where it is almost more than the standard available commercially available BHT. And in antimicrobial activity, we have identified that compound 8F, that is comeric acid based derivative, has shown moderate activity. And in cytotoxicity, almost all the synthesized compounds were shown very good cytotoxicity activity, and they were very much selective towards the saline DU-145. And in this, in conclusion, we have synthesized 10 different monoacyl glycerols, among which comeric acid derivative has shown very good cytotoxicity and antimicrobial activity, and synapic acid derivative has shown very good antioxidant activity. So these compounds have potential to be explored as novel and active ingredients in variety of cosmetic formulations, owing to their promising antioxidant and biological activities. Further, we also have designed a synthetic route for synthesis of 10 undecanoic acid based triazoles. Here again, we have used the castor-derived fatty acid, that is undecanoic acid. So here we have reacted that castor-derived fatty acid with the undecanoic acid with propazyl bromide to generate a propazyl ester. And by following a click chemistry protocol, we have generated triazoles. And by following the same protocol, we have generated 20 different compounds and evaluated for their antimicrobial activity against two different plant pathogens. One is Ralstonia solenscerium for its antibacterial assay, and we have identified that compound 4J and 4K, that is iodo-substituted and iodo-fluoro-substituted triazoles, has exhibited very good zone of inhibition. And further, we have evaluated for their antifungal activity against the plant pathogen Fusarium oxysporum. Here we could able to identify that compound 4Q, that is tetrabutyl substituted triazole, has shown very good zone growth inhibition with the 55% growth inhibition, and followed by compound 4E with fluoro substitution. And in conclusion, I'd like to conclude that this is the first report and UDA conjugated triazoles, where 4K compound and 4J compound has shown very good antibacterial activity, and 4E and 4Q compound has shown very good antifungal activity. So this study provides a valuable lead for design of new and potential fatty acid based bioactive compounds, owing to their biocompatible nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it is time for thanking each one of you for being present here patiently since morning. It has been quite a long session. I would request Dr. Prasad to quickly sum up the session and not taking too long.
Thank you. I think it's almost 2 o'clock, 2:10. I'll not take much time. So basically, I think, first of all, I compliment all the speakers for sticking to the time, because we started around 35 minutes late and we ended 35 minutes late. Almost, that means all the speakers, they really helped us. So overall today we have 2 keynote lectures and 8 lectures and 9 oral presentations. See, particularly in the keynote lectures, we heard Dr. Ashok Talai. He stressed upon the consortium mode, all the institutes and industry and research institutes, and everybody has to work together. So particularly to come out of the problem of the scarcity of the oils, I think we need to take that message and to go ahead, all of us. I think Dr. Ramakrishna has mentioned that particularly we need to really look at the alternate sources like tree-borne oils and short gestation crops for, so particularly to really look at when you look at in the long run, the biodiesel and ATF like that. And also he has mentioned a lot of inputs on the valorization of oilseed cakes. Several applications he has really provided food for thought. And after that, we had Professor Ranjan Ray online lecture. He has tried to really provide a lot of applications for some of the oils, even like short gestation crops and other tree-borne oils for applications in biodiesel, ATF, surfactants, and lubricants. And after that, we heard another online lecture from Turkey. She was trying to trying to explain us about European-based oilseed cakes. What are their applications? Basically, antioxidant and antibacterial activities. She mentioned. And after that, we had two lectures from FAIR Lab. The first lecture is Dr. Samaya. So he mentioned about the FAIR Lab's efforts for the validation of MCPD and dioxin content. These two are very, very important contaminants now the whole world is looking at. I think they have made good efforts to initiate this particular validation of these methods. Dr. Konda Reddy explained us how particularly the trans fats, how we really implemented that in the country, and the surveys, what it was telling about the country. And also, so he mentioned that that we are ahead of WHO. We have implemented this trans fat free program in the country. Then after that, we had Sri Kishore Tana. He was explaining, he explained us about the overview of export for major oil seeds, particularly those who are getting high value for groundnuts, same, that sort of things. So he made a very good present overview about what sort of productions we are making and what sort of seed quantities we are exporting it. It's a good presentation to get that sort of overview. And after that, we heard from ICRSAT, Dr. Janila. She tried to explain us about the particularly the improving the oil quality and stability with respect to high oleic oils, and her work mostly covered on the groundnut oil. She was trying to make high oleic groundnut oil. And then after that, Dr. Shilpa Ora, so innovations in product portfolio development, particularly the Marico is very strong in multi-sourced edible oil blended oils. So she focused on several the applications of multi-sourced edible oils, how they provide us the good quality and also good fatty acid composition and nutraceutical. So whatever we really require high quality, where we cannot really get from the individual oils, how we can really get from the multi-sourced oil. She has made a clear presentation. Because finally, that was my presentation. So I tried to provide some of the innovations made by CSR ICT. So that's what about the presentations and the keynote addresses. Finally, we had 9 oral presentations. One good thing I observed is even though 6 minutes we made to 4 minutes, I think everyone except 1 or 2, they have taken 30 seconds more. That's really commendable. I compliment all the all these oral presentations. The way they really made within 4 minutes, they could able to really tell the introduction, their results, and also conclusions. I really compliment all the 9 oral presentations. I think with this now we close this particular session. We thank all the speakers and keynote speakers and also all the delegates who attended here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Co-Chair. It's time to felicitate them. It's almost 5 hours continuously they are sitting on the dais, listening to each of the presentations and made note of and summarized the entire session's information and the key points and way forward. So in honor of them, it's a prestige for, we are honored to felicitate Dr. Ramkrishna and Dr. Prasad and also all the other speakers who came over here and presented their viewpoints. So may I request now our Dr. Sanjay Gupta, ADG Oil Seed Pulses, ICR, and Dr. R.K. Mathur, Director IOR, to come over the stage and then felicitate our chair and co-chair and also the speakers. So may I request now Dr. Sanjay Gupta and Dr. R.K. Mathur. Now to Dr. Prasad. Now may I request Dr. Samaya Arukali. Samaya is here. Then our next speaker, Dr. Konda Reddy. Mr. Kishore Khanna is here. So on the behalf of Mr. Kishore Khanna, Ramesh Kolath will receive the memento. Next to Dr. Janila from ICVO. Dr. Shilpa can also follow suit. Dr. Shilpa. With this, we are through in felicitating our our esteemed delegates and other invited speakers. So we can break for the lunch.
Very good afternoon. Before break for lunch, I have announcement from Indian Society of Oilseed Research. We are inviting you to become a member of our society, Indian Society of Oilseed Research. Those who are not still registered, those who are not still enrolled as a member of Indian Society of Oilseed Research, you are welcome to enroll. The membership forms are there at Portico. You please contact our persons, so they will help you to how to enroll the Indian membership of Indian Society of Oilseed Research. Thank you.
Hello, one more announcement, please. Next section, expanding horizons, oral presentations, please load before itself. It's taking time for the oral presentations. All rapid presentations, please load whenever you're free, before lunch. It's a very hectic schedule for expanding horizons. Please, all the speakers and also the delegates, whoever has presentation in the afternoon session, please convey to your colleagues also and load the PPTs before itself. Thank you.
Oral है आपका rapid 83 का इधर है last button
Professor Tilochan Shastri, would you kindly load your presentation, please? Dr. Anupam Barik, and then Sri Arul Selvam from NABARD, and also Mr. Venu from Kaluri Technologies. Could you kindly load the presentation so that we'll not have a wastage of time for the speakers, for the process to go on? Fine.
This 3 present.
3. Professor Triloshan Shastri, please. To kindly upload your presentation. And Mr. Arul Selvam from NABARD.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Can we start, sir, now?
Yes, we can start now.
I am unable to hear you, sir. Madam, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. You are able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we can hear.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Namaste, madam. Yeah.
Namaste. Good afternoon, sir.
Namaskar, madam.
So we can start, sir. With your permission, we'll start then.
Sure, please start.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. And now we are getting on to the theme for this on the expanding horizons, which is chaired by Dr. A.K. Singh, who is the Vice Chancellor of Rani Lakshmi Bai Central University, Jhansi. Unfortunately, due to pressing commitment, he's not able to make it offline, but he's very much online. And the session would be co-chaired by Dr. B. Muralidharan, who was former director, ICR, Director of Groundnut Research, Junagadh. So may I request Dr. Muralidharan sir to kindly come onto the dais, and the rapporteur sir, Dr. N. Mukta and Dr. Ramanjnelu. And welcome on, sir. Just a note about Dr. A.K. Singh, the chairman. He is an extensionist per se, and he has started his career in CSUAT Kanpur. And before coming, after that, he came out to ICR. He has taken on as the zonal coordinator in Kanpur, and then moved on the scale right to the DDG extension. And now he is now holding the post of the vice chancellor of the coveted university at Jhansi. And in fact, he had a lot of accolades to his credit. He has been a teacher, researcher, and a hardcore extensionist per se. And he was instrumental in initiating several of the national programs. To name a few, the Farmers First Project, the MGMG program, the cluster demonstrations in oil seeds and pulses, and also the Vatika program, besides several other programs which he has initiated and taken forward successfully. He had more than 113 publications to his credit. And he is a hardcore extensionist, keeping the farmers' face in mind, but for any program he takes. We welcome you, sir, Chairman, sir, to join online. We are grateful that you're able to steer the session. And also we have the co-chair. Okay. Now we have another co-chair as well, Dr. Sudha Mysore, who was former CEO, and we welcome Sudha Mysore, ma'am. And then another co-chair we have here is Dr. V. Muralidharan, who has been an oilseed breeder all through, who has made a lot of contribution to the sunflower breeding research program, as well as the groundnut program of the country. And post-retirement, he's been involved in upliftment of the oilseeds sector per se. So with these few words, sir, I now hand over the session to Dr. A.K. Singh, and he will be delivering a keynote address on convergence among agencies through NMEO, bridging the yield gaps through innovative transfer of technologies. Dr. A.K. Singh, sir, Chairman, sir, you can take the you can go ahead with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome to all those who have joined here. We are thankful to the organizers, especially Mathur, for giving this opportunity to me and all of us. The session is very important one, expanding horizons. And that is where all discussions later on centers after doing everything in terms of research and education. We talk about expanding technologies to all those stakeholders with whom we are working for development of different sectors. I have got with us Dr. Sudha Mysore and Dr. V. Muralidharan, the two co-chairpersons, and I welcome them also, and also all the speakers. There is one lecture by me, and thereafter there are many presentations. So I will take 10-15 minutes time, and then when we can start other presentations. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
So I'll be especially talking about the yield gaps, which we have been noticing, and there is all the time talk that there is a potential in technology, but somehow we have not been able to realize all those potentials and how we can make it. That has been a debate all the time. So basically, I will talk about the yield gaps which are there and what we need to do for that. Now, this is the general scenario we all have been discussing, that how there has been a gap in the demand and supply at the national level. And this also is attributed to the per capita consumption of oils, which has increased over years from 12-13 to in 1920. We find there is a huge demand which is growing up all the time. And the two viable options which we have been talking about, one is the enhancement of productivity, and one is bringing more area under oil seeds. That is what it has been debated all the time. We have been able to do in a similar fashion in terms of pulses, and almost we are coming to the self-sufficiency in terms of pulses. How we can make it in oilseeds? That is a challenge before us. Now, if we look into the oil sector as such, we find that the consumption with what it has been over the years and how much we are producing ourselves and how much we are getting it through imports. And there also we always find that the gap is increasing towards more imports and more imports. From 1.47 million tons in 86, 87, now almost 13.35 million tons of we are importing valued almost 80,000 crores. And this figure is all the time increasing. And it's a worry for the country and also for those who are vegetarians. There is all the time pressure to have more production so that the demand of, you can say, the local level demands from consumptions could be met from our own kinds of production. We have also seen that as per ICMR recommendations, it has to be 12 kg per annum per person, but it is quite huge what we are consuming as of now. Import has been quite huge, basically from the oil palm, soybean, sunflower, and others. So these are the, you can say, the potential areas also where we can think of enhancing area and also the productivity. Now coming to the area of production and productivity over years, we find that the area expansion has not taken place as much as it should have been. Once we compare from 2015-16, almost 2 million hectares we have been able to increase in terms of areas. Production, there has been a significant increase from 25 million tons to 37 million tons. Yield potential also we see some increase from almost 968 kg per hectare to 1292 kg per hectare. Still, we find that the potential, what potential are, that we have not been able to achieve somehow. The regions are many, but these are the realities. And how quickly we can look on to these two aspects, area and heat. These are very, very crucial for taking up further oil seed development. Now, once we look into the yield gaps, existing yield gaps are quite huge. In terms of soybean, we find there is a gap of almost 50%. In case of rapeseed and mustard, 27%, groundnut 40%, sesame 22%, sunflower even huge, 160%. Safflower, it is almost 81%, Niger 40%, average 60%. So almost there is a yield gap of 60% in terms of edible oils, looking into the potential, how much we are in a position to produce. And if we target by 25-26, almost 20% yield reduction, you can say the gap reduction will be differing in different crops. So we can meet another 3 to 4 million tons of edible oils only by reducing the yield gap. So this is what the, you can say, a picture coming to us, that by yield gap reduction itself, we can meet 3 to 4 million tons. And that is an opportunity for us to look into and progress towards that direction. Some attempt has been made in the past, and 33 seed hubs have been created by Government of India through ICR, and we find that on different commodities we have been able to make, and some quality seeds production has also taken place at the national level, and we are able to provide to the farmers. Now they bringing additional area under oilseed crops. So what we see that almost 99% cultivation of edible oil is happening only in traditional areas, and only 1% in non-traditional areas. So this is one scenario which is there before us. And if we have to increase the area, we have to go for both traditional and non-traditional areas. In non-traditional areas, we can see that there are rice fallows and also potato fallows in northeastern hill estates, in river beds, along with the river ear bank embankments, and as intercrops in many crops, especially the plantation crops and also sugarcane. That can be done, and it indicates the potential where we can go for more area under oil seeds production. Availability of quality seeds also has been a challenge for farmers, and if you can make it through public-private partnership in both traditional and non-traditional areas, the acreage oil productivity can be enhanced. Processing and marketing infrastructure has been also, you can say, one weakness. And if you can create it, the processing which can happen at the farmers level itself, so that they can get little bit more prices, what they are able to get only through selling of seeds and grains. So if that can happen, probably you can say farmers will be more interested and they will be overcoming to look into this. Mechanization of farm operations and contract farming, this is another opportunity where we have to look for. In oilseed sectors, in oil palm, it might be happening, but other crops which are there in the northern India, this is not happening, at least the contract farming kind of arrangement in case of mustard and other crops. If that can be done somehow in terms of, you can say, bringing larger farmers, producer companies together, they start producing certain commodities and they start having linkages with different organizations, can be done. Productivity of oilseeds again has been challenged for us, and that is what I was discussing. And some statistics indicates that in almost all the crops, the productivity has been quite low in India as compared to the world average and also the best of the producing countries. If you look into groundnut, how much US is able to produce and how much we are able to produce. And in terms of rapeseed and mustard, we have got the best of the climate. Even in rapeseed mustard, there is a huge difference, almost a difference of more than 100% in terms of Germany and what we are able to do. So there is quite a scope once we look into the best producing countries and also the kind of genetic material which we have got. In rapeseed and mustard, when we go to the farmers field, there are many farmers who are growing more than 30 tons, even more than 35 tons, more than what average fields we are depicting here. So potentially there, and some farmers are able to do, but how it can be made at a larger scale, that is a challenge for us. And we also find that in some of the minor, you can say, crops like safflower, even sesame, bean seed, not much has happened in terms of development of technology and, you can say, technology materials by which we can make more realized. Looking into the world average and best producing country and our best potential variety, also we find there is a mismatch. So on two fronts we have to confront in some of the crops where we have been made headway in terms of better productivity of, you can say, our own genotypes. But at the same time, minor crops where we find that genotypes, there is still a potential on which our scientists have to work and bring out better materials so that the productivity issues appear. There are some more issues also, and which we have been talking about. The water management itself has been a big issue in terms of oilseeds. And we have seen that wherever there has been better irrigation facilities, it has gone to other crops other than the oilseeds and pulses. So that is another concern for us, that how best of the practices, whether it is BBF or zero-till planting or paired row planting, all these technologies, how we can make it happen at the farmers' fields. Water harvesting and increasing area under irrigation are meaning more crop cultivation with assured irrigation. That is also a kind of challenge for us. And drought tolerant varieties, some of them have come, but again we have to look into And some of the crops which are being grown in the winter season, we find that the aphids and fog also creates a lot of problems in terms of taking good yields. So the variety is suitable for those situations, and also the technology suitable for those situations are very, very. Site and cropping system specific recommendations are also one. And then efficient sources for nutrients delivery. And that is also a challenge, and how we can introduce the newer consortia by inoculants, sensors, and artificial intelligence, even drone-based applications for delivery and monitoring. These are going to be very crucial in the years to come when we are trying to advance the technological use in oilseeds production. Now, crop management has been an issue, and that have been always discussed in terms of seeding, fertilizer application, weeding, and plant protection. Combined harvester come zero tree planter. These are also very, very important ones because there are, you can say, deficiency in terms of having manpower for manual harvesting. So these machines should be quite suitable one through which harvesting could be done. And as they are doing in case of rice and wheat, such machines should be there in plenty for use in oilseeds. Also, we need the plant types also, which are fitting for the mechanized harvesting. And also the, you can say, the machines should be suitable for this aspect. Implements for a small farm mechanization is also very, very important. And some of the, you can say, technological aspects which relates to season, flower, and soybean, like plant geometry modification and mechanization, and even new plant types that are also very, very important and required. Organic and natural farming is being talked a lot. We have to see that how the alternate sources can be created for, you can say, nutrient supplementation while seeds crops. Climate change impact has been severe on oilseeds, and we particularly see when there is a adverse climate, oilseeds are struck quite heavily. And to safeguard our crops, we have to look into the newer strategy of conservation agriculture, even tillage management. That is also very, very important. Also, proper residue utilization. Now, some of the insect pests associated with and the kinds of damages which are happening through their severity, and we find some of them are very, very severe, causing almost 100% of, you can say, damage if they are infested on various crops. So we have to look for all these regions are already known to all of us, but management is one issue on which we have to be always looking for and bring a kind of strategy and awareness at the ground level with the farmers and farmers groups, so that all those practices which are recommended by us, they get adopted. Forecasting has been a key, and that is how we can build into the system by which forecasting of insect and pest would happen quite at advanced stage. And also eco-friendly pest management and penetration of pollinators, that is also very, very important. Especially in crops where pollinators are required, and they are also giving beneficial, you can say, advantages to the growers. Now, coming to the expansion of oilseeds in traditional areas, we find that the groundnut can go to in some more areas in the traditional one, because there is still some potential. By 2034-35, we can enhance further area in Gujarat, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, Odisha, and West Bengal. Similarly, for rapeseed and mustard, there is still a lot of area we find in Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, West Bengal, Haryana, Gujarat and Assam, and also some parts of Northeast region, which is not indicated here, but of late I find Toria is being preferred by the farmers in those regions, and some area can definitely go there. Already we have seen that successes. Soybean also in traditional areas like Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Rajasthan, and Gujarat. And sesame also, though there is little scope, but still in Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Tamil Nadu. For sunflower area has been going down all the time, and there has been concern everywhere that why this area has come so low. But there are certain potential states like Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and Odisha. Safflower again, a little bit area can come. Almost the similar states as in case of sunflower. And Niger, we can have a little bit more area in research for Assam, Gujarat. So this is how we can look for enhancing area under oil seeds, almost 3.7 million hectare, and it can be enhanced in a, you can say, time phase manner over the years. And some of the technologies like seed production technologies, seed buffer stocks, off-season seed production, and intercropping for mechanized cultivation. These are some opportunities on which we have to look in different crops. And if we start looking into, probably we can enhance more area. There is a huge area under sugarcane cultivation. If autumn planted sugarcane can be emphasized upon and those could be converted into intercrop area also, we can bring into large area under rapeseed and mustard. Once we look into the non-traditional areas, we find that the rice fallow is almost 12.5 hectare area, million hectare area is there. In the West Bengal, Jharkhand, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Andhra. So some area can definitely be, you can say, brought into cultivation, and some indication already given here that how it can be. Almost 12.5 million hectare is there, but around 2 million hectare we can bring from this rice fallow. From potato fallow also we can bring, and some area which is coming out of turmeric, ginger, and which can be brought under sesame in some states. Sugarcane plus soybean, whether we can grow sesame, mustard, the lean seed crop, and there is a potential in half a dozen states, and almost 2.55 million hectare area can be brought. Other intercrops, again, almost we find that 7.28 million hectare area we can enhance under different crops once we explore the non-traditional. Now, once we look into for technology outreach, and once we see the productivity potential, so some data which has come from the large-scale frontline demonstrations on crops like soybean, rapeseed, mustard, and others, a huge number of demonstrations conducted, and we find that between the farmers' practice and the demonstrated practices on farmers' fields itself, there is a yield gap of highest order we find from 20% to almost 82%. And when we look into the potential of those crops and average production, what it is coming, so this is again quite high, 4%, and even higher than that in some crops, 98% plain seed. So these yield gaps, level 1 and level 2, once we look into the improved technology, farmers' practices, and the potential of those crops. So these yield gaps can definitely be brought down once we start looking into, and we have demonstrated on farmers' field itself, and that there is a potential of enhancing 30 to 40% in different crops once those package of practices which are already there, and if they are demonstrated at farmers field, the yield levels can be. We have seen that focus demonstrations, cluster demonstrations can make huge change, and this we have seen in terms of pulses. And we have seen that the productivity gains up to almost 40% were able to be achieved through large-scale frontline demonstration, also supported with the seed production through seed hub, and also through capacity development. All those models which were successful in pulses production enhancement, this can be taken into account for oil seeds also. Farmers, input dealers, markets, processors, and also those who are working for quality, they could be sensitized and trained so that the production could be in terms of. Again, if you look into crop-wise, we can see that the kinds of differences in yield gap which are there, yield gap 1 and yield gap 2, and technologies are already there. Once we look into the crops, so specific crops and number of good varieties we have been able to. Similarly, in case of rapeseed and mustard, in yield gaps of 20% and almost 28% we can see. And still there is a huge potential in terms of pulse, in terms of rapeseed and mustard, where we can go. And also we have got number of varieties which are producing more than 30 tons now. There are a number of varieties. And 25 quintals around, we find number of varieties which are. In case of groundnut also, for Rabi and Kharif both, we have got the technology. Variety also and technologies also, and the yield gaps which are still existing, they can be bridged to this technology. CSM also, we have got potential, and we can enhance up to almost 5% of yield gap which is there in terms of yield gap 1, and in terms of yield gap 2, there is even almost double gap. So these gaps could be, you can say, bridged through number of interventions, technologies which. And in sunflower also, you can say a crop which could be grown only by the community because it attracts a lot of bird damage. So interventions are quite important one, and we can see still the yield gaps which are quite huge, especially in Rabi maize. And in Kharif maize, yield gap 2 is also quite huge. So these yield gaps have to be brought down, and again, sunflower area which has gone quite high has come down, and that can be brought down. Safflower also, we have got the technologies and those yield gaps which are existing, and we can look for, but again, there is not much potential in enhancing area under safflower. Similarly, in case of linseed, we have got a number of good varieties, and existing yield gaps could be brought down, having, you can say, kind of awareness and the technology availability which is required. In Niger also, there is a huge potential. Once we look into the yield gap, first itself, what we have been able to achieve through technologies and what is there in the farmers' practice. So this crop, there is a huge potential even by smaller management at the farmers' level, following the improved technologies. Even yield gap 1, which is quite huge, that can be. Castor again limited to few states, but still we find that yield gap 2 is quite high, and this could be brought down further by having new technologies, new varieties which are suitable, and also providing all those processing and marketing facilities. Capacity building of input dealers, extension workers, and also the subject matter specialist of speaking and farmers is very crucial. Once we look for enhancing the production, productivity, and acreage under this crop, so this has to be a dedicated activity, should go parallelly along with the technology. And could be many of the mobile applications already some of our high school institutions, especially IAR has come up with number of crop-specific mobile apps. There are still bigger platforms like M-Kisan portal where more than 5 crore farmers are registered. And also number of other mobile apps have been created. So all these mobile apps which are there with IIOR and others, and this should be properly utilized and a kind of awareness should be created among farmers so that they register and they take all the information and knowledge from these mobile apps on them. So this is another one, All India Coordinated Research Project. Is bringing number of information website and also other systems, knowledge management portal. So finally, coming to the strategy for bridging area gaps, one is that the area expansion has to be how the area could be targeted in traditional and non-traditional belts with quality seed supply and also the technologies which are there with us. Because these two have to go hand in hand, the variety in technologies and identifying suitable areas. And it should be fully tested before giving it to the farmer. Secondly, that the productivity improvement is much more talked about, and we have seen that the gaps which are there. So this should be again looked into, and how we can bridge the yield gaps. We can reduce the yield gaps. That should be a challenge for us and a priority for us. And it can be done. We have seen in the demonstration, and start doing dedicatedly, probably the yield gaps will be reduced. Profitability improvement is one issue on which farmers have been looking. And the secondary agriculture processing and value addition, and also some, you can say, additional advantages to farmers through apiary and others. Some sideway, you can say, businesses would be started and would be tagged with the production of oil seeds. That should be, you can say, one area on which we have to look into, whether it is apiary, oil extraction, mechanization. And this should be always a part of, you can say, the production system by integrating them with the production and productivity so that the farmers get higher profits. The policy issues have been quite important one and crucial one, and we have seen that how one policy decision has transformed the mustard production in the country. And finally, capacity development is a core activity for taking up newer technologies and training all those who are involved into this one. And also look into the value chain opportunities and entrepreneurs who could come forward, startups which could come forward, even farmers, producer organizations, which are many in the country, how they can dedicatedly, some of them can work on IL6 itself. Because this is area where we are deficient, and if they take a challenge, we'll find a, you can say, group, ready-made group, which can come forward and which can go for production of large production of oil seeds and can meet the demand of the country. This is what few points I wanted to make. And thank you very much for patient by all the participants. And now if somebody is willing to put some questions, so welcome. Otherwise, we can go for the other presentations which are lined up. I think number is quite huge. If you agree, all both the co-chairs and also the participants, we can go ahead. Dr. Sudha, you have to speak something.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for very nicely summarizing the yield gaps and the kind of technologies that need to be popularized and how we have to take the oilseed mission forward. I think with your years of experience, you have very nicely summarized the whole thing. I think we, as suggested by you, we should go ahead with the other presentations because a lot of lined up presentations are there.
So I am sitting quite far. I will request you to head it and keep on inviting those who are there.
Thank you, sir.
And I will be here to support you.
Yes.
As and
yes.
when required.
Thank you. Now I request Professor Trilochan Sastry to come and give lecture. Because he is having some other work, he is leaving. That's why he has been called for first.
What's the next step? Good afternoon, and thank you to the honorable speaker who just gave a wonderful talk, and to our organizers for asking me to speak. I am not a scientist. I am a professor at IIM Bangalore who also teaches supply chain management. But here I am speaking as a worker. We have been working for 20 years with about 44,000 small farmers. And I was listening with a lot of attention to the speakers since morning. So how do we make all the benefits of this go to the farmers? That's a limited perspective with which I'm going to speak. How do we achieve our mission, which we have set out for this conference, and at the same time ensure that the farmers also get the benefit? So let me start with the farmers' perspective. In the morning, we had some technologies about new seed varieties and technologies, and now we have an overall countrywide strategy. So how do we bring it to the farmers? So I will just reflect based on the experience that we have had. So nobody is more keen to join your mission than the farmers. Why they don't join is there are some constraints. Of course, the know-how and the technology has to reach them. Another big gap is the investment required. So if we want to, I was just walking through your lab, this conference. So all these technologies, if the farmers have to produce and make value-added products and sell them, it requires investment. A lab itself may cost, the imported equipment, from what I can make out, the lab would cost 40-50 lakhs. Now, whether the private entrepreneurs come forward or not is a separate issue, but the farmers initially will not be able to afford that. So we have to figure out how in the chosen districts we can reach the technology and make the proper investment. Second thing I would mention is that, as the previous honorable speaker also mentioned, there are thousands and thousands of FPOs. The government is now trying to promote 10,000 FPOs. It's a very good idea, farmer producer organizations, but there are some gaps that have not been addressed, because for the farmer producer organizations to succeed, you need to bridge the entire supply chain, right from the agri-technology, from the farm side, to processing, testing, and marketing. So the business aspect of these is not yet taken off. So let me tell you what we have learned from our experience. So our farmers are doing some 30 to 40 crores of profitable business. We don't give them any subsidy as a matter of principle. And secondly, we don't have money. We are a small little NGO. Our NGO called CCD, Center for Collective Development, is separate from the Farmers Federation. The model is very, very similar to what Dr. Kurian did on a national scale with NDDB, the National Dairy Development Board, which also has a stall here, I saw, and which is a funded, not-for-profit, government type NGO, you can call it, did wonderful work. And the farmers cooperatives, which we now call FPO. So Amul is now a 50,000 crore company.
And I live in Bangalore. Nandini Dairy is also some 12 or 13,000 crores, and they're running profitably without any subsidy. So how can we do that and at the same time bring the benefits of the technology to the people? So one is the responsibility of the promoting organizations which are promoting these FPOs and what the farmer should do. One side is what the farmer should do, and one side is, of course, what the scientists and planners and policy people and the government, if possible, what they can do. So I will mention on both. One of the most neglected things is what is called social mobilization. I know it is not part of your charter here, but that last mile of organizing the farmers and bringing them on board, that has to be thought through, and that also needs to be funded. The FPO scheme of the government is trying to do that, but let me not comment too much on that because there are many gaps there. The second thing that is a gap there is the business. See, ultimately, farmers want to make money. We want to make the country self-sufficient in oilseeds, and it's a noble goal. But the farmers are not interested in making the country self-sufficient in oilseeds. Farmers are interested in improving their own life. Now, in improving their own life, what we found today in India is that apart from the technologies we have discussed, and I saw some companies in your exhibition, literally dozens, if not hundreds of new companies are coming up in food technology. So many new companies are coming up. But what they are doing is they are firstly doing cherry picking. Whatever is profitable, only that they will touch. Number two, they will go to the areas where farmers are more prosperous. And as long as their business is doing well, they may or may not be interested in what the farmer does. The only ethical thing the big companies will do is give a fair price to the farmer. But just to give you a feel for this and the supply chain, as they said, there are many private, I'm just talking 2 minutes on the milk sector. In the milk sector, there are some multinational companies also in India. Nestle, for example. Nestle does about 10,000 crores in India. It's the world's largest dairy company. But in India, it is doing only about 10,000 crores of sale. But Amul, which is for the farmers, by the farmers, of the farmers, is doing 50,000 crores. Why are farmers going to Amul and not selling their milk to Nestle? Because for every rupee of sale that Amul does, 85 to 88% goes to the farmer, the dairy farmer. And that 1 rupee is not just 1 rupee, it's not the milk. From the 1 rupee, they are making milk, ghee, curds, butter, cheese, ice cream, etc., chocolates. They're making a whole lot of value-added products. So that 1 rupee of milk, by the time it is processed, may be worth 3-4 rupees. Out of that, 85% is going to the farmer because it is owned by the farmers. Now, if Nestle comes in and buys the milk, which they must be doing to make their chocolates in India, they will not give them the share of the profits. They'll only pay them a fair price for the milk. So this is where, if we want both objectives, that if you go outside the dairy sector to the oilseed sector, by the way, we work in 2 oilseeds, major oilseeds, the groundnuts and soybean, with together about 30,000 farmers. And they are doing quite well, but we are not aware of many of these technologies, and we hope to take advantage of these technologies. So the big challenge we have among scientists, NGOs, and government is the following. The big challenge is we don't know how to do business. I'm telling you very frankly, we don't know how to do business. The people who know how to do business are the private sector and the multinational and so many companies which have come. And now private equity is coming in. So I just heard that one very famous company which makes nutritional bars, and they use some of these high protein oil seeds also. They have been making losses, but they sold their company. Somebody is acquiring their company, a loss-making company, for 250 crores. Now that is what we are up against. There is so much money coming in, but that money is only interested in making profits, which is nothing wrong. But we hope that somehow by this investment and profits, India will become self-sufficient in oil seeds. The farmers will all become very prosperous. It is very, very unlikely. So to develop this business skill of the farmers, we will be willing to work with your mission if you allow us. We are a very small player, but there are many socially minded, highly capable people who understand business. We need to bring them together. I found that the best businessmen for this sector are what I call the traditional businessmen, the next generation businessmen of the traditional people. So there are 1 or 2 communities which are very famous for business. Their father and grandfather did agri-business in a particular way. The children are now getting educated. They go to colleges, they study all sorts of things. Some of them go abroad, and they are open to new ideas. Their way of thinking about business is very different from what we teach at IIM and all these multinationals. That way of business, a traditional but modern at the same time, using technology, that kind of business model needs to be understood and practiced. Now, on the mobilization of farmers, again, we need 2 skills to mobilize farmers. One is actually 3 skills. One, all of you have the technology, which we have to tell the farmer. It is impossible to go door to door and tell all the farmers. And the governments also have their own strengths and limitations. But if we have large FPOs, so for example, just to give a small example, if your technology people come and speak to our farmers, within a short time, we will be able to reach 25,000 farmers, because we are on the ground and we have been working with large number of farmers. Second thing is that the money, the investment. Now, there are many schemes which the government has come up with for investing, for agri investing and so on. But I personally feel, I have seen many such schemes. What happens is that naam ke vaste, they are called FPOs. They are smart people. They register an FPO and they go and take advantage of the government scheme. And they may be even profitable. But there are hardly 10, 12, you need 12 people to form an FPO. So there are 12 prosperous farmers. They will form an FPO, get the government grant because they know how to speak English and make PowerPoint presentations. And then they will make, they are basically subsidizing a business of, they're subsidizing private business. So we have to tweak the schemes so that genuine FPOs where the farmers are there can also take advantage of it. So I'll give you one example of it. The government had a scheme for promoting one of the oil seeds, not oil seed, but pulses, because pulses was very big in those days. They said they will give a back-end subsidy for the farmers. Now, the problem with these, and all the government schemes are back-end subsidies. So we got our hands badly burnt. So we invested from somewhere. I had to go and borrow somewhere, got some 50 lakhs. And the government was supposed to give us 17 lakhs. They said, you first spend it, then we'll give it. Now, getting money out of the government is like pulling teeth. There are many brilliant officers. They have all passed the IAS exam, but they all wring their hands in helplessness. They cannot do anything. I had to run around for 4 years before we got that money. We lost the interest, and instead of 17 lakhs, they gave 15 lakhs. Of course, there are many other stories about it, which I cannot tell in public, but I can tell because the government always wants, we call it grease coming from oil. Something has to be greased before money is released. Now, this is all big problem we are having everywhere. So when we went to the next level in Chittoor, we set up 3 processing units. I did not go. I sent the farmers because we had mobilized them and said that, sir, ma dagar dabbul ante, why will we come to you? If we have money, why will we come to you? You spend that money. And their scheme does not allow. Same thing is happening in Jharkhand. We are working. For the tribals, they have all sorts of schemes for food processing. They are saying that you spend the money. I said, no, we will not spend the money. So what will happen is that some naam ke vaste NGOs and FPOs will somehow take advantage of it, but the farmers will be not getting the benefit out of this. So we have to rethink this FPO scheme, rethink the scheme of investment. I feel that these technologies, choose 10, 20, 100 districts. The technology should be available there. And how to do it is a long subject because we have only 15 minutes. So I think I will stop here, sir, because whatever I wanted to say, I have said. But just concluding remark, I would like to thank the organizers, particularly Dr. V. Dinesh Kumar and Dr. Sujata for having invited me. It was very, very enlightening for me because we can relate to our technology to what is happening in the field. And we look forward to working with you in our own small way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sastry. Now I request Sri Divakar Rao to come and present on TBOs and alternate sources of oils.
Full screen I have now. Good afternoon to everybody. And I thank IIOR for considering me to speak about the TBOs and alternate source of oil. It's nice to see there's still people on day 3 of the conference. It's really great to see so many people and so many erudite crowd. TBOs, of course, started off with a lot of promise. And in fact, I was thinking probably dairy industry is probably, cooperative dairy sector is probably the only sector which is ideal for rural development. I'm bitten by the rural development bug early in my career, which is why I didn't go anywhere overseas or thing. When I got the offer from the cooperative dairy sector, I just grabbed it. So as you might have seen from my experience, I did some 6 years with the private sector, about 4 years with the NDDB's Delhi Mother Dairy project. And then I came to Karnataka. I did about 20 years with the KMF, that Nandini, which earlier speakers were talking. And well, these have been very good experiences. Then I met Professor Udupi Srinivas of Indian Institute of Science, who has done some, he's an original thinker. He's actually a mechanical engineer, head of the mechanical engineering department when he retired. But he is also bitten by the rural development bug. He likes to do things, which will uplift the rural economy and all that. And then when I spoke to him, I said, yeah, hey, there's something here for the rural folk, it's farmers, rural entrepreneurs can all benefit from this biomass business, which is the raw material for bioenergy. Now, TBOs are a form of biomass, so I'll just start with that background. So I think many of the speakers have talked about this. 400 species and some of the prominent species and alien species. Yeah. So when I say alien, that's from outside India, not from outside planet Earth. So it's Simaruba and Jatropha. And several agriculture universities and all have done a lot of work on this, but a lot of problems still persist in that. And the only two flaws I see in this is people have not really done much work on the agronomy part of these TBO. People have tested whatever is the available trees are there. They have identified good yielders, and good yielders have been kept as mother plants, and the seeds have been propagated. But there are a lot of other problems in this which have really not been addressed by the research community. And the bigger problem is that no scientific or serious effort has been made for arranging a supply chain mechanism for the TBOs. Now, these are some of the plant species. I won't spend much time on this. I think other speakers have already done it. I think Ramakrishna, in fact, I think gave a lot of information on this. Out of this, this thing is that Pongemia, Simaruba, and Calophyllum for the coastal area, these are all, and Amura, they are high yielders and high oil content. Again, because of the lack of prominence given to TBOs, there's actually no reliable statistics available. So the best is, that's why I called it as guesstimates. There's nothing more than that. And as you can see, the TBO quantity is estimated. I'm not talking the oil seed quantity is estimated at 6 million metric tons per annum in India. Now, according to the Solvent Extractors Association of India, to whom I think Anjan referred to in his talk in the morning, we are just collecting 0.5 million tons of TBOs a year out of the 6 million tons, while we can have easily we can collect with a little bit of organization 3.5 million tons. And look at what Ramakrishna said in the morning. He says to achieve the objective of 5% biodiesel blending in diesel being sold in India, you require 5 million tons of biodiesel per year. Roughly, assuming that a kg of oil seed, different species, but yields about, let's say, 20% diesel. So, for 5 million tons of this thing, we require about maybe 5 times, about 25 million metric tons of oil seeds to be collected in a year. So our actual estimate in the country is 6 million tons. So there is no way TBOs can serve this purpose, existing TBOs, unless we put some efforts in developing agroforestry models, which are already available, by the way, or you grow them as a plantation crop. Now, this again from a 2008 report I saw when I was doing an internet search. See, 1.18 million metric tons of sal each year can be easily collected. And that also from a particular pocket in Madhya Pradesh. So it shouldn't be difficult at all. But the current production is just about 6 to 9,000. What I'm trying to say is no serious attempt. I'm completely baffled by why this lack of seriousness. I'm baffled, but it's true. Now, in Karnataka alone, I am a part of the Karnataka Bioenergy Development Board, and we took a lot of pains to plant some 50 million saplings of Pongemia and a few other species, maybe Simaruba, but I don't see any improvement in the market arrivals. I mean, there's no market as such, but no in the market arrivals. So what I'm saying is there is actually a mind block, I think, about collecting these seeds. So I think these are some of this thing which I think Ramakrishna again touched. So I don't think it really needs this needs to be discussed further. Yeah, this one is in biodiesel business using TBOs as the raw material. You need to be very clear that just the biodiesel business alone will not give you adequate profitability. You need to do what to do with the byproducts, oil seed cakes, then the cellulosic waste it generates, all those things, and proper utilization of glycerol. All these things have to be looked into. So you need to really strategize on how to do these things before you really enter this business. Yeah, this brings me to this topic. Another thing I'm baffled about is why is castor not considered? Okay, castor is a little bit expensive, but when you say expensive, what is expensive? Expensive is as compared to the alternatives. 10 years back, I would have said, yes, castor is expensive. Maybe it's not a good idea to. But now things are changing. Things are changing. Other TBO seeds are selling at almost same price or higher price than that. So why not consider this now? This may be a good time to take a relook at castor. And I think this area and Gujarat are two places where you can really do some good work on castor. And you see the last point for high altitude this thing. Let's say Himachal and Uttarakhand and all that, Kashmir. It's got a lot of exceptional good points, that it's got low cloud point and pour point. So at low temperatures also it remains a liquid, which is a very big plus especially for defense applications. Go to the next one. Oh yeah. This Craig Winter is my favorite biotech guy. So way back in 2011, he said, algae is the solution to global energy problems. Whatever is pollution, carbon dioxide levels in the air, everything can be solved with this. And he had a point to make, and I think he has really done a great job. And Craig Winter just doesn't talk in air. He's a serious guy. He's a serious research guy. And he's same age as me. I think last year he sold off his business and he's now focusing on his NGO only. But he has done some remarkable work on algal oil from algae. Okay. So these are some of the potential micro algae from which you can collect. And I think India has plenty of chlorella species. So India could easily focus on that. And the advantage of algae is nothing is wasted. You just extract the oil, you lyse the cells, you harvest it, you lyse the cells, you get oil. And then the rest of it is all carbohydrates or the cellulose, which you can use for ethanol production. So it's a absolutely done deal and a great, oops, what happened? Then this is a very interesting slide. This will give you an idea about why we should go for algal, biomass production. You just look at the oil yield is in terms of gallons per acre. And this is the data from NREL, that is National Renewable Energy Laboratory in USA. Just look at that, corn, soybean, and look at the last column. What is the kind of oil yield you can get? It's 1,000 times more. So that's why probably this is what considering, and probably in the next few, how much time do I have? Okay. Next few minutes I will. This is the. I was really surprised that, when I saw this and when I went to the board office, Karnataka Bioenergy Board, then they told me that one of our associate colleges in Bagalkot, it's a tier 2 town in Karnataka, the engineering college, the biotech department is doing some seminal work there, excellent work. They have already done some very good work in spirulina, which is grown as a nutraceutical, being a high protein. And now they are taking up growing of chlorella, which I thought was excellent. And this is the last point which I was trying to tell you, that for some strange reason, the decision makers in Delhi, the moment it is any project pertaining to bioenergy, people suddenly become, oh, what about viability? This, that. And when the cost of crude petroleum goes from $30 to $100, nobody is bothered about that. So the MOPNG, I suppose, has a very fat checkbook. We could just write out a check. Oh, okay. I think I missed one. Sorry. How much time do I have to?
But take it out and feed. Peter, no, the past is to Peter.
Yeah, this is, NREL I have mentioned. There is one slide I seem to have missed. Okay, now another good this thing is the problem with algal oil or algal biomass is that you get very good results under controlled laboratory conditions. But the same species, when you do it in natural waterways or on a larger scale, it becomes very unpredictable. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. So what these Bagalkot people are doing, they're doing something very ingenious. They are growing it as a non-aquatic crop. They have devised a very ingenious way of, growing it on a curtain on which you drip the nutrients. So it is not really floating in water, but it gets its nutrition. And every 24 or 36 or 48 hours, depending on the species, you can simply scrape it off. It's an absolutely ingenious way of doing it. In fact, next month I'm planning to go there and see what they're actually doing. But then the yield of this is about 2.5 times more than the aquatic way of growing. The same species you grow in water and in this method of non-aquatic method, the yields are much higher. So I think it's there. So I think that's all I have to say. I think I have given you 11 seconds extra. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next lecture will be AgriHub Innovations by online by Dr. Sudha Mysore, former CEO, Agri Innovate India.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'll try to share my slides and then I start my presentation. Please tell me if you are able to see and the slides move. Are you able to see?
Okay, yes, we could see.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Shall I make it full screen? Yeah.
Proceed.
Yeah. So I will be talking about Agri Hub innovations. That was a topic assigned to me. I was just thinking, like, if you look at the way in the last 1 decade, how things have changed, I think there's a lot of change that has happened. A paradigm shift has taken place where we are looking at more towards having an efficient way of public-private partnerships. Research institutes which used to contribute substantially to the technologies are now becoming enablers and trying to help having more efficient method of technology transfer and using public-private partnerships. So that's where we are. And I thought I'll just give you some thoughts on this particular topic. Now, if you look at the way startups are growing, I think agri-tech also you see on all the sectors like AI or digital analytics, IoT, I think everywhere the technologies are emerging and startups are taking over. So if you see any browser, and if you look at the kind of technologies that are there, the top startups in agri-tech, this is what I got. And anyone you could see that Aria.ag or Agrostar, OTP, Posh, Foilo, all of them seem to be working in various value chains and or through integrated range of services or digital network, farming networks, or commonly placed platforms for fruits and vegetable delivery. One of the things all these startups are doing is that they are pumping in a lot of money. See, you see everywhere they have raised $70 million. Somebody has raised $32 million. So this is one thing that all the startups are doing, and they are trying to help bridge the gap between various marketing and various production and various technology related aspects they are trying to do. I mean, commendable job, I would say, but still. Now if you see, there are others as well, like Ninja Craft, Waycool, Agrostar, Deha. These are some of the very popularly known startups which have done extremely well in agri-tech. Now, one thing which I really liked about the whole thing is that, having said about all these substantially successful startups, one thing FICCI is pointed out is that there is a substantial need for ecosystem level support for agri-business incubation centers, right mentorship, providing technological solution, managerial assistance is required. So that is what was very attractive to me, because I think that's where the public-private partnerships is what is emerging. That's where we are today. Now, if you look at the kind of a support that the government is promoting, there's a huge funding is available. So everywhere they say that like infrastructure development fund, 1 lakh crore is available. So everything, micro food enterprises, 10,000 crores is available. State specific cluster based approach, developing crops or crop based products, crores of rupees is available. Or whether it is fisheries, whether it is poultry, dairy, fruits and vegetables, any sector you take, the money is plenty. But how does one make use of the money? Or how does one work towards it? That's where I think public-private partnerships also play a lot of role. And there are a lot of institutional mechanisms which have come up. And I thought I'll highlight some of those and then link it to how today we are, or especially to the oilseed sector. Now, being from ICAR, I feel that we have done extremely well, and we have a very well-established technology transfer and technology-based incubation facilities we have established out of the 110 ICAR institutes, at least 93 or 94 of them already have a technology-based incubation facility. Similarly, if you look at the other agri incubation support, there are several which open up. Like one of them topmost being the RKBY Raftar, which is again pumping huge money into startup support and also bringing incubation support to the startups and others. And not lagging behind is the Department of Sciences, Technologies, Initiatives, And there are several others. BIRAC is also coming in a big way to provide all these supports. Now, if you look at the agribusiness incubation centers, I was quite surprised to see that there are at least about maybe 80 or 90 already functional incubators are there. ICVO Raftar has about 24. And we spoke about ICAR has about 50. Then besides, you have all the IIMs have about 5. Then university supported ones are about 14. Non-profit incubators are 12. Center run, state run incubators are 20. So all these are especially actually providing the kind of support that required to promote technologies, nurture them or help them form companies or take their ideas to business scale. Now, having said this, let us see like how these things are working. Now, recently I was very much involved in this. Besides the Nidhi one, where establishment of, they give huge funding support for establishing an incubation facility or the kind of technology transfer offices that you can establish. They are coming up with technology enabling centers. These are actually, they provide an ecosystem for technology development at the university level. And they provide a platform of other institutes, national level laboratories and industries. Now, in addition to this, they also have another scheme called Inclusive Technology Business Incubation Facility, where again, their concentration is on pushing startups and making innovative ideas, converting them into prototypes or prototypes to startups. So this is the kind of ecosystem that we are in. So I thought I will just look at few minutes spent on some of these models that are what exactly they are doing, how we can have agri-business incubation facilities or hubs, how these hubs can help in pushing the technologies. Now, ICR has, everybody knows about ICR, but still I thought I'll spend a few minutes. One is the technology transfer offices. As I was mentioning to you, out of the 110 institutes, at least 94 of them have these technology transfer offices, which identify the technology, make sure that it is protected, it is properly taken forward, and then it is multiplied and it is licensed out or even provided to through incubation support. So they have adopted a 3-tier system for commercialization of technologies. And in addition, they had Agri-Innovate. That is where I was working as a CEO, where we've tried to have a one-stop shop for all commercially viable technologies which can be commercialized. And in addition, you have an institutionalized agribusiness incubation network model. That's what I am just saying at the 3-tier system, where you have IP and technology management, zonal technology management units, and institute technology management units. Now, having spoken about Agri-Innovate, so one thing we realized is that although these institutes are doing quite well in commercializing these technologies, we felt there is a need to have a centralized system, and that is why we had Agri-Innovate. Agri-Innovate, we were able to push, although it had its own teething troubles. 2018 till 2022, I was there. We pushed from simply starting with 10 or 15 technologies. We managed to commercialize almost 320 technologies. From earning, when I joined the company, a 100 crore company was having a turnover of 3.5 lakhs. We managed to push it to about 13 crores and still going on. And there has been, we have had a very good experience in commercializing technologies, various agriculture technologies, and making sure that these are available and good business houses have been established. Now we take up technologies and put it up social medias and try to commercialize these. And I just thought I'd leave a glimpse of what we have done. Now, what is important to me is that besides the technology commercialization, what we have learned is that to have an incubation startup support is a very important thing. And out of the almost 50 institutes in the ICR have a crop specific models and incubation support. If you have a technology, you can take a technology and push it forward. or you can come with your own idea and take it forward as a technology. So the kind of support that these institutions provide are, most of these technologies are regulatory compliant, scaled up, market ready technologies. So, and if you take a technology and the institute also provides for technology based incubation, where it provides the infrastructure, it provides day-to-day handling, it links to the market and networking. Even if you're not really working on the institute, you could be an offsite incubator and still avail some of these facilities. In others, some of the other institutions also, or even within the incubation support, you can have a business incubation where you come with a technological idea. They help you with the technical guidance, business mentoring, market linkage, networking, and make sure that you are linked to the investors and your business is expanding. All these models we have seen and they're working very well, and more than 800 to 1,000. I'm not exaggerating if I say that at least 800 technological based startups have been started and promoted by ICAR. So I thought I'll just take one or two examples. One is, this is one I keep quoting because this person who came and took one Arca Microbial Consortium, today is recognized as one of the topmost biotechnological firms in India, and also has also been recognized as the best in enterprise in the horticulture-based technological firms. So what we have proved is that through this incubation and having these hubs, efficient, quicker, wider adoption, spread of technologies is possible through public-private partnerships. That is what the thing which we have noticed. Similarly, another example I would like to stress is that the Onion Institute based out of Pune has come up with the onion storage structure, a technology which is developed under public-private partnership, which is an example of how efficiently you could bring out a technology. And this has been brought under Infrastructure Development Fund scheme. And the hope is that once this technology starts moving, it not only helps crores of farmers who are into onion production and storage, but also the institutions which help this develop will have a steady flow of funds, royalties flowing. And that's how the public-private partnerships will be worked out. So this is another example. So there are several such examples. I think we've also heard in the morning talking about rice bran oil, public-private partnerships, which has been developed by this particular host institute, or others also we have seen how these things have been working. Now, I also thought I will stress a little bit on oil seeds, especially how internationally we have seen these models working. Now, one of the things which I learned is that Monsanto, which is before it became Monsanto, it was called a company called Pharmacia. In the early 2000, it started having a public-private partnership with Brazilian-based government organizations, Embrapa, and they put that Roundup Ready soya at the backdrop of all the soya varieties, and they have gone public-private partnerships. They made a huge profit, and globally they managed to take it forward. So this is a very typical example where a public organization and private organization could work together. Similarly, I have come across in another place, Michigan State University, where soya research, it's other than the GMOs and other things, one of the very simple thing is aphid is a big problem in soya, and the crop councils or the farmers who came together and funded this research, and they took the technology, they commercialized it, and they are steadily paying royalties to the institute. So this way, the public and private organizations have been able to work together and make benefit out of it. So there are several such examples, and we should actually take forward this. So one of the things that I thought I should highlight is that in all these agri-business incubators, so many such partnerships are available. The only thing which we need to look at is that how these technology transfers are taking place. And there has to be a centralized or some kind of a mechanism to look at, monitor, and make sure that there is no duplication and they are actually working together. And we should have appropriate protection mechanisms where we could protect our IPRs and work out practical benefit steering models can be worked out. Especially this morning, we heard from Dr. Talwai sir and others who said a lot of technologies are available even under oil seeds, oil extraction, or popularizing or modernizing oil refineries. These technologies should be taken forward. And that is what my message today. And that's how these agri-tech and agri-hubs will be able to help. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudha Madam. We are thankful for your studies on incubation center, role of incubation center and startups, also case of value addition in our soybean and also for the monitoring system. Now I request Dr. J. Krishna, Regional Director, Regional Oilseeds Growers Federation, Chitradurga, to give a note on role of cooperatives for farmers' welfare.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. So since last couple of days, there are a good number of technical presentations around. I'm just a small change. This is going to be a managerial presentation, no technical, no equations, no big numbers. It's only a descriptive presentation. Please enjoy it. I'm just, because since morning, everybody is so silent. This is a small cartoon I'm just showing. Just enjoy it. Cooperative means I just want to give a small pictorial presentation. It's like corporates eating away individuals, because our farmers, nearly 65% of our farmers are living in remote villages. They doesn't either they have professional qualification or a skill. They doesn't how to market, all those limitations. With doing a business alone is difficult. Competing with corporates or middlemen, competing is very difficult. They are eating away our farmers. If you are, the other picture is cooperatives. All individuals comes together, we can eat away the corporates. One best good example is in milk. One of my previous speaker also was referring Amul. In Gujarat, Ambani, now 8th richest man in the world. He also entered into milk about 10 years back with highly qualified people. He has taken from NDDB by paying 3 times salary, from professional side, many things. He has started a Reliance milk procurement in Gujarat, but he's failed. He tried, he was in the industry for 3 years. He could not able to compete because here farmers are together. They are owning the institution, farmers institution. When people are together, nobody can, even government has to come down. Because that's what government of Karnataka for milk, every liter of milk, they are paying 5 rupees. Particularly for milk farmers. That is the strength of dairy cooperatives. That's why all professionals since last 3 years are technical representatives, very good, but still social engineering is something different. This we should understand. Anyhow, sir, this script, anyhow, maybe for those who doesn't know what is cooperative, this is given by international definition. A cooperative is an autonomous association of persons united voluntarily to meet their common economic, social, and cultural needs and aspirations through a jointly owned and democratically controlled enterprise. This is social people's coming voluntarily to do a business under the given rules of either cooperative rules or Companies Act. For the democratically doing the business is the cooperative organization by definition. Why cooperatives are required? Some Kannada, Telugu script, first 2 slides it's in Tamil Nadu, Telangana. I have kept 2 slides in Telugu. Sorry, the script is not visible. Why cooperatives means one is fair business, locally produced commodities, they can come together and form a society and do a business. That is the basic purpose of cooperatives. What's the relevance of NDDB here? Because the cooperatives are the relevance of NDDB is it starts from cooperative started in India in late 1940s. I will not get into those story, but still it's under the blessings of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, who has registered the dairy cooperative in 1940s. And then that is taken under the leadership. Morarji Desai formed the Dairy Farmers Associations. That is led by Tribhuvan Das Patel. He is the founder chairman of Amul. He's Khera Milk Union initially, and then till his last breath, he was the chairman. Technically supported by Verghese Koiran, who is the father of White Revolution. They together build a model called Anand pattern, Amul pattern, three-tier structure. This is what we call. But globally, it has been copied by many institutions for many peoples in a different way. What is that three-tier structure of success of dairy cooperatives in India is the three-tier structure, Amul pattern, Anand pattern we will call. This is simply connecting village. In village, we will form a society. All like-minded peoples, those who are into the business, really, if dairy means they should have animals, they should produce, they should give 50% of days in a year, they should supply the milk, they should come forward, be a member. They will procure the milk, sell the cattle feed to the farm producers, then procured milk, they will send it to district level, that is a district or union we will call it as. The union, they will process it, within district they will sell, or within state they will sell. Surplus milk will be sent to the federation. Here linking village with the district and the state capital. From bottom milk goes, from top money flows. In this linking three-tier structure is very famous. This has been designed by the illiterate dairy farmers before independence. No professionals were involved by developing this three-tier structure. Afterwards, people like us started giving names and using different English words and jargons. We are making use of it, but really designed by the illiterate dairy farmers. That is the success of this model, three-tier structure, Amul model. Today, with all our, I will not get into the history of dairy cooperatives, all those things. Today, success of Operation Flood or White Revolution, we will call it as. Today we have about 2 lakh villages, we have a society presence. It means so every village has a membership of minimum 50 to 150 members. And then membership of about 2 crores. It means 2 crore family members are with us across India. Presence is there across all the states and union territories. Every day we are procuring at present around 550 lakh liters of liquid milk today. In that nearly 375 lakh liters we are selling in a liquid form, that is pouches every day. Most of us will buy every day in either Nandini, Avin, Amul, Sudha. Each state has different name. Remaining is going for milk production. In that way, for that we have state level federations are around 252. We have district level unions are 252, federations are 16, and remaining numbers processing capacity no need to get in, because success linking the farmers started from 1965 with the intervention of Lal Bahadur Shastri, when he have visited Anand, appreciated the model, and he wants to replicate across country the three-tier structure. That's why NDDB he has founded. Since last more than 5 decades, this is what our success. Success because not because of our intervention, because of the model that has been designed by illiterate dairy farmers, supported by technical professionals for that model across country. With this, before NDDB intervention, our milk availability per day, then 1965, we are milk deficit country. Milk availability is only 112 ml per day. Per capita milk availability is 112. Today we have about 430 ml per capita availability is 430. We are top milk producing country since 1998. In 1964, deficit country. 1998 onwards, top milk producing country. Our share is about 23% in the global milk production. This intervention, because of our White Revolution, directly influenced our milk production, productivity, livelihood of farmers, farmers' welfare. There are good number of studies conducted by national, international organizations and World Bank also. Cost benefit analysis, World Bank calculated around 242%. In that way, NDDB is connected. We have a proven track record in organizing organizing farmers societies, linking with the system, and then marketing it, forward, backward linkages facilities over more than 5 decades. With that experience, how we have intervened. So for farmers' welfare, how we have contributed is there are good number of things. One is in short, since morning there are a good number of presentations, and one is technical upgradation is required. Another is productivity one has to increase, and then capacity building. These are all simple things. And then social engineering, how to bring farmers on the platform. That is main thing. Afterwards, forward, backward linkages, capacity building, technical training one has to provide it. Keeping that in mind, at present, milk testing from the village level, every individual's milk we are testing. Based on their fat level only, payment will be made. That's one technology we have built and then pass it on to the village level. And then once you purchase the milk, we have to chill it. That chilling process, again, national level, international standards, national level, we are designing, passing it to the village level. Again, transportation, we are taking care. In dairy sector, nearly 70% of the activities that are contributed by women. We are giving main presence, importance to the women. Our membership, we are giving condition of 50% members should be women members. We are supporting for that also. Many unions, we have totally women milk unions also we have formed. Another thing, transparency in every level, milk procurement to processing, marketing, payment, backward linkages, forward linkages, engineering, financial aspects, everything transparency we are bringing from at every level. That, as I said, that every speaker is insisting capacity building. Capacity building is our main thirst. Main thirst at village levels. For secretaries also we are providing regular trainings. Members, for every member we will be giving demonstration trainings, orientation trainings, and then board of directors we are giving a special trainings. Officials we have trainings. At every level, not only for inputs, rearing, management practices, every level we are providing proper scientific trainings so that it can intervene in their animal rearing and productivity, and then so that they can increase their productivity and then improve, that adds to their livelihood of the farmers. Apart from that, input services, like if you take veterinary services, AI facilities at grassroots level, doorstep tak we have pahunch gaya hai. Since at present we are giving AI services at doorstep. And veterinary services also, again, we are providing at doorsteps. Apart from that, locally our ethno-veterinary practices, recently we have included ethno-veterinary practices also, because of seeing our culture, Ayurvedic, homeopathic, many things are grassroots level, we are practicing it. That we have identified, added little bit of science into that. We are just passing it to the villages once again. As per Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, clean milk program, clean milk, how to maintain an animal, how to maintain a shed, how to milk it, whatever containers they should use it, how to bring it to the society. All these things are also as per SOPs, we are training the farmers. These type of things, not only that, inputs like cattle feed, area specific mineral mixes, bypass supplement, molasses, everything we are designing area specific technicians, very specific requirement we are identifying, accordingly pass it on to the farmers, and then we are seeing that the farmers will be well equipped. And again, in cost of milk production, 65% is fodder. Fodder requirement will be there. In that, certified seed production, high yielding variety fodder varieties, popularization of new potential fodder crops, green fodder conservatives, dry fodder enrichment, densification. All these things are also we are giving training, orientation. We are facilitating them also, all the farmers across country. Apart from that, we are also giving some awards, recent solar technology like solar, manure management, all this present technology also we are adopting and then implementing at the grassroots level. information is, without information, nothing is possible now. For information also, we are enough. There we have a national system we have developed at present. Almost 10 crore animals have been tagged, and then it's like a census, and we can also monitor regularly all these animals across country. Apart from that, if some startups, if somebody is coming forward, for them also we are giving, there are different types of combination, least cost formulas, we are giving at free of cost consultancy facilities that also we are providing. Information, GIS, data dissemination in the portal, all these things we are taking care. I think these are all, I think already have covered, and let me skip these things, but time up. Ultimately, in short, farmers, for the benefit of farmers, we are passing nearly 80 to 85% of consumer rupee to the producer who is producing it in a remote village somewhere in a corner of our country. Nearly 85%, in globally, no other commodity is passing more than, I think, if you see agriculture across, maximum 45 to 50%. Only milk in our country, we are passing 80 to 85% of consumer rupee to the farmer. That is the contribution of this cooperative movement in our country. And then again, price fixing is based on fat. Whenever fat prices goes up, automatically our producer will also get a better price. That comes down. It's like a petrol. Already we have linked almost 4-5 decades before, not now. With that experience, now we are into oil in Karnataka. We are replicating all these things in oil, so that already our oil sector is import dependency 55%. Good number of speakers are telling, knowing this requirement, that filling that gap, Government of India requested us to get into the oil. Now we NDDB is concentrating on this. We are going to follow all these practices, whatever we have implemented in milk. We want to do it in oil also. We want to see that oil also we should be self-sufficient. Maybe by 2030 is our Chitradurga Milk Union target. Thank you, sir. Before completing, our founder Virgis Koreans, there is a great saying: if you place the tools of development in the hands of those who are directly involved in creating the resource on which development rests, and if you combine the wisdom, the energy, and the basic knowledge of our farmers with the skills of committed professionals, there is nothing that cannot be achieved. This we strongly believe. We NDDBians, all cooperative members, definitely we strongly believe this word. With this, I'm ending my presentation. Thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity. Our chairman could not able to make it. On his behalf, I have made this presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jai Krishna. Now it is tea break for 15 minutes, please. Now time, please assemble by 15 here. Thank you.
Venu sir. Venu sir. Okay. Upload చేస్తాను. ఇదేం సార్? సార్ చూసుకుంటా.
ఇట్లా ఫిల్టర్ టూల్స్ ఫర్ టైప్ చేయాలా?
Harmonization. సతీష్ సతీష్ ఆ రెండు నేను నంబర్తో పాటు పెట్టా ICVO నెంబర్ అదే కదా అదే నెంబర్ చెప్పారు ముందు ఇక్కడ ఇక్కడనేనా కాలేజ్ యూనివర్సిటీ
Hello, shall we start the session? Post-tea session. I request Sri Venu, Vice President, Kalgudi Technologies, for his presentation on digital tools for convergence. Please come.
Presentation వేరే folder ఉంది. Good evening, all. I thank everyone for staying so long, and I really appreciate the opportunity provided by the organizers, Dr. Sujata Madam and Dr. G.D. Satish Garu. And it's a bit different topic today here, talking about digital tools for agri-convergence, and especially what we are doing as Kalgudi Digital, which I'm representing here. Kalgudi Digital is a agtech company providing technology tools for farmers and the agriculture ecosystem. So a brief background about the company. We have a history of around 20 years. Our parent company, Vasudeka Software, has implemented a software called iAgriMark in Karnataka as well as Goa APMCs, which is still running in some of these market committees. Subsequent to that, we have developed a platform called Kalgudi, wherein the idea is to not only, I mean, mostly the center of focus is in most cases is farmers, but we realized over time that the entire ecosystem has to be digitized, as well as there is convergence needed to make any agriculture or the rural entrepreneurship profitable, and that's how Kalgudi has evolved over time. And in 2021, it has been registered separately as a subsidiary of Vasudeka. And coming to the tools that we have developed over time, these fall into various categories, including core services for digitization and market linkages services, as well as we have apps for rural social commerce, something in the model of rural Uberization of rural tasks. Then we also have women and SHG based platforms, especially white labeled solutions that we have implemented for AP and Sikkim government. And we also have a consumer stores. So when it comes to the applications, we have both mobile based as well as
website-based platforms for farmers, FPOs, impact organizations like NGOs. We also have trader app as well as buyer apps. And especially the platform is actually a single technology platform, but different stakeholders in the ecosystem view it differently based on the app that they have. So when it comes to the problems in the agri ecosystem, as you all know, like especially when it comes to the farmers, the main issues are the small land holdings and information asymmetry, digital divide, as well as issues with getting credit. And when it comes to the collectives, as some of the earlier speakers have mentioned, like none of these FPOs have done business before. I mean, they don't have the business outlook. And when it comes to the promoting agencies or the development agencies, they only have one side of the picture, and last mile reach is always a problem. And in case of inputs and output providers, discovery is a big issue, like where there is opportunity and whether aggregation is possible, and scale at which they can work with farmers is always an issue. And when it comes to consumer, traceability is one of the main criteria that consumer looks for. And these are some of the problems that we are trying to address through our technology platforms as well as applications. So what we do through this is we connect the enablers or promoting agencies, knowledge providers with farmers, and we also connect input providers with farmers, and subsequently we connect the farmers with the output buyers or the traders. And in the end, we also connect all these players with the consumer. And how do we do it? So we take a holistic approach where we start with basically digitizing the whole ecosystem. For example, if there is a FPO that we are working with, we digitize the FPO, their members, then all the input providers that the FPO is already working with, as well as the output providers that the FPO has linkages to. And we also have a bulk outputs platform called outputs.kalgudi.com. And we also have an inputs platform called inputs.kalgudi.com, where again, farmers or FPOs can put orders. And last but not least, we have a consumer store. So this is an example of what we do under the first part, the core services of the digitization. Couple of examples of the screenshots of the app that we have for farmers. Currently, we are working in 7 states. In AP and Telangana, we are working with NABARD in Telangana, in Warangal and Khammam districts. In AP, we are working with chili farmers with digital greens. In Assam, we just got funded by a World Bank project to work with 125 FPOs, along with Samunati to provide finance as well as input market linkages. In Odisha, we are working with Mission Shakti on Ormas. And Karnataka, we are working with Segal Foundation with their FPOs in Kolar. So when it comes to digitization, we first collect the farmer data, including the field coordinates, as well as the crops that he grows, the soil data if available, as well as what kind of practices that he'll be following. And based on the crop data that we have, we provide the crop calendars, especially in case of AP and Telangana, we get it from the local universities so that it is customized to the needs of the farmers in that area. And in addition to that, we also have the banking details because we also have payment gateways enabled on our inputs and output stores. And following the digitization, basically it enables the engagement. Like in case of advisories, farmers can ask questions as well as FPOs can put questions. And we get the answers from the subject matter specialists who are part of the program, either the university or the promoting agencies or the NGO. And as part of the platform, we also have surveys that can be customized, and digital assistance can be provided to farmers to fill these surveys, either by the staff of the NGO or FPO, or sometimes it's our digital assistants in the field. And subsequent to the surveys, we also have analytics that are provided on the platform that analyze the data that come from the surveys. Similarly, anticipation as well as aggregation is enabled on the platform because we have data from the farmers their crop profiles and everything. So we can anticipate based on the crop calendar, what are the needs and what are they going to buy in the next week or so, and then we can connect them to the providers. So basically, we are trying to fill this gap of information and knowledge gap, as well as we enable crop and weather-based monetary advisories. And for NGOs as well as promoting agencies, we enable program management. We customize dashboards where they can see their field staff performance and how many digital assistants have been provided, how many inputs have been provided through the platform, and how many outputs have been traded over the platform. So coming to the inputs services, Kalgudi neither is a seller or manufacturer of the inputs. We basically are a pure play marketplace, just like other e-commerce places. We have all the sellers onboarded on our platform. We collect the aggregated input need requirement from FPOs and provide them quotations from these input providers. And here is an example of our input store online. And this is also available to the FPOs on the app. So similarly, we have an Kalgudi output stores, mainly for the bulk outputs, where both B2B and B2C sales is enabled. Again, Kalgudi is not a buyer of any of these outputs. We have traders onboarded, and we are getting into like commodity standardization. I can show a quick example. This is how our outputs marketplace looks like. We have various categories, including grains, fruits, vegetables, spices. And under spices, like I mentioned earlier, we are working in AP with chili farmers, where we have created a digital marketplace for chilies. Like you all know, there are hundreds of chili varieties. So we customize the commodity based on the variety we listed. And we have actual farm level pictures as well as videos, along with any certificates on quality uploaded in the form of stock keeping units, along with the farmer information on the output store. And traders can then send an inquiry to, and our back office support team will support them. We also facilitate farm gate visits by traders, and we facilitate even the logistics for transportation and all that. So basically, through these market linkages, we are trying to provide both quality inputs and also enable fair price to the farmers for their outputs. And last but not least, we also have a consumer store, which is both B2B and B2C. Here, we also work with many of the SHGs, where we onboard their products, and SHGs can basically sell any of their value-added products as well as fresh produce. So one of the things that's being talked about is traceability, and we have traceability enabled in our system, wherein all the practices that the farmer has been practicing can be also documented, and at the time of sale and subsequent to sale as well, everything gets documented. So this can also be customized for any of the public seed system projects that some of the organizations here are working with, especially in this space for groundnut as well as other oil seeds. So this is an example of our initiative with AP government. It's called eMahila. It's a SHG marketplace where we have all the products from the SHGs in AP have been onboarded and being advertised as well as sold through our platform. And this is another example of the white label platform that Kalgudi has developed for Sikkim government called Swayam Sikkim. And in this case, in AP, we have our, we support the whole end-to-end procurement, fulfillment, as well as payments. But in case of Sikkim, it's only the platform has been provided by Kalgudi, and the government takes care of the other fulfillment as well as delivery. In addition to these tools and technologies, as part of our phygital or the physical support system, we also conduct buyer-seller meets. This is an example from last year where we have conducted a chili buyer seller meet. We can conduct similar programs through our platform. We call it as a ConnectX platform. We also have hosted virtually to enable remote buyers participate in these. Similar buyer seller meets can be organized by us for any of these oil seeds commodities. So to conclude, what I want to propose is we can provide end-to-end digital platforms even for the vegetable oil seeds, especially for FPOs that are working with oil seeds. Through our SeedX platform, we can provide proper public, traceable public seed system for any of the organizations. And for any of the promoting agencies who are working with FPOs, you can also use our platform for monitoring and evaluation, as well as you can get automatic like auto-generated reports, as well as a dashboard where you can track the progress of your project. With this, I would like to thank everyone for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Venu. Next will be by Arul Selvan, GM, NABARD, Telangana.
Good evening to the chair, co-chair, conveners, and all the delegates here. Of course, it is end of day 3, but the topic here is more relevant to the main stakeholder in the ecosystem, which is the farmer. And without the farmer, our production system cannot happen. So here I would like to, my presentation would be in this broad outline: NABARD's engagement with FPOs, NABARD's support to the FPOs, what are all the programs we are having, and a snapshot of the FPOs which has been promoted so far. With relevance to this seminar, we will be covering something around oilseed FPOs, key activities undertaken by the FPOs. There are certain challenges which I would like to flag to the participants of this conference in nurturing the FPOs. There has been a talk about cooperatives on social engineering and other things, so some of which is common across this also. And all of us are aware there is a central sector scheme on 10,000 FPOs which is currently being implemented under the aegis of Government of India. So a brief about how it is going on, and more particularly important policy initiatives of Government of India, NABARD, in nurturing the ecosystem, and how this FPO ecosystem can be gainfully utilized for our conference theme. So that is the last slide. Of course, I will not touch about how NABARD, what NABARD is doing and all those things, which you can very well get it from our website. Actually, NABARD's engagement with the FPOs have been the longest, I can say. It's all started with 2011. And FPO per se, I would say farmer producer organizations, let us please appreciate that they are of different legal status. They are of cooperatives, they are trusts, they are societies, and latest is the Companies Act, 2003 Companies Act, which has been amended in 2013. Okay. So the earlier FPOs, PACs are also FPOs, primary agriculture cooperative societies, your marketing cooperative societies are also FPOs. So we came up with one product called Credit Cum Grant Support to the FPOs in 2011. And based on our experience, we could convince Government of India for a separate fund of around 200 crores for nurturing around 2,000 FPOs across the country. That was way back in 2014. And simultaneously, during that time, SFAC came up with 2 major schemes of FPOs for providing equity grant support and credit guarantee support. equity grant support and credit guarantee support simultaneously at that point of time for the FPOs. And in 2018, NABARD on its own, after this produce scheme was slowly getting closed, seeing the traction, we on our own, from our own funds, we started nurturing the FPO ecosystem. And almost more than 3,000 FPOs have been promoted under our own grant support scheme. Later in 2020, Government of India came up with the central sector scheme, which has total budgetary support of around 6,600 crores spread over 5 to 7 years. And the actual nurturing will be for a 5-year period. So that is the timeline of the FPO nurturing movement in the country. Now, what support was provided? I'll just go to the previous slide. The first slide, I'm just keeping it aside because it was more a loan cum grant for an existing FPO, PODF. But all others was towards grant towards nurturing a producer company or a producer entity. So I'm just going into what type of support we are giving. Basically, it revolves around the entire social engineering component towards mobilizing the shareholders so that they come together, then they contribute to the share capital of the company. They come up with a viable business plan and they take up business activities under the aegis of the FPO. So all this happens in level 1 and level 2, registration into a legal component, FPO management cost, detailed project report preparation, hand-holding support, and we were giving support towards the running cost for the period of 3 years. Even in the central sector scheme also, it is there. Then a major thing which is being taken up across all stakeholders is the capacity building. The CEOs, we need to have the CEOs because all of us know what is the nature of the shareholders. They are small and marginal farmers with their own experiences and their own limitations in a business environment. So we need a CEO who has to understand both the rural ecosystem as well as the commercial ecosystem. So capacity building of the CEOs, capacity building of the board of directors. Normally we say FPO rests on 4 pillars. 4 pillars, I would say first pillar is the shareholder. Second pillar is the board of director. It is the governance structure. The third pillar is the operating structure, which is the head CEO headed by his employees of the FPO. CEO is again an employee of the FPO. And finally, the fourth pillar and the critical pillar, which normally says the business development plan or the business of the FPO. So these 4 pillars only can sustain. So we need to inculcate capacities across all these in the entire ecosystem. So that is how it is focused on. We have created course modules. Apart from that comes the financial part. I was telling about the share capital is mobilized by the shareholders. So always in a financing angle from the banking perspective, the credit will flow in the ratio of 3:1 in a normal situation. 3 times loan will come if you have a 1-time equity. So the equity share capital is X. So Government of India also thought under SFAC that I will give you equal X with some restrictions so that more small and marginal farmers are benefited. So my X plus X becomes 2X is my equity grant. So my loan, which I can procure, will become 6X instead of 3X. So that is how it was coming. So for that, we have equity grant scheme. And also, when the bank is coming for a credit, what is required is the collateral part. Collateral part, because there has to be some comfort to the banker to lend. So the collateral is provided by what is called as the credit guarantee schemes. So SFAC came up with the first scheme of credit guarantee. And NABARD, now it is operating its own credit guarantee scheme, NAB Samrakshan, which I will come little later. And credit is available either from NAB Kisan or NABARD's own subsidiary and also through the banks. And NABARD has recently floated NAB Samrakshan, which is a credit guarantee trust through which credit guarantee is provided to the loans provided to the FPOs by eligible lending institutions. So it is a new subsidiary of NABARD with a corpus of around 1,000 crores to provide exclusively credit guarantee to FPOs and also other loans to the dairy under the Dairy Infrastructure Development Fund, Animal Husbandry Dairy Infrastructure Development Fund of Government of India. So more than 7,000 FPOs. Actually, we say around 14,000 FPOs are there in the country, 15,000. There are different numbers, but in our fold, NABARD's fold, we have around 7,000 FPOs covering around 20 lakh shareholders. The share capital mobilized is around 215 crores. Average is around 1,000 rupees is the share capital mobilized per member, stating that it is more towards small farmer and marginal farmer basically. Because even if you see the new government of India scheme as well as the SFAC scheme, the equity grant is capped at a maximum of 2,000 rupees per shareholder, so that it benefits more the small and marginal farmer in the ecosystem. And the grant sanctioned is almost 10 crores with a disbursement of around 3 crores. Okay. How it has panned across is we have around 2,500 FPOs which is having market linkages. 900 FPOs are already credit linked. 3,000 FPOs have a business plan, because business plan is one of the important parameters for credit linkage. And we have developed a rating format which is being used by the stakeholders in the ecosystem for rating the FPOs on there. So we grade them and we continuously concentrate on the lower rated FPOs. So that is also kept doing. And we are also in collaborating with APIDA and other institutions in this ecosystem to nurture the FPOs. A brief about oilseed FPOs, close to around 390 FPOs are there. I think the shareholders is around close to 1 lakh farmers. Again, this is in NABARD's fold, of which around 100 FPOs have access credit to the tune of 14 crores. Majority of these oilseed FPOs are in Gujarat, Karnataka, Telangana, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh. Key activities undertaken by these FPOs are input supply, custom hiring, aggregation, processing, and value addition, and marketing. See, some of the issues in nurturing the FPOs, actually some of our speakers have already talked about, is the main thing is the capacity building in the FPO ecosystem, because the board of directors of the FPO have to take the lead in directing the CEO to run the FPO business in a business-like manner with a shareholder-centric approach. So board of directors need to be continuously skilled, and it is an elective process. So board of directors keep changing every 3 years. So we have to continuously skill them. And professional management and business planning is still a challenge. So CEOs have continues to be trained. And we have also been in talks with NAM and other institutions to have a course curriculum for CEOs, so that we have a pool of CEOs who can play a role in the rural ecosystem. Lack of market intelligence, it is still there. A low level of credit penetration and scheme convergence. There is a limited scheme convergence, but wherever it is happening, it has helped, because I even can say here in Telangana, the Tribal Welfare Department of Telangana has had a scheme for providing grant support to FPOs for their infrastructure. There was a so they gave a grant support. There was a loan component from NAP Kisan, and close to around 60 lakhs per FPO is the project cost. They could set up custom hiring centers, godowns, and all those things. So such type of convergence, if it happens, it will be beneficial to the FPO. One of the challenges which we have seen in FPOs is, although we NABARD, we want to promote FPOs as companies because it is more audited, rigorous, and other things. There is a challenge in compliance to the MCA norms. So we are continuously handholding. We are also thinking of having a common pool of CAs and auditors who can help the FPOs from the social angle point of view. So that is also being tried. Of course, under the central sector scheme on FPOs, which is the major nodal agency is the SFAC, NABARD is one of the implementing agencies along with NCDC and NAFED, NCDC and NAFED. One challenge, one additional role given to NABARD is because of its pan-India network of district level officers. We are the conveners of district level management monitoring committees, which is chaired by the district collector, where the clusters of FPOs are approved. Clusters of FPOs are approved, and NABARD's NABARD's Training Institute, Bird Lucknow, has been identified as the nodal training institute for nurturing the players in the scheme. So this is how we are into it. And NPMA is monitoring, National Project Management Agency under SFAC is monitoring the entire scheme. See, some of the policy initiatives which I would like to highlight here is we have been constantly engaging with the banks, with all the banks. There are 12 to 14 public sector banks, major banks, private sector banks, on the need to look into the FPO ecosystem to help the credit requirements, the finance requirements. So we had prepared a guidance note, and which has been approved by RBI, and it has been circulated to the banks, because this is a new type of scheme. And we have to look it from the point of social collateral also. The digitization of FPOs is happening. We are trying to be a one-stop shop for all the FPOs which has been nurtured by us, so that that digital information is coming handy for the stakeholders to plan their activities. So that we are doing. I have already talked about credit guarantee scheme of through the subsidiaries of NABARD, NAB Samrakshan. One more thing is there was a talk on startups and agri innovation. See, NABARD also, with a focus on startups in the agri space, have supported around 7 incubation centers, and Telangana is one state which has 2 incubation centers, one working under the aegis of ICR NAM, and I'll take only 2 minutes, madam, just ICR NAM, and one under the aegis of AgHub. The focus is more on startups in the agri space. Startups in the agri space. Here, my request to the stakeholders here is, please try to identify such startups. We are also trying to do. You can connect to these BICs. Such startups. See, there are many startups in the marketing side, but the startups in the production side who can help the farmers in input services in terms of custom hiring of equipments and other things, so all these startups in the production side has to be promoted. So we are trying to focus on that. And see, RBI, the priority sector lending target, most of you must be knowing, because that is one way the banks are pushed to lend to certain sectors of importance. So 40% of the total lending by banks have to go to this sector, and 18% has to go to agriculture, of which the small farmer marginal credit target is close to 10% now. It has been increased. So the banks are being nudged to lend it to the small farmer, marginal farmer. Here, one of the priority sector norm says that if a entity bank finances as FPO for their activity, which is having 75% shareholders as small and marginal farmers, then that will be reckoned towards your priority sector target achievement. So what happens is the banks have a benefit in that. So if you can identify good nurturing FPOs, if you want to set up infrastructure under the FPO, say under a godown or something like that, or a primary processing unit, the loan given to such FPO will be under this SFMF target. So that is one thing. Agro processing has been highlighted as one of the major activity. So there also FPOs play a major role. And one more is the warehouse receipt finance. Warehouse receipt finance, which is also subvented, that is also directly impacting this sector. One more area which all of you must be aware is there are a number of schemes where there is a capital subsidy provided. For example, there is a scheme of Government of India called ISAM, Integrated Scheme for Agricultural Marketing, which provides capital subsidy for primary processing infrastructure established. So here what you can do is the FPO can take the support of the credit guarantee, take the support of the equity guarantee, and the credit provided can be subvented with capital subsidy. So there is a convergence happening. So if you look at it, the entire business proposition of the activity becomes more viable. So such a small tweaking of the priority sector lending norms have been taken place, to promote the ecosystem. So that is what I would like to point out here. So with this, I'll just close it. I am available for questions that there we can discuss in detail. Thank you, and thanks for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Inigo Arul Selvan, for your presentation. Now I request Dr. Anupam Parikh to present on role of processing industries in creating demand locally.
Where it is?
Yeah, 19.
Yeah, 19.
19.
Good evening. First of all, I am thankful to the organizers, especially Dr. Mathur, Dr. Sujata, Dr. Satish, and all the scientists of the IIOR for inviting me, and on behalf of the Patanjali Foods Limited. My topic is the role of industry creating demand of edible oils and oil palm sector. But on behalf of industry, that is the Patanjali Food Limited's, I want to highlight some of the points of this Patanjali. The content of the presentation is two aspects, that is the overview of the business verticals of the Patanjali. You must have known that in 2019, Patanjali has acquired the Ruchi Soya Industries. Earlier, it was the name of Ruchi Soya Industries Limited, RSIL. And in June 2022, the Ruchi Soya has been renamed as Patanjali Foods Limited. The Patanjali has the two verticals, that is one is the edible oil sector and one is the oil palm business. The first time coming to the business verticals of the Patanjali Foods Limited, that is in this sector, there are the 7 slides which will be highlighting the business verticals, Patanjali as an integrated edible oil player, key brands of the edible oil of the Patanjali, creating brand equity, measures under the national mission of edible oil seeds, how the industry can be participate, increase need for private sector investment, and PPP mode project through the state and ICR institutes. The Patanjali has the 9 business verticals. That is, 1 is the edible oil, 2 is the edible soya flour TSP, honey and atta, biscuit, kukui, rusk, plum plantation, noodles, breakfast cereals, oleochemicals, nutraceuticals, wellness, and the renewable energy. It has a pan-India network, presence everywhere. It is the 7,620 distributors, 100 sales depots, 305 mega stores, 104 super distributors, 1,090 Chikitsalaya, 3,200 Arogya Kendra, 47,316 pharmaceuticals, 38 countries export opportunities, and more than 9.82 lakhs retail outlets. And Patanjali has a 39 strategic manufacturing locations across the India. The revenue you can see, which was hardly 13,000 crores in 1920, now it is the 24,000 crores in 21-22. The Patanjali is an integrated edible oil player. The oil seeds sector, it has a capacity of 3.91 million tons of capacity in 10 locations, and from the oil seed crushing, it has a revenue generation of rupees 892 crores. And in the edible oil refining sector, it has a capacity of 3.93 million tons of edible oil refining capacity in the 14 locations, and revenue is coming maximum from the edible oil refining, that is more than 21,000 crores. It has also capacity for soya meal processing. This is the 3.5 million tons capacity. And it has oil palm business also, that fruit palm processing capacity is the 0.9 million tons per year, and 2 factories there. Oil palm plantation is over 60,000 hectares in 11 states. TSP and soya flour has a 1.85 lakh metric ton per year capacity. Biscuit 0.28 million ton per year capacity, and wind generation Also, they have 84.64 megawatt wind generation in 11 locations. And from the wind generation, they are also earning rupees 41.93 crores. And apart from own manufacturing unit, they have the contract manufacturing unit of around 40,000 units, 47 units. Thus, the Patanjali is the largest diversified focused company in the fast moving consumer goods and the fast moving health goods category. It is the key band, that is the Nutrila Gold is a key band of the edible oil sector. It is a healthy, refined, 70% physically refined rice bran oil and 30% physically refined sunflower oil. Sunlight is another brand. It is a multi-source vegetable oils containing 80% palm oil and 20% refined sunflower oil. Nutrila is another brand. This includes kachi ghani of mustard oil and refined edible oil from the sunflower and soybean. Mahakos, it is a refined edible oil from soybean, sunflower, mustard, rice bran, cottonseed, as well as the Banaspati. Ruchi Gold, it is a palm oil brand, largely produced by the Patanjali Group, and it is the Sunrich, it is a healthier and sunflower oil brand. Ruchi Star, it is also a brand of palm oil. Soyam, it is a soybean oil brand, and Tulsi, it is a refined soybean oil brand. So these are the 9 oil brands that Patanjali markets all over the India. The Patanjali has also a very great creating brand equity also. It has a good marketing structure, and each brand has a equity share to the holders. Suppose this Patanjali, what I want to highlight now that Patanjali is a edible oil player, and we are standing here for a seminar for the international vegetable oil. So, but as you know that in August 2021, Government of India launched a mission, that is the National Mission of Edible Oil Palm, by the Honorable Prime Minister on 15th August from the Lal Killa. That mission, the oil palm mission, has a direct connection with the processors. Some of the components, apart from the farmers, the processors also getting some benefits from this scheme. But in case of National Mission of Edible Oil Seeds, which has not been launched so far, but so far my knowledge concern, it is in the cabinet for supposed to be launched, and I am confident that Government of India will launch these missions by January or February, that National Mission of Edible Oils. But in this mission, there is no scope for the involvement of the industry. Without industry, the oil seeds or edible oil sector cannot be go ahead as per our mission to take the self-sufficiency. Suppose that's why it is a suggestion that in the seed association and industry can be obviously involved in the seed production sector, seed chain, seed hub, through the National State Seed Corporation, the oil association, industries. They can be associated with the model farm demonstration, farmers training, FFS, extension activities, consumer awareness, and through the ICR institutions, ICRs, various institutions, whatever they can take, the groundnut, soybean, rapeseed mustard, sunflower, all these institutions. But in the National Mission of Edible Oil, it is been proposed that if the new components, like for the oil associations and industry, that support for modern oil extraction come refineries, support for assistance for the secondary source of edible oils. In the first half, there was a presentation for the secondary sources like the rice bran, cottonseed oil, TBOs. There is no support under this National Mission of Edible Oils that can be supported. The oil seeds also have a great importance in the honey production of our country, especially for the mustard. So the Khadi honey, private honey company can also be involved, and the oil seed mission should also include a component of honeybee demonstration and processing for the oil seed crops. All the private stakeholders can also support it by the FPOs, what the NABARD last presentation has been made, that FPOs, 10,000 FPOs of the Government of India, a ambitious scheme, and as on date, around 4,000 FPOs has been formed. Still 6,000 FPOs is left to be sanctioned to the various agencies. So this is one of the suggestions that without involving the industry in the oilseed sector, in the edible oil sector, the target, whatever the kept in the National Mission of Edible Oils, that is by the end of 2025-26, it is the 18 million tons of edible oils to be produced so far from the current production of 11 million tons. The private sector like the CE, IVPA, SOPA, SOMA, NDDB, ITC, Patanjali, Solidaridate, so many private players are playing in the edible oil sector and making their extension activities from their own resources. These private partnership can be engaged in the National Mission of Edible Oil, and a modalities can be framed by the Government of India. That is 20% of the total NMEO-OS budget can be earmarked for the PPP mode project. Association industry will be submit the PPP mode to the respective central agency as per the cost norm of NMEO-OS. The central agency will include the proposal and action plan of the industry in their annual action plan for the final approval of DA and FW. Industry will sign the MOU with the central agency with the specific objectives and PPP mode project, and separate monitoring mechanism will also be to be framed. The central agency means the industry will be glad to involve with this National Mission of Edible Oil only when they will be associated with the ICR or the central agency, not through the states. No industry is keen to take participation through the state government funding. So there should be this is a suggestion. Apart from this, in the recent times, the Government of India is processing to frame the two projects. That is the PPP mode project for agricultural value chain development, PPP mode project for integrated agriculture development. These two missions is likely to become by the Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture recently, and these two, it is under the framework, the primary meetings and with the industry has been taken place, and these two, if these two schemes has come, then it will be beneficial. And these two schemes also highlights the oil seeds, cotton, sugarcane, pulses, fruits, vegetables, all these articles they can cover. So it will be a great benefit for that all the associations and the private companies to take part. And if these two schemes are being launched, they should take the advantage of these two schemes without any fail. Second is the Patanjali is also associated with the oil palm business from the long. In oil palm plantations, we have a focus for backward integration, nursery operation, plantation operations, procurement centers, mill operations, soils and leaf analysis lab, digitizations of the payment process, and Patanjali also process wide range of products like including crude palm oil, crude palm kernel, palm kernel cake, and other byproducts. Our oil palm record is that more than 20, from 1993, Patanjali is in oil palm business, and more than 5.87 lakh hectare has been allocated by the 11 states to the Patanjali for growing oil palm. So it is the more than 25 years experience. At present, we have plantation of 61,700 hectares in 9 states, 43 districts, and 318 blocks. More than 43,660 farm families of 4,555 villages are engaged. You have opened 250 collection centers, 5 lakh metric ton annual FFB production, 9 lakh metric ton per capacity of 2 processing units it has, and 21 fertilizer godowns. And the 11 operating states is Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Odisha, Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, and Tripura. This is the total area in these 11 states, 318 blocks, 4,555 villages, total potential area under oil palm in to Patanjali. The total potential area in the country is 28 lakh hectares. Out of this, Patanjali has 5.87 lakh hectares allotted by these 11 states. And the signing of MOU, you can see that from 1996, 2015. So this is the area covered by the Patanjali. And this is the plantation area target by the 25-26. In the Northeast, we have planning for plantation in the 4 states, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Tripura for 1 lakh hectare. And in the rest of India states, in the 6 states, it is around 1.14 lakh hectare. So total 2.18 lakh hectare is under process for plantation, and as against the target of the GUI 5.94 lakhs. That is the critical success. What infrastructure we are likely to set up? 50 nurseries in the northeast states and 100 nurseries in the rest of India states. 10 mills will be set up in the northeast and 20 mills in the rest of India. 100 procurement center in northeast, 150 in rest of India. Harvester groups 20, 25, oil palm, FPOs, 100 FPOs already we have sanctioned through the SFSC, and 50 FPOs is likely to be sanctioned by FSFC for the rest of India states. And the model demonstration for 20 and 32 in both the sector. Operational office has been opened, newly office. In Northeast, we have 5 offices, and in rest of India, for oil palm, it is the 6 offices. And around for import of the sprout, around 187 lakh sprouts to be imported for Northeast India, Northeast, and 200 lakh sprouts for the rest of India. This is the projected output by the, sir, another 2 minutes. By the end of 2930, all the 2.18 lakh hectare, whatever will be planted, will be in the fruiting stage. If it comes, then total CPO production will be around 6.47 lakh hectare, whose value will be around 6,500 crores. And the total 150 nurseries, 2.18 lakh hectares, 30 mills, 36 lakh tons of FFB production, and the farmers will be gained by 4,500 crores. CPO production will be 6,500 crores. Additional income from the intercropping will be 150 crores, and the 60,000 manpower will be engaged by these mills, nursery throughout the country by 2930. But only one issue is in the oil pump sector is very hardening to the not only the Patanjali, all the processors. It is that we have to import the seedlings from the outside. Sprouts import is a very critical aspect, and huge quantity of sprouts to be imported. The EXIM committee policy, whatever having at present in the Government of India level, that should be relaxed to some extent for successful implementation of the NMEO OP by 25-26. I thought that Madam Shobha Thakur will be in this session. That's why I asked this request, these slides, so that it can go to her knowledge that in EXIM committee, we need the EXIM committee permission for the pan-India basis, not the state-wise basis. Relaxation of 2 lakh USD released to the foreign exchange. Movement of oil pump seedling from one state to another state is restricted at present, which can be really reduced. And organization of EXIM committee meeting to discuss the 5 years plan. Not only that, the NABARD has already highlighted the FPOs. The Patanjali has also got 150 FPOs from the SFSC. Out of 150, 100 will be for the oil palm, and 50 for the specialized food commodities, that is millets, grains, spices, oilseeds, pulses, and other agriculture commodities. By March 2024, all the 150 FPOs will be formed. So as on date, we have formed 30 FPOs in the 4 states, and 26 FPOs is in the pipeline. In conclusion, the role of seed industry, oil processing industry, association, marketing agencies, and others in creating domestic demand cannot be ignored in respect of technology dissemination, input supply, assured procurement of the commodities, processing of the edible oils, marketing and branding. Industries associations are to be involved in the oil seeds and oil palm development scheme of Government of India to achieve the self-sufficiency in the oil seed sector. The respective industries should come forward to take advantage of the GUI schemes for increasing domestic oil seeds and edible oil production. PFL is committed to ensure sustainable long-term value chain creation in edible oil and oil palm sector through strong presence across the agro value chain in the pan-India. PFL will continue to partner large number of farmers and their farm families around our manufacturing operations, along with support to farmers through the oil palm plantation program, creating efficiency through backward integration with the farmers, both in edible oil and oil palm sector. That's, thank you very much for patient sharing and giving me an opportunity to
Thank you.
speak
Thank you,
something.
Anupam.
Thank you.
Next, I request Dr. Nita Kantegar for niche area expansion for oilseed crops. Then after this, we'll be having 10 oral presentations and poster sessions for 30 minutes.
Where is the file? Respected chairman, co-chairs, this August gathering out here. We've been hearing to productivity, the agronomical practices, the value chain, and we've been restricting our thoughts to the areas that all these crops are already existing. We need to step out of our comfort zone and think about expanding. We've talked about it, but we haven't done much about how to go, how to move around to the niche areas. My predecessors, all of them without exception, have set the stage for me. And I think so my presentation is not going to be too long because they've talked about most of the aspects that we need to cover in this in their own small ways. And I think I'll just bring it all together to say how we could expand to the niche areas in our country. So my flow of presentation is going to be the present scenario, the problems, the solutions, what are the targeted areas, the potential, how do we go about all of this, and what could be the possible policy frameworks. I'm not going to touch upon all the productivity and area and production figures because I think so now, by now everybody has them, memorized. So just to recap that we are 12% in area in oil seeds of the global market. We are 7% of the vegetable oil production. And FAO in 2021, in one of its report, they envisioned that, if we have yield improvement, if we can expand in the soybean area, if we could recoup some of the lost areas, we would, have an output of 2.6% per annum growth, and we would be able to meet our own requirement in the coming future. If you go through the growth, the compound growth rates, if we break them into different periods, and Dr. R.S. Paroda in one of his, I think so that was the first M.V. Rao memorial lecture that he delivered, and he very succinctly, made the growth rates, he put them into different periods. And I just updated the last one and brought it up till he delivered this lecture in 2013. And I just updated all the figures and brought them to 22. And if you see the TMO period where the technology mission was there, that is when we had the maximum growth and we expanded in area, in productivity, in every which way we expanded. What was it that led to this kind of a growth? It was a one-man show. It was one man who led us to all this. So do we mean to say that all the missions need just one visionary like Verghese Kurian or M.V. Rao to spearhead this kind of self-sufficiency in a country? I think we do. And that is what is going to help us achieve this. Now, coming to the problem, we know that our productivity in all the oil seeds has more or less been very stagnant. We know the reasons. There's been a lot of talk about climate change and how it has affected. I don't need to go into all the details. We don't have quality seed of the improved varieties. Again, blame it on the climate, and that is the truth. Nobody likes to hear it, but the policymakers don't like to hear it. The council doesn't like to hear that, but that is the truth. And because of that, we also have low seed replacement ratio, low variety replacement, low level of technology adoption. All this leads to, it's a kind of a circle that we are getting into. And we have lack of ecosystems. I think so a lot have talked about the ecosystem and how we need to have all these ecosystems converge together to be able to do what we need to do. So the possible solution, as we said, is expansion. Vertical expansion is productivity that everybody is talking. And I'm going to talk about the horizontal expansion, which is area expansion, that too largely through extension, supported with some targeted research that will be required. Now in area expansion also, one is in the traditional areas where already these crops are growing. It's very easy because they're from people to people, from a farmer to farmer, the technology is going to spread. If it's remunerative, it's going to spread to everybody. But in the non-traditional areas, the niche areas that we are talking about, we need to make a lot of efforts because it has to be one farmer that we target. From him, it will go to the others. And we need to develop these ecosystems more intensively in these areas. Now, the non-traditional areas, what they offer us, we have fallow lands, plenty of it, around 12 million hectares of the rice fallows. We have sugarcane, which can be offered as a for intercropping. We have some perennial and annual crops, and we have some increasingly unsustainable crop. If you talk about Haryana and Punjab, everybody is talking about how the water table is just going down, it's depleting. So that is it's going to be unsustainable in the future. So we need to think about and target these areas. Now here we could use them as a sole crop in the fallow lands, or a replacement crop, or as intercrop in the juvenile orchards or the plantation crops. In bamboo, the plants come up in 5 years. Why not use that space to grow any of the oilseed crops in sugarcane? Now, this, I think so our chairman also talked, I'll just skip this one. He also had these slides. These are from one of the presentations that we all together made, all the oilseed crop institutes had made. So now coming to the modus operandi, if we talk about it, first of all, we need to talk, have a suitability analysis. Where can we grow this crop? I think so Dr. Mathur is here. He is the first one who pioneered in this aspect, and he did it for oil palm, and we have started doing it for soybean. So we need to have some indicators, whether it is the critical indicators of the rainfall, the slope, the depth, the soil, what is the daylight hours. For each crop, we need to work this out. What are the critical limits? And then do a modeling with GIS-based modeling and come up with maps. Here we are doing it, it's just in the very infancy, nascent stage. And they have given us a map for Madhya Pradesh just to validate whether this is correct or not. And once we validate it, they'll take out the whole scenario for all of the country. And we have not limited it to Kharif. We have gone one step ahead, because it's a 90 to 110 days crop. And we've asked them to do it for all the seasons, so that we get, maybe in some off location, off season, we could be able to do for soybean at least. I talked about crop replacement. So we need to take out the profit and loss for each crop. Here we've done it for soybean in different states. What are the different crops which would be remunerative to replace, which would be, which are not, which are doing very, very well. Wherever there's a negative growth, that those crops we can't replace. Where there's a good positive profit, those are the crops that we could replace and change the cropping pattern there. Now, we need action research and extension to support whatever I have talked about. There, we need to identify the genotypes, the genetic improvement of these varieties, like waterlogged areas of Assam. If we need to do, in the rice fallows, which are waterlogged, we need to identify some of the germplasm which will stand there. And so I'm taking examples from soybean because I'm there. And similarly for the other oilseed crops also, we need to do this kind of a exercise. We have photosensitivity. So if we need to go to Punjab and Haryana, we need to have a variety which is early. And for that, we need to knock out we need to have the photoinsensitive material. And if we need to come to the south and Rabi, so we need to have the longevity tackled with. So these are some of the issues that we know about soybean, and similarly, all the oilseed needs to work on this. We need to refine all the technological package. We need to have a new, complete new package of practice. If we need to work in these fallow lands, as intercrop or new cropping pattern. I was just talking that, we have worked out, but again, I think so. It's a crop science is a very dynamic subject. It doesn't finish with you've done it in 19 or 2005, and we don't have to do it again ever. So everything keeps changing. The climate is changing, the scenario is changing. So we need to keep on very rapidly testing these new cropping systems again and again. So maybe soybean followed by mustard, soybean by safflower. We did, I think, Sujata, we did safflower demonstrations in Madhya Pradesh, and they came up very well. So maybe oilseed research institutions should support the oilseed research institutions, and we should encourage each other. And in our FLDs also, we should take these FLDs year long, encouraging the other crop too. So in the rice fallows, BBF could be where there's stagnant water. BBFs could be a solution, but they may need to be modified. We saw in Assam and the Northeast, there were hectares after hectares of fallow land lying there, but they were all waterlogged. So we need to find a solution to this kind of a scenario. I'm sorry, this video is not playing. Mustard has done very well. I think we just throw them, even if you broadcast mustard, it comes up very well in the Northeast, and this is a field from the Northeast, and they have, they have also, they have beekeeping out there, apiculture out there, which is promoting the pollination, and it's doing very well. In Orissa as well, they're doing both mustard as well as groundnut. For the sugarcane intercropping, and as well in the northern plains, because it's taken up in the month of January or February, I just came up with the idea that why not try to have them in pro trays. It's a wild idea, but we are trying it and it's coming up very well. I think so. One of our scientists from CIA Bhopal showed that in pro trays how soybean was growing, and it's the first year. And our scientist is also experimenting at our institute. So these kind of wild things, you should come out of your comfort zone, think wild, do your research, and see whether it fails. It's okay. That's a result. So we must attempt. An intercrop we have in banana plantation, mustard and wheat is a very common one. We've in sugarcane, we are trying, as I said before. Ecosystems, these are just examples of it. So we need to build up ecosystems of research and dissemination, supply and marketing, using the ICT tools. We need to have IoT and AI-based ecosystems. All these we need to converge and make them at one platform in different regions. This is a kind of, everybody's talked about different ecosystems and developing those. I feel that farmer is a businessman. His farm is his workshop. So if we consider the farmer as a businessman, then the agribusiness starts right from him. And for him, we need to develop all the ecosystem, keeping him in the center of everything. We did a little experiment. We are developing a model where in 1 year we could, because seed supply, as you all know, it's so much talked about. And soybean, there was a plight. We were in dire straits in the year 2020. Where for 2 years the seed had failed completely, and we had a little amount of seed, and we said what to do with this little amount of seed. So I said, why not try? We do, they are the seed producing agencies, they do take a contingency plan. So we said, why not take 2 cycles instead of 1 cycle? And within a year, why don't we try in some place where it will grow? Why don't we try to take the seed production? And we did exactly that. We moved from Indore to Belgavi and Kolhapur, and we, in off location, off season, we took 2 cycles of seed production. From breeder, we went to foundation. From foundation, we went to, actually we can't say certified because we could not actually get it certified in the end, call it truthfully labeled, but the quality was breeder quality because we did it. It was under our guidance. And in 1 year we could do it. So there are some bottlenecks to this kind of plan. Unless somebody supports us, it's a little difficult to do it. So coming to the last one, we must have the policy framework for this kind of effort to move to the niche areas. We need to have incentives to attract farmers in the niche areas, and we must have subsidy for the source of supply of seeds for the off-season production. irrigation is an important aspect. Somebody was talking about micro irrigation. Yes, we need it, and it's very important also to develop the microclimate, especially for soya bean. We need a microclimate. So it is very important to have these subsidies for micro irrigation, and the supply and marketing ecosystems incentives should be in place. That is all. And if this is what all the 4 of the oilseed institutes have dreamt of, that by 2035, we will be self-sufficient through the traditional as well as non-traditional area expansion. And thank you for your time. That is all from my side.
Thank you, Nita. Then there is some announcement from organizers. Who is coming? Dinesh. Dr. Dinesh, please.
Sir, I thought I'll make these announcements before the oral presentations are over. First thing is, there are a few extended summaries whose details are not clear. So unless these things are cleared by people, their participation certificates will be difficult to be issued. Therefore, there are some extended summaries whose details are not clear. Those extended summary numbers have been displayed outside, and you can contact the registration desk and find out whether your extended summary had any problems. And unless you solve it with Kumar Swami as well as with the other people in the registration desk, your printed certificates will not be issued. So please take note of that. That is first thing. And tomorrow we have got again a hectic schedule. In the morning, we'll have a session on the seed science, the quality seeds. That satellite symposium will be held in this main hall, and all the people will be present here. Starts at 9, and we expect to get it over by 11:30 or at the max 12. After that, we will have 5 concurrent sessions. So it's again very crucial. 2-3 attractions in the concurrent sessions. Each crop-specific extended summary selected for oral presentations shall be made in those concurrent sessions. So all the people who are eagerly waiting to make their presentation should be present. And those concurrent sessions will be held like this. One session on Brassica will be held in hall number 1, which is in the first floor of this auditorium. Then the satellite symposium on soybean will again be held in the same building in hall number 2, which is upstairs, which is in the first floor. Then satellite symposium on groundnut will be held in the robing room, which is just by the side of the registration desk here in this hall. And the satellite symposium on niche crops, where all the other oilseed crops will be discussed, that will be held here in the main hall. This will be followed by a satellite symposium on biofuels, which includes the TBOs and other byproducts that could be used for biofuel production. So there'll be 5 satellites. One more satellite symposium on oil palm. It will be organized in the conference hall of our institute, ICVO. So in all these places, there will be online presentations made, and the arrangements are made for the online presentations. Each of these satellite symposia will be convened by the respective crop-based institutes. So we'll be facilitating those things, and we'll be giving in charges all the necessary material. So you may have to just deal with those and then come up with final recommendations of those satellite symposia. And the conveners will be presenting those recommendations in the plenary session that will be on Saturday. So these are a few announcements which I wanted to make before we start with the oral presentations. If there are any doubts, you can contact any one of us. We'll be able to clarify these things. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh. Now we will be going for these oral presentations. There are 10 oral presentations, and each speaker will be given 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, he has to do the business. Please stick on to the timings. First, I'll call Soumya for presentation on value chain analysis of safflower. Soumya. So now we shall go for question and answers, na? Okay. Any questions for, please? Nagdesh sir.
Thanks for acceding to my request, actually. Just I'll spend some 2-3 minutes on some of the questions which has just been asked, actually. See, for the scientist community here, I'd just like to tell there are two funds of NABARD, which is called as Farm Sector Promotion Fund, and the other fund is called as R&D Fund. R&D Fund is what we have supported the seminar and other things. We can support the studies also, which are focused on the last mile connectivity. In the Farm Sector Promotion Fund, we can support projects, demonstrations, transfer of technology. We support buyer-seller meet. There was a Kalgudi presentation. So we support buyer-seller meets for the FPOs. We can organize capacity building programs for the stakeholders under the Farm Sector Promotion Fund, both on an event mode as well as on the project mode. Project mode, I can tell you, we can have a set of demonstrations in farmers' fields with field days and other things, so that you can take the crop to the farmer. For example, a lot of talk is going about diversification in Telangana because of the good water availability. So all of us are knowing that the state is going in a big way in oil palm. So NABARD, through its RIDF, Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, is already supporting the government for around 204 crores to the government for the oil palm expansion program of government of Telangana. So in areas where you want to demonstrate the crop as an alternative to the water guzzlers, and through the FPO network, we can think of projects, tailor-made projects. I'm not talking about this state alone, all states we can think about, so that if you can identify the candidate crops with a good BC ratio, which can replace and help the farmer. And there also there is a social engineering. Weaning away a paddy farmer to a oilseed crop is a challenge. So this we can do it on a project mode under FSPF fund. So these two funds are available. And one more question which has come is the value chain development, value addition and value chain development. See, there was a talk of when Sudha Mysore madam was talking about Agri Infrastructure Fund. Agri Infrastructure Fund is a fund of Government of India, which is for creating farm gate infrastructure. FPOs are eligible, industries are eligible. The fund is subvented. The interest rate is subvented to the cost of capital will come down there by around 2%. And added to that, there is the credit guarantee support of up to 2 crores can be provided under the CGTMSE scheme. So this is there for the value chain and the farm gate level infrastructure. Then one more query on the risk coverage. Actually, because a lot of you are extension and functionaries, you will be meeting the FPOs. The big challenge which is there in the FPO ecosystem is what happens when I plug off my grant support. As long as it is the grant support is attached to the FPO may be running, because we are supporting, government is supporting the capacity, the cost of management. But when you plug off the grant support, the FPO should not. So the FPO has to have an inbuilt reserve building mechanism. Inbuilt reserves have to be developed to help the shareholders, because all of us know in the market, the price is fluctuating. But we know there is an economic price which has to be paid to the farmer to keep him growing the crop. So the FPO should come in place, that it should have a proper reserve, risk reserve they can create. That is a good thing. So that can be done. And another thing is, of course, all of us are aware of the PMFPA scheme, so I will not talk about that scheme here. Micro insurance, there is one FPO which has taken up insurance of the shareholders, insurance requirement of the shareholders as one of their service activity. So that also FPOs can do. See, FPOs, other than the regular input, they have to give other services to the farmer. We know Amul model is being talked about. Amul model doesn't end with procuring milk and paying. They have other services like member benefit services. They take care of the family, children's, there are services. So the FPO has to have a larger, that is what we are trying to inculcate in the FPO ecosystem. Then only they will be sustainable, so that the shareholders' benefits are being addressed. So these are some of the queries which I got. I thought I will just address. So any other query is there, I will just address, because I would have to leave from the audience point of view. No, if that is not the case, that's fine. Thank you. Thanks to the organizers thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other? Dinesh?
As part of the platform services, we can bring in consultants to provide business plans. Yes. So we do have consultants and panel wherein they can provide the business planning services to FPOs. Yes, in case of Odisha, that's what we are proposing to Mission Shakti. And we have already done some of it in AP for SHGs in terms of creating their catalogs, in terms of QC for their SHG products, mainly handicrafts and other articles. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Venu. Any other doubts or questions, please? Dinesh, shall we go for this poster presentation? Or a presentation? Okay. Now let us start this oral presentation. Now I'll tell you the first three. The first one is by Soumya, value addition, value chain analysis on safflower, and followed by Ram Chandra Reddy, Jala, exploration of network, and third by Lakshmi et al, horticulture, a repository of specialty oils. Please be ready. First by Soumya. Okay, then I call the second speaker, Ram Chandra Reddy, Jala.
So good evening to all. First, I would like to thank organizers for giving me this opportunity. Since my previous speakers detailed on this, I don't want to go into this thing. So my topic is exploration of newer, lesser known oils.
Be closer to the mic.
So as we know, India imports more than 50% of vegetable oils for its domestic requirements, spent about 1,20,000 crores during 2021 and 1,50,000 crores around 21 to 22 financial year. So Indian vegetable oil production was stagnant at 8.5 million tons for several years. To meet the demand, search for alternative oil-bearing materials is need of the hour. So as vegetable oils are attractive feedstock for petrochemical substitutes, so our objective of our study in 12th five-year plan, we have taken up this study by exploiting Indian forest base for newer and lesser known tree-borne oilseed sources for edible and non-edible applications. So general protocol for oil extraction is seed we have taken and powdered it, and using oxalate extraction, we got oil. For qualitative picture, we have done TLC. Then by using transesterification, we have prepared fatty acid methyl esters to get GC, to get fatty acid composition through GC analysis. When our oil content is more than 10%, we have done other analysis. In general, composition of vegetable oils or triglyceride is major component. As we know, diglyceride, monoglyceride, fatty acids, and phospholipids, glycolipids, sterols, tocopherols, wax, sterile esters are other minor components. So the main oil seeds we found potential are Swetenia mahogany, it contains 58.1%, Calophyllum inophyllum 65%, Melia dubia in its kernel has 41.5%, Elianthus excelsa 38%, Mesua ferra 70%, Entrada reedi 12.8%, Butea parviflora 33%, Nima attenuata 33.8% oil contents we found. When it comes to physicochemical properties of some of the oil seeds, we compared free fatty acids, unsap, phosphorus content, specific gravity, iodine value, viscosity, density are within the range to use them as raw materials for biodiesel production. And when it comes to fatty acid composition, in Melia dubia, 18-2 is around 58% major, 18-1 is 25%. When it comes to Butea parviflora, 18-192 or around 25%. And Nima attenuata is a good source for myristic acid, which is rare. It is around 67%. When it comes to Swetenia mahogany, 18-1 and 18-2 are around 25 to 30%. So total, we have screened 200 oil seeds in forest-based oil seeds. So in that potential oil seeds, we found around 15. When it comes to oil content, Mesua ferra 75%, Calophyllum 65%, Swetenia mahogany 52%. We found potential, very high oil content. And Ailanthus excelsa, it contains oil content about 38%, but it is 18-1 rich oil, it is around 70%. Oleic acid is there. When it comes to Melia dubia, it is around 40%. Nima attenuata, again, it is myristic acid rich source, which contains reasonably good oil content, around 34%. When it comes to lauric rich oils, Cinnamonum impressionervum, abnormally it contains 74% lauric acid. Litsea cubeba, it is around 85% lauric acid, which is good source for lauric acid. And when it comes to 18-1, again, Garcinia morella, it is around 75% oleic acid rich source. And again, when it comes to this lauric acid, again, Litsea coriacea, it contains 56%. Disoxylum pyrrhusum, again, it contains 65% oleic acid. These are potential oil seeds we found during our study. This may be considered for further exploitation as these are tree-borne oil seeds. And again, this one, Garcinia xanthoxymus, contains palmitoleic acid, 16 with 1 saturation. It is around 10% palmitoleic acid is there, which is abnormal source. When it comes to conclusion, as you know, Swetenia mahogany, Mesua ferra, Calophyllum inophyllum found to be some of the potential oils with regard to high oil content. When it comes to lauric rich oil, Cinnamonum impressionervum and Litsea cubeba can be considered to be exploited. Palmitoleic acid source, Garcinia xanthoxymus can be considered. Swetenia mahogany, Butea parviflora, Nima attenuata, Melia dubia oils found to be suitable for biodiesel production. General toxicological studies are required for exploitation of edible applications. So acknowledgement, CSR for funding during 12th 5-year plan, Director CSR ICT for supporting this work, Heads Center for Lipid Science and Technology, IICT, Dr. RBN Prasad, former Head CL, Center for Lipid Science and Technology, Dr. BVS Rao, Dr. K. Shivashankar, AP and Telangana Forest Departments for supplying seeds and other state forest departments for supplying seeds. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ramchandra Reddy. I request Lakshmi to come to the stage. And the next presenter, Bhavan Kumar Reddy, be ready. Followed by Bhumi Reddy Chandana. Where is Lakshmi?
Yeah. Good evening to one and all. I am Pawan working at Agricaster Anantapur. Today I would like to present on doubling of farmers' income through frontline demonstrations in Anantapur district particularly. So here you can see the productivity is dwindling at Andhra Pradesh, even at Anantapur, because these are a few reasons. Because it is under the orphan crop, and also it is not covered in subsidy program and crop insurance and crop damage. And you can see the hotspots, major hotspots in Andhra Pradesh. This is Anantapur, Kurnool, Kadapa, and Prakasham. This is a major belt where and how we gone through this frontline demonstrations with the support of IIVO and Agricaster. We done this. We selected the farmers and we focus on these and train them, and we have real-time monitoring and we give the advice, and we documented the records, and it was transformed to the arc layer mapping. So these are the photographs how we give, and these are the location map we done as a geotagging, so that we can bring the same FLD data into the arc layer, so it may be useful for the mapping, etc. And you can see all these FLDs are divided into 13 clusters of 100 farmers, and you can see the rainfall. And during this year we have excess rainfall almost in all the clusters of Anantapur. You can see the yield range of ICH 66. It is almost, you can see the maximum yield of 1538, which is a potential yield under rain-fed conditions we achieved with our farmers because of these practices. And we have a better, there is yield increase of 19% we can achieve. And you can see this technology gap, extension gap, and technology index and additionality. You can see the maximum yield returns of around 11,000 approximately, and range in lowest is then. These are the things. And the same was here. I would like to focus on the yield mapping we done with the 100 FLDs. We transformed this data into arc layer mapping, so we can get the district scenario. You can see our district average is 540 cases and the lowest is 404. So with our intervention, most of our area is came into the higher than the district average. That is, the green is greater than 540 kg per hectare, which is having more than that what we experience. The district average, the mapping with our 100 FLDs with geotagging through ArcGIS layer. So we can have an impact of increasing area, increasing productivity through these FLDs. And I would like to focus here with these efforts by Agricaster and IIVO. In 2018, the district doesn't know the ICH 66 seed. With the efforts of both Agricaster and Anantapur, we came to the seed demand by 2022, 10,000 kgs. Directly we procured with the help of seed division from IIVO and Agricaster Anantapur. We outreached almost 10,000 kgs farmer, and still there is a huge demand to supply from this. And this is a photograph one. I would like to impress and focus on that. Then we get the seed from IIVO. There is a huge queue at our research station, and it be ready and moving within hours like a hot cake to the farmers. This is a potential of ICH 66 hybrid that was from IIVO. And I can see the trend from past 2018 to 22, how it was moved. Before the GCH4 was dominating, within 4 years of span of factory establishment and these efforts, almost ICH 66 hybrid has gone extended as a large peak, and you can see the change, complete change in the scenario of hybrids of the in Andhra Pradesh, and the extending because of this hybrid, the area was tremendously increased during this year, and still there is a triple X because this crop doesn't have any crop input subsidy and all this. Still, this is the focus of this. And these are the few expressions of our FLD farmers. A beautiful expression at Anantapur and meager rainfed condition, which is the lowest rainfall after the Jaisalmer. And these are some of the happy farmers of our ICH 66 hybrid at Anantapur location. And these are the few success stories we documented there is a lot of success stories where we documented on these caster exclusively through these FLDs with the support of IIOR and Caster Angrao. And these are our women empowerment, and this is, we can see, would like to see the more better harvest with this ICH 66 with the collaboration of IIOR and Caster Angrao. Thank you for giving this opportunity, and thank you for the funding and all. Thank you, one and all.
Please be ready. Shanwat, be ready.
Good evening to everyone. Myself Chandana, PhD scholar from IGKV. Under guidance of GD Satish Kumar sir from IIOR, I am working here. And today my topic is on measurement of knowledge level of sunflower farmers under public and private extension system. And India needs 23 million tons of oil, and it produces around 10 million tons of oil, and it imports 13 million tons of oil. And sunflower crops help in reducing the import of oil because of its photoinsensitive and rain-fed crop area. And in India, sunflower produces production of 2.3 lakh tons, and its area is 2.9 lakh hectares, and productivity of 0.9 tons per hectare. And data is collected from Directorate of Economics and Statistics. And production of sunflower crop is low in India due to some reasons like farmers less knowledge level and adoption of improved varieties, and lack of information regarding pests and diseases. So knowledge plays an important role in increasing the production of sunflower. Hence, I am doing work under knowing the knowledge of farmers under public and private extension systems. And based on and how I collected samples is based on RSI and RY value. RSI is relative spread index and relative yield index. Based on spread and yield of crop, I selected districts, and it's categorized into 4, like most efficient districts, moderately efficient districts, and inefficient districts based on RSI and RY values. And based on India's data, I selected Nizamabad, Chikbalapur, Kadapa, and Raigad districts. And for this area, production, and yield of India on sunflower crop data was collected for 5 years, and average data based on that districts were selected. And sample size of 350 farmers, and jet test was used for comparing the results. And on best season and recommendation dose of NPK and major crops and diseases, there was a significant difference at 0.05 level. And suitable period for sowing sunflower crop and sunflower hybrids names, and boron application increases seed yield and weight. And on role of honeybee hives increasing in sunflower production gives most highly significant, and rest of like suitable soils and rest of the package of practices of sunflower are non-significant. So, and private farmers have more knowledge compared to private extension farmers. And so in order to increase the knowledge of farmers, there is a need to conduct more farmers meeting, demonstrations, and field days. And in some areas, private also contributed good. So there is a combination of, there is a need for a combination of public and private extension systems. Thanks for giving this opportunity.
Thank you. I request Shanwat to come, followed by Rajendra Prasad. Be ready.
respected chair, co-chair, and fellow delegates. So I'm going to present a different aspect. Of course, since first day of this conference, we are hearing more than 90% of the oil seeds are cultivated under rainfed. But my topic is on irrigated condition. So with respect to irrigation, you know, the importance of water way back in 1961, the American president, John F. Kennedy told, if a person solves the problem of water on this earth, he should worthy to get 2 Nobel Awards, one for science, another for peace. So that shows the importance of water in every aspect of life. So two-thirds of the earth is covered with water, but the potable water available is less than 1%. And within 1%, more than 90% is in the form of ice and glaciers. So with less than 1% potable water, we have to manage all aspects of our activities. So with respect to this International Water Management Institute, the estimates of 2025, the red color indicates the major parts of India falls wherein the physical non-availability of water. During 2025, we are going to face a serious problem. Whereas with respect to blue, it is economic. We have to purchase the water. So one of the presenters highlighted, in future times, we are going to get, farmers also going to get a meter in their individual fields. So that is, tells the how importance in case of water in agriculture sector. With respect to coming to our study, so this research was conducted for 3 years, 2017 to 2019, where our project area is Malaprabha Right Bank Canal. So Malaprabha is one of the important irrigation projects in northern part of Karnataka. Unlike other irrigation projects, this irrigation project is partial. So during Rabi season only, water is available. That too, depending on the storage in the reservoir, the water is filled maximum 2 to 2.5 months spread. So during that time, farmer used to irrigate their respective crops. Coming to the objectives, we have used 3 different sources. So one is pond water, that is canal water, normal water. Another is borewell water. So the borewell of that region, the basic, the parent material is basalt. So majority of the Deccan Plateau is a parent material is basalt. Wherever parent material is basalt, the water quality is very unable to use even for cleaning the utensils or cloths. So EC is more than 7 or 8. So in that condition, we have also used that type of water. Then another third type is using E-harmonizer. So E-harmonizer works on the principle of vortex, which they claim that only surface tension and viscosity, it will change, and thereby the plant uptake water as well as nutrients will be enhanced. With respect to this, so this is the factor 1 borewell, then E-harmonized, then pond water, and 4 Rabi crops: sunflower, safflower, wheat, and chickpea. Those are the dominant crops in that region. So with respect to the results, so the quality analysis of water with respect to surface tension and viscosity. So viscosity is nothing but the cohesive force held between the water molecules, whereas surface tension, it is the surface area. The pH, EC, and TDS, so all are the E-harmonized water falls in between the pond water and borewell water. So borewell water has the maximum, the EC, followed by E harmonized, and pond water is very less, that is 1.38. It is nothing but canal water. Coming to the results, just see here, the pooled data of chickpea equivalent yield shows that more than 30% of yield we are getting in case of pond water as compared to the